You hear that? That's the sound of your alarm going off, because it's time to learn how the illustrious Frank Gallagher went from throwing parties with his loving family to getting thrown off a bridge and put into a coma by his loving family. So join me on the L train to the south side of Chicago, taking the only available seat that some homeless guy puked all over. And together we'll learn all about the neighborhood's most infamous, most dysfunctional, yet loyal family in this critically acclaimed show called Shameless. But for those of you who were too busy to recap on Shameless for the last 15 years, here's what you missed. Based on the UK show by the same name that premiered in 2004, the US version premiered in 2011. Both shows share several of the same characters and storylines, where the basic premise is a dysfunctional family struggling to get by in one of the poorest, crime-ridden neighborhoods in the country. Each show ran for 11 seasons, but the similarities start to end after the first season, as the US version chose to focus primarily on the Gallagher family as a whole, and not just Frank Gallagher. Speaking of which, let's meet this chaotic family before we begin. Frank Gallagher is the head of the Gallagher household. No, I'm kidding. The guy's the furthest thing from that. Frank spends 99.9% of his time drinking or scamming his way out of work using disability checks or whatever genius strategy he comes up with. Oh man, he's a real father of the year material. His goal in life is to live life to the fullest no matter what, even if that means not being there for his kids. So if Frank doesn't take care of the family, then who does? Well, I'm glad you asked. Meet the oldest of Frank's children, the lovely and beautiful Fiona. Fiona is the mom of the family, having been forced to raise the rest of the kids at a young age since Frank was too unemployed and too drunk to care. Her junkie mom, Monica, ran off without saying a word, so Fiona really had to step up. She juggles not just keeping her kids off the streets, but her several jobs, as well as several failed intimate relationships with other men that have often come back to remind her of the haunting truth that she and her drunk father may have a thing or two in common. The other Gallagher children, in descending chronological order, are the highly intelligent Philip, or Lip for short, the goal-oriented soldier, Ian, the innocently mature Debbie, and the child serial killer, Carl, and the most recent member of the family, baby Liam, who, as you'll notice, looks a little different than the other Gallagher kids, as Monica slept with another man. Last but not least, we have their two neighbors, Kevin and Veronica, who are the Gallaghers' only source of support when they aren't trying to reinvent lovemaking. Veronica works as a nurse, or more specifically, a ghetto nurse, while Kevin works at a bar downtown called the Alibi Room. The bar will become a popular place throughout the show, and it is Frank's favorite place to drink. The guy practically has enough of his own vomit soaked into the bar stool he always sits in. Like, no, seriously, this show gets pretty graphic at times with its violence and content, so you have been warned. With that said, let's waste no more time and dive right into the unhinged world of Shameless. And yes, you're going to want to burn your clothes when we're done with this. The first episode begins with everyone waking up and eating their breakfast in a frantic yet choreographed manner. This is how each day in the Gallagher household starts, so get used to it. You're gonna see it a lot. Fiona goes to work at one of her jobs while Lip helps tutor one of his classmates, Karen Jackson, for some extra cash. And by tutor, I mean bro's just getting a free from this girl right under the table while her agoraphobic mother Sheila is literally 2 feet away. He comes back home with his boxers no longer clean and tries to hide them behind a dresser when he accidentally finds Ian's magazine. He sees a bunch of naked girls on the cover, so naturally he opens it up, but when he does, it turns out there are only pictures of naked men inside, revealing to us that Ian is gay. Meanwhile, Fiona and Veronica go dancing at a club, not noticing a wealthy and good-looking man named Steve Wilton watching Fiona on the dance floor. As they dance, a random man starts dancing next to Fiona, and then he steals her purse. Steve sees this and tries to heroically stop him, but only gets a face full of drinks and broken glass instead. The man gets away with her purse, and Veronica praises Steve for his heroic actions, even if they were in vain. It's the thought that counts, you know. Fiona takes Steve to her home as a show of gratitude for helping her, where they have drunk on the kitchen floor. But their lovemaking is interrupted when a cop shows up to drag a drunk Frank into the house.
Who the hell is that?
My dad.
Frank's arrival kills the romantic mood, and Steve goes home in his expensive BMW. Lip confronts Ian about the magazine, and he's ashamed that his secret is out. So Lip tries to help Ian realize that girls are better by bringing him along next time he tutors Karen. I think you can see where this is going. Unfortunately, Karen's dad, Eddie, catches them and completely loses it, chasing them out of the house trying to kill them. During this, a delivery man delivers a new washer to the Gallagher home, as their old one was falling apart. Fiona tells him they didn't order a new washer, but when she looks inside, there are a dozen roses, hinting that Steve bought it for them. Fiona calls Steve and quizzes him to determine if his love for her is real, and he surprises her when he's able to remember every detail about her the first time he laid eyes on her. They find each other at the elevated subway and reunite, like the ending of a Hallmark romance film. He takes her to a fancy restaurant, but the whole time Fiona assumes Steve is just another privileged, spoiled rich kid like all the other guys she's dated. So to prove he's not, he pretends to be a valet and drives off with a fancy car, revealing that he doesn't buy and sell cars, he just sells them. Fiona gets in the car with him and they drive off having fun. Lip then finds Ian at his job and catches him having intimate relations with his male boss Cash, who's already married and a Muslim. He scolds Ian for having an affair with a married man, but Ian argues that he hasn't done anything wrong, prompting the two of them to fight. But by next morning, the two of them make up, with Lip supporting his brother's sexuality. Fiona wakes up to find Steve and her siblings making an extravagant breakfast and having a good time, while Frank drunkenly sleeps on the floor in his usual spot. It's a wholesome shot of a typical American family. The next episode begins with Frank coming home with a bloody nose, courtesy of Eddie for what Ian did to Karen. When Ian tries to help him, Frank gives Ian one without hesitation. Steve jumps in trying to defend them, but Fiona tells him to stop and leave before he makes things worse. Fiona then gives Frank that look that says he should leave, and he walks away ashamed. The next morning at breakfast, Frank is not in his usual spot on the kitchen floor, and everyone gets worried for Frank, especially since today is the day of the month he normally receives his disability checks.
No, but it's last Friday.
Last Friday? So what? Disability check day. Oh, Jesus.
Turns out Frank had somehow made his way to Toronto, Canada, with no memory of how he got there. He gets arrested, but can't go back home because he doesn't have a passport. When the family finds out what happened to Frank, Fiona discovers that Steve smuggled Frank across the border, believing Frank's absence would solve all their family problems. Fiona is furious and punches him, ordering him to help get him back, so he acquires an RV to smuggle Frank back to the US. During this whole fiasco, the cop that's been helping them, Tony Markovich, asks Fiona on a date, and she says she'll think about it. The smuggling operation is successful, with Frank being welcomed back to the neighborhood like some Canadian war hero. Regardless, Frank still feels unwanted and moves out. He ends up ranting his way to the alibi room, since he has nowhere else to go. There, he runs into Eddie again, but he's not there to fight. They end up drinking half the bar together, bonding on how hard it is to raise kids, and Eddie reveals that he left his family after what happened, which prompts Frank to manipulate Sheila into letting him stay at Eddie's house while he's not welcome there. It turns out Sheila is mentally unstable and receives disability checks too. She's perfect for Frank to leech off of. One thing leads to another, and Frank is treated to a hot bath and then learns very quickly about how dominatrix Sheila can be during. Every straight man watching this just clench their butts. That night, Steve tries to apologize to Fiona with a van he stole, but instead, she pays him for the washer he gifted her. The next morning, Karen is troubled to learn that Frank has officially moved into their home. Awkward. Episode 3 begins with Lip finding out that his dad is officially living at Sheila's place, and is dismayed to learn that Frank prefers acting like Karen's father and not his. Fiona took up Tony's offer to go on a date with him, and it ends with them having in his police car. She later finds out that this was his first time, and that she took his virginity, making him very clingy to her. Earlier that day, Ian helped one of his classmates, Mandy Milkovich, get revenge on a teacher, making remarks towards her. Later that night, she tries to promiscuously thank him for what he did by getting down and dirty with him, but Ian rejects her advances and she runs away crying. If only she knew this dude doesn't play for the other team. The next morning, a social worker named Abby visits their home regarding their Aunt Ginger, the owner of the family house who lives in a nursing home in Wisconsin. Abby suspects someone has been illegally cashing Aunt Ginger's checks for the past 12 years, and Fiona doesn't understand what she means. Abby claims that she has their aunt's next social security check and wants to give it to her in person by 10 tomorrow and clear everything up. Meanwhile, Mandy told her ruthless brother Mickey that Ian her, prompting Mickey to take revenge on Ian. They weren't able to find Ian, so they decided to attack Lip instead. Fiona confronts Frank about this, and Frank reveals he's been cashing her checks. She asks Frank where Aunt Ginger is, and Frank reveals she died 12 years ago and has been buried somewhere in their backyard. I don't want to know how that happened. With Veronica's help, they steal an elderly lady with Alzheimer's from a retirement home and pass her off as Aunt Ginger. She manages to fit right in, and Debbie enjoys getting the chance to spend time with her Aunt Ginger, even though she's technically not her. Mickey once again comes around looking for Ian, and Ian and Lip see them outside. Ian is sorry Lip had to take the punch for him, and blames himself for everything. Lip supports his brother in this and tells him eventually he's going to have to face their wrath, even though he did nothing wrong. The next morning, Lip finds Ian already gone to face them, taking the killing bat with him. He then prepares to defend his brother no matter what happens, but then Mandy comes out and Ian chases after her. She tries to scream and push him away, prompting him to admit that he's gay. She finally understands why he rejected her, and she decides to become his girlfriend to help mask his gayness, and promises to keep his secret safe. Meanwhile, Abby shows up and the Aunt Ginger ruse works. She gives them their check, and Debbie sadly has to say goodbye to Aunt Ginger. The episode ends with Fiona turning down another date with Tony and deciding to forgive Steve and take him back. Yeah, this is gonna happen a lot. Episode 4 begins with Eddie surprising everyone by moving back into his house, explaining he can't legally live anywhere else, and at the same time supports Sheila and Karen, and also Frank now. Karen is angered by her father's return, but then tries to seduce Frank in order to get back at her dad. Quick, Frank, get out of here before it's too late. Back at the Gallagher home, Steve and Fiona's lovemaking is interrupted by a thudding coming from upstairs. Armed with the killing bat, they approach the noise to discover that Debbie stole a toddler named Casey. Casey was from a birthday party down the street, hence why he's wearing a Superman costume. She explains she did this because she still isn't over having to say goodbye to the woman pretending to be Aunt Ginger. As expected, kidnapping a toddler has put the entire police force on alert. Fiona becomes very worried and unsure what to do. Luckily, the Gallaghers have dealt with something like this before, so they all work together to fabricate an alibi that will get Casey returned and not get them arrested in the process, or worse, split the family. The alibi works like clockwork, and Debbie is able to return Casey with no one suspecting a thing. While Kevin was performing his end of the alibi, he had to shoo away a flirty girl by telling her he's getting married to Veronica. Frank overhears this and begins telling everyone, including Veronica's mother, Carol, forcing Kevin to accept this and pray Veronica says yes. He returns home very drunk and proposes to Veronica, and luckily she says yes. They crash the Gallagher home and reveal they just got engaged, and everyone celebrates. However, Fiona notices that Kevin isn't very excited about the fact he's getting married, and he reveals to her at the end that he already is. What the hell? Episode 5 begins with Fiona confronting Kevin in his bar. She urges him to tell Veronica the truth that he's already married, threatening to tell her herself if he won't. Kevin reluctantly tells her the truth, explaining that his wife was abusive to him, so he left. Veronica is heartbroken, but she's understanding. Wondering what to do and how to break the news to an overly excited Carol, Fiona gives them the idea to conduct a fake wedding along with a fake marriage license, and they are immediately on board.
You'll still be married, it just won't be legal.
Yeah, but what's the point then?
All the free shit, baby. Oh, damn.
Baby, come on.
The fake wedding takes place and Kevin gets the girl. Sort of. Honestly, this next episode, Killer Carl, is an episode we can skip. But just know that during this episode, Lip was approached by a professor from the University of Chicago named Hurst, who accused him of cheating on his SATs. But after giving him another monitored test, he discovers that despite Lip's poor upbringing, the kid is actually smart. He then offers Lip a chance to attend the university one day, hinting at the possibility of a full ride scholarship. In the next episode, Steve tries to treat Fiona to a romantic night at an expensive hotel. She's reluctant to go with him because she's so attached to the house and taking care of her children, especially Liam.
The part where my mom splits, or the part where my dad's a raging alcoholic narcissist?
Steve suggests letting Sheila babysit Liam, as the rest of the kids convince Fiona they can survive without her for a short time, and finally she accepts. Surprisingly, Sheila happens to be great with babies. That is, until she accidentally leaves the front door open and Liam just walks outside. Sheila tries to go after him, but her agoraphobia prevents her from stepping outside and rescuing him. With all her might, she rescues Liam by tying herself to several sheets attached to the house, simultaneously stepping outside for the first time in 5 years. I knew our girl had it in her. Meanwhile, so many kids have been shoplifting from Cash's store, including Mickey and his goons, so Cash's wife, Linda, decides to spend the extra money to fix the security cameras. This means that Linda could catch Cash cheating on his wife with Ian, so they solve this problem by raising one of the cameras out of the way. Unfortunately, as they're going, the camera slips and records everything. Later, Ian breaks into Mickey's house so he can take revenge against everything he's done to Cash, and the two of them eventually get into a fight. Ironically, it turns out Mickey is also secretly gay, and their fighting turns into passionate lovemaking. Talk about a 180.
Put some clothes on. You two look like a couple of...
Later, Linda sees the footage and punches Ian for having with her husband. She then blackmails Cash into having another baby, but it's clear she won't be staying with him for very long. Episode 8 begins like every other morning, until Debbie stumbles upon Steve's phone and sees a message from someone named Candace that says, "Sweetie, call me, it's important." She shows Fiona, who confronts Steve about this, thinking he's cheating on her, but he assures her that Candace is nothing more than an eccentric co-worker. Meanwhile, Kevin and Veronica decided to adopt a foster kid as a way to prove they can be parental figures. They end up fostering a 13-year-old girl named Ethel, who was from a polygamous religious sect where she was stuck in a predatory marriage with an adult man.
If I'm gonna be staying here for a while, would it be alright if my son Jonah came to visit?
Hurst then gives Lip a tour of the university, despite Lip telling him he doesn't plan on taking him up on his offer to attend. Hurst warns Lip to not waste his potential, as the alternative is knocking up Karen and working at Best Buy. Jeez. Karen begins to question their relationship, and Lip reassures her that they're just friends with benefits. Later, Steve leaves for the day, and it turns out he does come from a wealthy family, and Candace is his mother. It's also revealed that Steve is in a relationship with another woman, and his name is actually Jimmy Lishman. God. Episode 9 begins with Kevin and Veronica arranging to have Ethel's son, Jonah, visit them, and try to see if they can adopt him as well so that Ethel can see him more often. Meanwhile, Debbie does some digging and tracks down where Steve actually lives and discovers his real name. Debbie is hurt that Steve would lie to her sister like this, and Steve explains that he despises his family and wants to be nothing like them. He reveals he loves Fiona and has already bought the house next to theirs so that he and Fiona can live there together. He plans to renovate it and asks that Debbie keep it a secret. Debbie agrees to, but only after blackmailing him. Later, Cash catches Ian cheating on him with Mickey in his store. This makes Cash finally stand up to Mickey for all the shoplifting and shoots him in his leg. Mickey is taken to the hospital and later to jail, where he and Ian promise to keep their relationship a secret. Meanwhile, Frank has some settlement money coming his way, but he needs both his signature and Monica's. Eesh, how long has it been since they've seen each other? With Sheila's help, he manages to trick Monica into meeting us somewhere so she can sign the papers, but when he sees her, it turns out she's in another relationship with a woman named Roberta. He has second thoughts about seeing this, and he tries to leave, but Monica sees him, prompting a car chase in the parking lot, with him and Kevin narrowly escaping. They're followed all the way back to Sheila's house, where Debbie sees her mom, and tearfully pushes her away. Debbie returns home and informs the rest of the Gallaghers that she is at Sheila's, and in anger also reveals that Steve bought the house next door to Fiona. The kids then go to Sheila's house, where they see Frank and Monica arguing, and Monica is overwhelmed when she sees her kids for the first time in years. As they argue, Roberta reveals that she and Monica have been trying to gain custody of Liam, and Frank agrees to it if they sign the papers. Fiona objects to this, as she's practically been Liam's mom more than his actual mother, and scolds Monica for never being there for any of them.
Well, how about you finish this one first?
Taking Liam?
No, nobody's taking anyone anywhere.
Monica apologizes, explaining that while she failed Fiona, Lip, and Ian, she can still be a mother for Debbie, Carl, and Liam. When she asks Debbie and Carl to give her a chance, they hug her. Feeling dejected, Fiona proclaims that she is done taking care of her family and storms out of the house. As she's walking away in the freezing cold, Steve finds her and comforts her by showing her the house he bought for them. Looks nice. Episode 10 begins with Monica trying to handle the usual early morning stress that comes with taking care of the kids. But she's clearly not as good a mother as Fiona. Makes you really respect all that Fiona does. Lip finds out about Monica and Roberta trying to prove that Frank isn't Liam's father with a DNA test. He storms out of the house, furious that they're trying to ruin this family again. Monica realizes how much she messed up and tells Roberta that she wants to be a mother to all the kids again, not just Liam. Seeing how important this is for her, Roberta tells Frank that they aren't signing any papers until he can convince Fiona and the rest of the kids to let them take Liam. Fiona tries to gain custody of the kids, but to do so, she would have to prove that their parents are incompetent and be able to make $30,000 a year. The latter is sadly not the case. Meanwhile, Monica and Roberta get the results of the DNA test back, and it confirms that Frank is indeed Liam's father. Well, that complicates things. They decide that the only option is to blackmail Frank into signing over his parental rights regarding Liam in exchange for signing the papers. Later over dinner, Lip reveals that he and Ian also did DNA tests, hoping to find out that they aren't Frank's kids, which would make it easier for Fiona to adopt them as their legal guardian. Lip turns out to be Frank's son, but Ian turns out that he's the son of Frank's brother. Frank is shocked that Monica would cheat on him with his own brother, but to make things worse, Monica can't remember which of Frank's brothers she slept with. Fiona finally makes it clear that the family does not like Monica and states that if Monica truly loves her children, she will leave Liam with his siblings. In the end, Monica decides to leave and lets Fiona keep Liam. Fiona is so touched that she finally calls Monica Mom, and it's a heartwarming moment. Back with the Jacksons, Eddie recently found out how much unpure his daughter has been having after taking her to a purity ball and called her a. This devastates Karen, and when Sheila finds out, she kicks Eddie out of the house. But she's so angry kicking him out that she doesn't realize she walked out of the house too. Frank happens to be walking by and points out that she's out of the house, and she celebrates. Episode 11 sees Debbie asking Fiona to attend one of the classroom moms meetings at her school, where they help with preparatives, since she's now officially her mom. Fiona struggles to connect with the other moms and their perfect lives, but she does end up befriending one of them, Jasmine, who invites Fiona to go out for drinks. Fiona accepts, though she is weirded out by Jasmine's affectionate behavior, especially when she kisses her later. Lip visits Karen after not seeing her for days and discovers she's changed her whole persona after what her father called her. Lip admits that she technically is a whore after everything she does, and kicks him out of the house. Lip then helps Ian find his real father, so they visit Frank's overbearing mother, Peggy, in prison, hoping she knows where they can find their uncles. They get the names and start looking. They meet Jerry, who's the spitting image of Frank. Man, it's almost like he's played by the same actor. They introduce themselves as Frank's son, prompting Jerry to immediately slam the door in their face. They go to the next brother, Clayton, who looks exactly like Ian, and whose lifestyle and persona is the complete opposite of Frank. So many signs point to Clayton being Ian's father, but not wanting to ruin their lives, Ian decides to leave, saying he's content with the family and lifestyle he already has. Later, Frank finds Karen sobbing in the basement and tries to comfort her. She then tricks him into having underage with her, recording it all for her video blog, Daddyz Gir, as a way to get back at her dad.
Oh, that's not right. No.
Tony has been upset Fiona got back with Steve, so he's been trying to expose him and manages to catch him stealing another car. He arrests Steve and takes him to a dark alleyway where he taunts and beats him. Steve knows he can take him in as it will tarnish his friendship with Fiona, so Tony offers a deal. Steve can surrender himself to authorities or leave and never come back. While driving home, Tony pulls over another one of Steve's stolen vehicles, thinking it was Steve, but he's shocked to discover Lip and Ian were driving it, as Steve had been sort of recruiting Lip to earn extra money lately. The season finale begins with Fiona, Debbie, and Jasmine arriving at the police station, and Fiona tries to convince Tony that Lip and Ian would never be dumb enough to steal a car. Unfortunately, there's nothing Tony can do to save them from doing 5 years in prison unless they confess who gave them the car. Steve finds out what happened and tries to pay their bail, hoping to cover up his involvement in this and still keep Fiona. However, Tony beats him to it when he bribes the chief with Bears season tickets, and Fiona is grateful for what Tony did. Back home, Fiona confronts Ian alone and learns that it was Steve that gave him the car. She's heartbroken, and as she leaves, Ian admits to her that he is gay. Fiona tells him that she always knew and still loves him.
I don't know why I didn't.
You're still on my list.
Steve catches up to Tony and tries to get him to get the charges dropped. He bribes him to take the house he got for him and Fiona, and Tony agrees to get them dropped, but only if Steve leaves town for good. Eddie finally sees the video of Karen and Frank being intimate, and he damn near almost kills Frank while chasing him out of his house. Lip does a better job trying to kill Frank when he finds out, and would have killed him had Kevin not shown up. Depressed and humiliated, Eddie goes out to his ice fishing hut and commits suicide by tying a cinder block to his leg and jumping into the freezing water. Karen then tries to apologize to Lip, and they reconcile and bond over having terrible dads. Frank then tries to apologize to Lip, and Lip accepts his terrible apology by peeing on him. Honestly, I think Frank got off way too easy. Meanwhile, Steve returns to the Gallagher home and asks Fiona to come with him to Costa Rica, confessing his love for her. When he leaves, Lip tells Fiona she should go with him, as she's done more than enough for this family and should have a chance to get out of the South Side while she can. Despite confessing to Steve that she loves him, Fiona decides to not join him in the end and takes the job Jasmine offered her for the winter. The first episode of season 2 opens with many changes to the Gallagher and Jackson homes. Sheila continues to make progress overcoming her agoraphobia, with her goal of making it to the alibi room so she can see Frank. This worries Frank because he's been telling her that he works there and isn't some sort of drunk loser. Karen now attends Addicts Anonymous meetings, and constantly hangs out with Jody, one of the group members. Fiona and Veronica now work as waitresses at a local club, where Fiona has begun a relationship with an investment banker named Adam. Debbie and Carl are running a summer babysitting service in the house to bring in extra funds. Lip, along with Ian and Mandy, played by a different actress, formed a fight club to earn money, while also trying to get back with Karen. And Tony has now moved into the house next to the Gallaghers, where he constantly performs renovations. At the alibi room, Kevin learns from the racist bar owner, Stan, that their electric bill is incredibly higher than it should be. This is because Kevin, with Ethel's help, has been growing tons of weed in the bar's basement, and has begun using all the electricity to help them grow. He and Lip have been using an ice cream truck to sell the weed around town, pretending to also sell ice cream so the cops don't get suspicious. Apparently, Veronica was not on board with this, as Kevin promised he wouldn't sell so much weed, for fear of him going to prison. She tells him to destroy all of it. He does, but then without her knowing, he buries some of it in the backyard. Back at Ian's work, Cash continues to cheat on Linda, but it's gotten to the point that he is tired of living a lie and leaves a pregnant Linda for another man. Ian has had enough of him and decides to attend West Point. Lip finds out and at first is angry at him because there's a good chance Ian will get killed, but then decides to help him on his application. Episode 2 begins with Mickey finally being released from prison, allowing Ian and Mickey to resume their romantic relationship. After hooking up, Ian offers Mickey a job at Cash's, despite Linda not approving since he used to be a frequent shoplifter there. He ends up becoming the shop's security, preventing others from shoplifting. It's ironic, but it's wholesome. While trying to find a place to stay due to some random sleeping changes in the Gallagher household, Carl stumbles upon Fiona's old high school diary and reads out loud about Fiona's obsession with someone named Craig Heisner. Fiona is embarrassed that he found that and gives him the van to sleep in to silence him. Eventually, Jasmine finds out about Fiona's old obsession with Craig and manages to track him down on Facebook and send Fiona's number to him. Fiona resents Jasmine for doing that, but is curious to see what'll happen. While selling ice cream, Kevin gives Lip some advice regarding him and Karen, and Lip becomes convinced that Karen is ready to marry Jody, especially when he sees Karen passionately kissing Jody one night. Damn! This makes Lip upset, and he and Karen were still secretly continuing their relationship after he told her he loved her. During the summer, Lip has been helping out Hurst doing whatever, and in episode 3, Hurst helps him meet with Colonel McNally from the Marine Corps. This is so he can ask for any advice on getting into West Point for Ian's sake. McNally promises to help him if Lip works on his project, hinting that he has more of an interest in Lip than Ian. It turns out Craig regularly checks Facebook and saw Fiona's number, so he texted her asking if she wanted to hang out. Fiona and Craig meet for coffee, and Craig admits he may or may not have also had a crush on her in high school, but was afraid to make the first move for fear of rejection. Craig's life has been very successful ever since high school, even marrying his high school sweetheart. Heartbroken over not having a good life with Craig, Fiona calls Steve. They are both happy to hear each other's voices, despite Steve getting at the moment by his Portuguese wife, Estefania. Turns out Kevin was right, and Jody did propose to Karen. So in episode 4, Karen informs Lip that they can't be together anymore. They still decide to be friends, so maybe there's still hope for them. I may have jinxed it. Meanwhile, Debbie's babysitting service has been placing too much stress on her and made her develop a nasty rash on her arm. Fiona has Veronica treat it, during which Fiona mentions that she called Steve. Veronica urges Fiona to not call him again unless she has a very good reason. Concerned for her sister, Fiona begs Debbie to take a break from babysitting and start acting like an 11-year-old. Debbie is too stubborn, so Fiona forces her to throw a slumber party for fun. Aside from running the bar, Kevin also coaches a basketball team, and one day he introduces Ethel to one of his players, Malik, whom he noticed she's been eyeing lately.
Where I come from, it's an honor to share your man.
Really? How about I honor you with a brick upside your head?
All right, Tanisha.
Turns out he and Ethel already have a lot in common, such as already being teenage parents, which causes some tension between the girl Malik used to be with. The slumber party begins, and Debbie invites a few kids from her class, as well as a promiscuous 14-year-old girl still in the 4th grade named Holly. During the party, Lip ends up sleeping with Mandy and realizing she'll have with anyone, and gets her to try and seduce Jody in hopes of ruining his relationship with Karen. The next day, Karen kicks Lip in the balls after finding out he tried to get Mandy to sleep with Jody, whom he rejected. Karen then accidentally lets slip that she's pregnant, and everyone is shocked. Honestly, I'm shocked Karen getting pregnant didn't happen sooner. The episode ends with Sheila about to finally arrive at the alibi room, and Frank's squatting days are officially over. But as soon as she leaves the house, the wheels from an airplane suddenly fall from the sky and almost crush her. All her progress has been for for nothing as she runs back into the house, and Frank falls to his knees, thanking God for this literal deus ex machina. The next episode begins with Eddie's corpse being found by a yacht in Lake Michigan. Sheila is still shaken up about the airplane wheel, is even more shaken up when she finds out Eddie's officially dead. Frank is still hanging around her house and views this as an opportunity to collect Eddie's life insurance benefits and pension.
He was the kind of father who provided for his family. I just need his social security number.
Fiona comforts Lip over Karen, pointing out that Lip might actually be the father because of how intimate they've been, even when Karen was with Jody. Lip points out that he wasn't the only person that was screwing Karen, so literally anyone in Chicago could be the father.
So what are you gonna do? I'm not taking care of another kid.
Lip takes this idea that he might be the father seriously though, and he tries to be there for Karen and the baby. It's here that he learns that she and Jody already got married. Tough luck, Lip. Frank goes to drink at the alibi room and has everyone toast to Eddie's death. Kevin tells Frank to not celebrate just yet as the police are asking around, and Frank is the prime suspect as the last time they were together, Eddie threatened to kill him. Frank then tries to create a convincing alibi for where he was when Eddie committed suicide. However, Frank still gets arrested, not for the suspected murder of Eddie, but instead for having with Karen while she was underage. Awaiting his possible judgment of 30 years in prison, Frank is ironically released. He returns home to find that Sheila already knew about the incident and is completely heartbroken. Frank is confused, but learns that Karen told Sheila that she forced herself on him, and it wasn't his fault. McNally visits Ian, courtesy of Lip, and personally hands him a West Point application. Only it's not for Ian, but for Lip. Ian confronts Lip about why he got the application and not him, and Lip tries to convince him that it was all a misunderstanding. Words are said, and the two end up fighting each other.
I'll make West Point on my own. I don't need you.
Meanwhile, Malik shows his love towards Ethel by having his dad, who's in prison, stab Ethel's husband Clyde in prison, and he eventually succumbs to his wounds. These two are perfect for each other. The episode ends with Fiona getting dropped off from a date and is shocked to find that Steve came back. Looks like she's not the only one who can't let go of the past. Episode 6 begins with Peggy being released early from prison, and upon returning home has Debbie and Carl help her remodel the bathroom. They retrieve a gun and some money she hid there before going to prison, along with a jar of someone's finger, and she pays them to keep silent about this.
I have several questions.
Steve finds Tony married to another woman and tries to bribe him into not getting him arrested while he's in town. Steve reunites with Fiona, where they both tell each other that they're seeing other people, prompting Steve to invite them both to go on a double date. Peggy surprises Frank with being out of prison, and Frank almost has a heart attack when he sees her, as he has so much PTSD from being raised by her. Peggy enlists him to help her get revenge on an ex-partner of hers. But all Frank does is remind her of how much of a loser he is.
50 grand, huh?
Not bad for a day's work.
Jesus!
Fiona and Adam have lunch with Steve and Estefania, his new Portuguese wife, whom we find out later he married in order to pay off a debt he owed towards Estefania's father, Nando, a mafia mob leader. Fiona gets upset and leaves to the bathroom, and Steve follows her inside. She's furious at him, but then Steve tells her how much he misses her, prompting them to make love in the bathroom. They both come back, failing to sell the fact that they didn't just try to have. So Adam storms out, breaking up with Fiona. At Karen and Jody's wedding party, Sheila accidentally mixes up her medication due to being overwhelmed by all the people in her house, and gives a drunk toast that turns into a drunken tirade towards how terrible a person Peggy is.
You know what? You've got a demon mind and a devil's womb and heart, and your smells of brimstone and sulfur!
Peggy has enough of Sheila and pulls out a gun, prompting Steve of all people to jump in and save Sheila. Frank then runs upstairs and secretly calls the cops, hoping Peggy will go back to prison, but unfortunately Tony happened to be at the party and he turned the cops away. After finding out that Clyde had died, Ethel packs her bags and secretly runs away with Malik, worrying Kevin and Veronica. They later also discover that the two lovebirds also stole Kevin's buried marijuana, using it to get cash and leave the city. Meanwhile, Debbie accidentally spills the tea about Steve's real name and identity, making Fiona furious. Eddie's life insurance bill arrives, and it's worth $75,000, and Frank is furious to discover he left it all to Karen. He lashes out at Jody, which makes Sheila finally kick Frank out of the house. Having nowhere else to go, Frank returns home after looking for Aunt Ginger's checks, but Peggy has already discovered what Frank has been doing. She tells him that she is the new Aunt Ginger, as she will now be living there for a long time. Frank then goes on another angry tirade, blaming her for how his life turned out, but she doesn't care. Fiona sees this and and joins a defeated Frank on the porch, bonding over how terrible their parents are. Frank ends up rooming with Carl in the van. The next episode begins with Jasmine inviting Fiona to a party she's hosting on David's boat. An older man she's been having an affair with. Fiona says she'll think about it, as she's more preoccupied with making sure the kids start school next week. Steve, or should I now say Jimmy from here on out, finally confronts Fiona about everything, but Fiona refuses to do anything with him. Not even his fake tears can save him this time. Karen's belly grows bigger every day, and ironically, so does her disillusionment with her life with Jody. She later kicks Jody out of the house, so he decides to camp outside her house until he lets her back in. Meanwhile, Ian is still mad at Lip over the West Point incident, and another argument ensues, followed by more fighting. Peggy walks in just as they're about to fight, but instead of telling them to stop, she encourages them to fight it out with just their fists, and determine who is the alpha. Fiona ends up going to Jasmine's party and finds herself speaking alone with Jimmy, whom Jasmine invited with Fiona's knowledge. He tries to convince Fiona that she's making a bigger deal out of this than she needs to, adding that all she has to do is say the word and he will leave Estefania. Fiona points out the irony in that statement, and a drunk Estefania crashes their conversation, prompting Jimmy to take her home. Fiona cries alone, and Jasmine comes to comfort her, misreading the moment and confesses her love to Fiona before passionately kissing her. Jasmine apologizes, blaming the alcohol and drugs for what just happened, and Fiona leaves. She returns home to find Peggy being dropped off by paramedics after fainting in front of a hardware store.
Are you the guardians of Margaret Gallagher?
She is.
She's my grandmother. What happened?
They inform her that Peggy has stage 4 cancer, and this causes Frank to rethink his plan to get rid of Peggy. Lip and Ian finally meet for their fist fight, but they get tired fighting each other and eventually reconcile in the end. Kevin and Veronica are still mourning the absence of Ethel, and they decide that it is time to have a baby. Jasmine arrives at the Gallagher home, still apologizing for the other night, and asks for a place to stay, as her husband just found out about her affair. Fiona refuses to let her stay, and Jasmine lashes out at her for giving her everything, even getting Estefania drunk so she could have with Jimmy. Fiona tells her to leave and she storms out, walking past Jimmy as he arrives. Jimmy asks why she didn't meet him at the airport, and she explains that she was on her way but is not sure why she decided not to. Jimmy tells her that he loves her, and she rejects him again. In episode 8, we see Frank continuing to take care of Peggy, dividing his time between staying at home and staying at Sheila's, which causes some tension between the two women. Frank then goes to the store to get supplies for Peggy and stumbles upon Ian and Mickey having. He doesn't seem shocked or annoyed over what he just saw, confusing both of them. I guess he's got bigger fish to fry at the moment. As the kids leave for school, Fiona finds Lip still in bed and discovers that he dropped out of his senior years so he could get a job and take care of Karen and the baby. Lip argues that Fiona herself did the same thing, and Fiona scolds him, saying that she only did it to raise them. Lip then agrees to go back to school only if Fiona goes back and finishes high school, so they shake on it, with Fiona agreeing to get her GED. At school, Karen reveals to Lip that she plans on giving up the baby for adoption, as she doesn't feel she'll be a great mother. Lip sits in with her at an adoption agency, and it becomes clear Karen is only doing this for the money, and becomes upset when she finds out she doesn't get any money for giving up the baby. He later confronts her about this, prompting her to remind him that there is no proof the baby is even his. Karen's decision causes Lip to get so mad that he curses at the teacher when she asks him a question and then throws a chair through a window. The incident causes Lip to get expelled, and Lip's guidance counselor informs Fiona that he has been given one more chance at another school after he pulled a few strings. Meanwhile, Mickey's been afraid Frank will expose his and Ian's relationship and that his homophobic, abusive dad will find out. So he's been trying to find Frank and kill him. Ian tries to stop him, prompting Mickey to end their relationship and quit his job. Mickey, along with his other goons, finally catch up with Frank at the alibi room and prepare to kill him. However, just as Mickey is about to go through with it, he chickens out and instead purposefully gets himself arrested, violating his probation. Meanwhile, Peggy's condition gets worse and she has to be taken care of by Sheila and Jody. This inadvertently gives Sheila and Peggy the chance to reconcile and forget their past grievances with each other. It's something Sheila has tried to get Frank to do with Peggy since it's clear Peggy doesn't have much time left. Eventually, Peggy has had enough of living, so she asks Sheila to help kill her. They try various methods until Sheila succeeds with the good old pillow over the face technique. Come on, tell me that's not a nod to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Frank walks in right as Sheila kills his mother, with her permission, of course, and Frank mourns her death by celebrating. Jeez. Lip comes home and Fiona scolds him for getting expelled and tells him about the new school he's going to. Lip makes it clear he doesn't want to go to the new school, so Fiona gives him an ultimatum. Either he attends the school or he's gone. So Lip moves out.
Well, I'm not going back to school, so I guess it means I'm leaving.
The episode ends with Frank visiting Monica and crying in her arms over the death of his mother. Okay, so now that's the normal response. Episode 9 begins with Fiona waking up to find Monica and Frank cooking breakfast for everyone. Fiona and the rest of the kids learn about Peggy's death and deduce that's the reason why Monica is here. She and Roberta aren't a thing anymore, and there's a lot of speculation over whether or not Monica will be staying for good and has changed this time. Monica ends up doing nice things for everyone, hoping to be given a second chance to be their mother again. She even surprises Frank when she takes care of Peggy's remains by cremating her, and Frank, still mourning, uses some of her ashes for his cigarette. Lip tries to find a place to stay, eventually coming to Jimmy, and Jimmy allows him to stay if he helps him with his business. And because there's a chance, this will help him get back with Fiona. While Jimmy is away, Lip catches Estefania having phone with someone named Marco. Fiona then sees that Lip is staying with Jimmy and confronts him about it, telling him that Lip needs to be in school. Jimmy calms her by saying it was either his place or the L train. All day, Sheila and Jody have been trying to get rid of the evil spirits that are living in her house, unaware that it's just Frank trying to find the money Peggy left for him, that she actually left for his brothers instead. During the search, Sheila and Jody can't help themselves and end up having with each other.
No, honey, no. I'm busy with something.
Monica takes Ian to a gay bar, and it helps him take his mind off of Mickey and the guilt of getting him locked up again. Meanwhile, Lip tells Jimmy about Estefania and Marco, and he lashes out, suddenly taking Fiona's side about Lip's housing situation. Monica is still spending more time with her family in episode 10, often getting Debbie and Carl to stay up late at night to watch movies with her and Frank. This causes them to wake up very tired each morning, and Fiona begins to suspect something is very wrong with Monica. Monica, not thinking straight, accidentally stumbles upon the Gallagher's squirrel fund and decides to buy drugs for Frank. Lots of gifts for the kids, and a car. It's here that we learn Monica is bipolar. Kevin returns home and finds a depressed Veronica, as she just found out that it is very unlikely she will have kids, as she has PID. Kevin tries to comfort her, but the conversation turns into an argument, and Kevin punches a hole in the wall before storming out. They later reconcile over their past argument, and they decide to not give up trying to have a kid, as the doctor never said Veronica getting pregnant was impossible. Meanwhile, Jimmy has been trying to smuggle Marco into the States, but his efforts have been a complete disaster. Estefania finds out about how terrible it's all been going and tells Jimmy that he is a dead man. Monica's bipolar disorder really starts going off the rails because she stopped taking her meds, resulting in her letting Carl drive the car and crash it. Lip is informed that she is now being held down at the station and comes back home looking for the emergency money to bail her out, only to discover that it's all gone. He's then forced to use his own money to bail them out.
You hear me? I'm right here. I'm right here.
Lip tells Fiona what happened, and she comes home from work and tells her everything Monica did. She scolds Monica and cleans up the house like she always has to, crying to herself. Thanksgiving's around the corner in episode 11 as Fiona tries to sell everything Monica bought using their squirrel fund. During this, the kids have been trying to cheer Monica up as she's been staying in bed for days, ashamed of what she did, a result of her bipolar disorder. Frank manages to get her out of bed, but only because he needs her to help get the money that Peggy gave to his brothers. He gives her a little motivation boost with some drugs. They first find Clayton, and Monica still finds him handsome, wink wink. Frank then has Monica seduce Clayton into giving them the money, and Clayton almost gives it to her, but then Monica has another bipolar episode, and Frank has to help her. Meanwhile, Jimmy finally manages to find out what happened to Marco, and he and Estefania finally reunite. They begin making passionate love in every possible place, which annoys Jimmy and Lip. Sheila confesses to Karen that she slept with Jody, and Karen says she already knew because she could hear them as they were doing it. Karen actually encourages them to continue as she's happy for them and wants absolutely nothing to do with Jody. Karen reveals to Lip that she got someone to pay $8 grand for the baby. Still thinking the kid is his, Lip records messages on a camcorder for his future kids, saying how he wishes he could be there for him and watch him grow up. In the other room, Marco finds out that Jimmy and Estefania were married and prepares to kill Jimmy until Jimmy gives Marco his Steve Wilton identity, allowing him to live here legally and still be married to Estefania. Frank and Monica finally make it home, where Monica crawls onto the stairs and tells Frank that she's tired of being herself. Frank crawls to her and comforts her by singing her a lullaby. While all this takes place, Ian is enjoying a very romantic one-night stand with a very wealthy man named Lloyd that he met at a gay bar earlier that day. Jimmy visits the Gallagher home and tells Fiona that he kicked Lip out, but doesn't know where he went, as the deal was to simply kick him out. Fiona gives him a passionate thank you kiss and lets him sleep on the couch. The next morning, Frank visits Sheila to tell her that Monica is back, thinking she'll be mad, and then finds out Sheila and Jody are sleeping together. Suddenly, Karen's water breaks, and everyone rushes off to the hospital. As Lip rushes to the hospital to make sure Karen is okay, the rest of the Gallaghers have a wonderful Thanksgiving together. That is, until they hear a noise in the kitchen and find Monica having slit her wrists. She's then rushed to the hospital, and everyone goes with her except Frank, afraid to face what just happened. As Monica is stabilized, the Gallaghers find out Karen is having her baby upstairs. So they all rush up to see Karen give birth, making things very uncomfortable for an already uncomfortable Karen. She gives birth to a healthy baby boy, a healthy Asian boy, to be exact. Everyone is shocked, no more shocked than Lip, and Karen casually states that she had slept with someone named Timmy Wong, just as many times as Lip. Lip storms out and tells the adoptive couple what has happened, but they really wanted a white baby, so they refuse to take it. Fiona tries to comfort Lip, but he walks away, heartbroken that the baby wasn't his after believing it was for so long. He destroys the tape he left for the baby and leaves. The episode ends with Sheila stealing the baby and running off with Jody. What the hell? The last episode of season 2 begins with Frank finding a distraught Monica in a psychiatric institution. Frank promises to be there for her when she gets out in 72 hours, but she tells Frank that she actually checked herself in for another 60 days. Frank tells her that he loves her and that he can take care of her, but they both know that that's impossible. Frank is still determined to get her out of here somehow. Karen checks out early from the hospital and confronts her mother about taking the baby. She wants Sheila to get rid of it or send it back, but Sheila refuses to give up her grandson, so Karen calls the police. Tony and another cop come for Karen's baby, although they were given the impression that a kidnapping was involved.
Man, look how handsome you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Give it to the damn cop, Mom.
Since Sheila has already volunteered to care for the baby, the cops decide they have better things to do and leave. Karen then gives Sheila an ultimatum. Either she or the baby stays. It turns out Sheila chose the baby over Karen, so Karen packs up and leaves. Lip tries to convince Karen that she'll regret doing this, but she still decides to leave. Fiona tells Jimmy that she wants to meet his family. Jimmy's hesitant at first, but eventually allows her to see them. Fiona finds Lip over at Mandy's and tells him that she passed her GED. She wants him to fulfill his end of the agreement, but he decides to be stubborn and refuses to come home. Fiona then simply tells him that she wants him home simply because she and everyone else misses him. Jimmy takes Fiona to a nice, fancy dinner to meet his family, along with Ian and Carl. There's a lot of passive aggressiveness in Jimmy's family, hence why he tried to get away from them all. And things get even worse when Jimmy's father turns out to be Lloyd from Ian's one-night stand. Uh-oh. They return home and Jimmy once again tells Fiona that he loves her, and that he won't ever leave her.
Everybody always leaves.
I won't.
With the help of a bar patron, Frank sneaks his way into the hospital with Debbie so they can help Monica escape. But when they find her, she's already getting oral from another woman. Monica reminds him that she doesn't want to leave, but Frank and Debbie manage to convince her that they need her. So they execute Frank's escape plan. The plan works, but Monica ends up leaving with her new girlfriend, telling a broken-hearted Debbie that they're better off without her. Frank returns home, still pissed Monica left him, and eventually gets into a fight with Ian. Frank gets knocked out with a frying pan and carried into the yard as Lip returns home. Fiona immediately gives him a big hug, and everyone follows as the first snow begins to fall. As everyone falls asleep, Fiona and Jimmy finally make love, like they did before. The first episode of season 3 begins with Debbie being the only one concerned that Frank has been gone 137 days, with Fiona convinced that he will be back. Jimmy's been living with the Gallaghers ever since he and Fiona got back together, and he's starting to drive Fiona crazy as all he does is sit around the house and play dad. The reason why is because there's a scary black Escalade constantly parked right outside the Gallagher home, and Jimmy's afraid that it's there for him. He makes the dumb decision to step outside for 1 second, and the Escalade and another black car corner him. Several Portuguese mafia men pile out and apprehend Jimmy, as we are finally introduced to Nando, who's here wondering where his daughter Estefania is. Jimmy takes Nando to where Estefania and Marco are staying, and Nando immediately executes Marco when he sees him, as according to Nando, Estefania has been unfaithful to Jimmy. Damn. They dispose of Marco's body in a classic mob-like fashion, while a crying Estefania watches. Nando speaks with Jimmy on his private yacht, while they dispose of Marco's body parts in Lake Michigan. He instructs Jimmy to honor his marriage to Estefania so she can go to school here and get an American citizenship, hinting that if he doesn't, then it won't be just Marco that'll be swimming with the fishes. This does mean that Jimmy will have to get an honest job, so no more stealing cars. But Nando does let Jimmy keep seeing Fiona. As to him, Fiona is nothing more than a ghetto prostitute. Meanwhile, Lip's guidance counselor finds out that he got a 4.6 GPA, and once again encourages him to go to college. Lip is getting annoyed by people expecting him to do great things in life. Frank eventually makes his way back home, but only Debbie is happy to see him. Turns out he had drunkenly stumbled his way to Mexico and was able to make it back by becoming a drug mule and hiding drugs up his butt. Sheila trained him well. The next episode begins with Mickey getting released from jail, and he and Ian once again pick things up right where they left off. Jaime, Karen's baby, has been nothing but a nightmare for Sheila to raise, as he won't stop crying. One morning, she accidentally leaves him on top of the dumpster because she's so tired, and luckily rescues him before the garbage men mistake him for garbage. Sheila feels so ashamed after almost killing Jaime, and Jody comforts her, telling her she's not a terrible mother, just a tired one. Jimmy manages to get away from the house without Nando's henchman, Beto, seeing him. But somehow, Beto finds him trying to steal another car instead of getting an honest job, and breaks Jimmy's fingers so he won't do it again. Sheila lets Debbie babysit Jaime, so she and Jody can finally get some rest, and Debbie has no choice but to take him to Frank. Frank gets Jaime to stop crying and sleep by giving him Valium, and saying he did the same for all of his kids. Frank comes home drunk the next morning, and he goes on another drunken tirade. Everyone's had enough of him again, so they kick him out, and then Frank accidentally destroys Debbie's school project that she worked so hard on. Debbie, being the last one who still believed in Frank, finally snaps like she's never snapped before. She hits Frank until he leaves, throwing a gut-wrenching tantrum into her pillow. Lip, Ian, and Carl carry Frank outside and toss his drunken excuse for a body into the dumpster. With nowhere else to go, he once again turns to asking Sheila for a place to stay, and she immediately says yes after hearing how Frank calmed Jaime last time, not knowing that he used Valium. The episode ends with Kevin's wife Cheryl showing up at his house, and Veronica is not happy to finally meet her. Not much happens in this next episode, so I'll be brief. Veronica stayed over at the Gallaghers that night, and comes back to find Kevin still in shock that Cheryl showed up. He shows Veronica divorce papers that he got off the internet, hoping to make his leaving Cheryl official. But she's still not satisfied, as Cheryl has really made herself at home. Meanwhile, Debbie finds comfort in Cheryl's son Kyle after what happened to her, and experiences her first kiss with him. Fiona and Veronica come home to find Kevin and Cheryl not home for the notary, so she can sign the divorce papers, and Veronica freaks out. Kevin apologizes for missing the meeting, and confirms his love to Veronica, making her cry tears of joy. Cheryl walks in, and a heated argument ensues, with Cheryl letting slip that Kyle is her sister's kid.
He isn't even mine. He's my sister's, you stupid piece of. What does she say?
Veronica attacks Cheryl and forces her to sign the divorce papers. They leave and everyone celebrates what Veronica did. Nothing important also happens in the next episode until towards the end. Jimmy gets a call from his dad to meet him at a bar, and we see in the background someone throwing his clothes out the bedroom window. Lloyd tells Jimmy that he and his mother are getting a divorce, but won't say why. He lets him crash at the Gallagher home in the meantime, making things awkward for Ian. That night, a drunk Lloyd undresses and climbs into bed with what he thinks is Ian, but it turns out to be Lip. Ian later explains to Fiona and Lip about his relationship with Lloyd, and adds that he didn't know he was Jimmy's dad at the time. Jimmy confronts his dad, thinking this was why Candace kicked him out, but it turns out Lloyd is broke. Lloyd confesses he was trying to get into bed with Ian, and Jimmy is left speechless. Fiona comforts him because what else can she do at this point? In the next episode, Fiona wakes to find out that the city will be doing sewer line work in their backyard, which will leave them without water on this hot summer day. Debbie reminds them that Aunt Ginger is buried in the backyard still, so Fiona and Frank dig her body up because if the city finds her, then everyone will know that he has been illegally cashing her checks. The problem is he can't remember exactly where she's buried, so this may take a while. Meanwhile, Lloyd visits Ian at work, asking him to break into his house and steal some of his possessions, as Candace already changed the locks. Ian is interested and tells Mickey about it, who agrees to do it as long as he can bring his goons. During all this, Mickey wonders what Ian sees in him, and Ian says he isn't afraid to kiss him. Lip and Mandy have still been seeing each other, but lately he's been blowing her off and hating being around her. Kevin tells Lip that maybe Karen really did a number on him. Frank continues to be useless trying to find the body, so Fiona makes the kids help look for the body. During this time, Jimmy drunkenly shows up, still distraught over learning his father is gay, and wants Fiona's emotional support. When Fiona downplays it, Jimmy calls her out for not supporting him when he always supported her. This causes Fiona to go into a rant, detailing all of the problems in the family, like the fact that they are literally digging up a dead relative in their backyard. Jimmy then walks away upset and ends up going to Estefania for emotional support. That night, Lip leaves Karen a voicemail, telling her that her son is doing fine, and so is her family, and then rants about how much better off they are without her. Later, he and Mandy reconcile and enjoy some fireworks that he got. Meanwhile, Mickey and his goons break into Lloyd's house, but before Mickey goes inside, he gives Ian a kiss for no reason. Oh. They get Lloyd's stuff and take whatever they want, but Candace catches them and shoots Mickey in the butt with a shotgun. They take him back to the Gallagher home where Lloyd takes care of him. Unaware, there is an amateur social worker named Brittany watching them right outside inside their home. Fiona finally finds Aunt Ginger's body, but her reaction is cut short when Fiona realizes Brittany is from Child Protective Services. Honestly, she couldn't come at a worse time. Due to what Brittany saw, episode 6 begins with Brittany separating the kids. Fiona asks who gave up the anonymous tip about their lifestyle, but she refuses to give it away.
It was Frank, in case you were wondering, though I doubt he remembers.
Lip and Ian are placed in a group home that's more like a prison, and Carl gets placed somewhere with Liam. Unfortunately, Debbie is placed somewhere all alone, which makes her very scared because last time she and Carl were placed together. Carl and Liam end up with a gay couple, which gives Carl the one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn how gay people have after asking them so many questions lately. Fiona returns home and cries when she sees how empty the house is now. She tries to get Monica to come back and prove that they have proper guardians, but with no way of getting in touch with her, she has no choice but to enlist Frank. Fiona and Jimmy find Frank with another hangover at the alibi room and inform him of the situation. She forces him to sober up and threatens to tell the city about Aunt Ginger's dead body that she just found if he doesn't cooperate. Frank, of course, doesn't do something for someone unless he gets something in return, so he promises to do this in exchange for free roam of his house. Meanwhile, Kevin and Veronica have gotten desperate trying to make a baby to no success, so Veronica suggests that Kevin sleep with Carol as a surrogate mother. Kevin and Carol are both against the idea at first, but Veronica convinces them to at least try. For the petition of custody, Frank is forced to sober up and formally ask for the permits. However, his lawyer, Lou Deckner, tells him that his case will not be taken seriously unless he is accompanied by his wife for the signatures. So Frank asks Sheila to pose as Monica. Sheila is against the idea at first until Fiona and Jody convince her to do it for the kids. Brittany falls for the ruse, but she still requires them to take parenting classes, as well as pass a drug test. Frank hates the thought of sitting through parenting classes again, but Sheila sees the idea as a chance to find out where she went wrong with Karen. And in case you were wondering about the drug test, Frank passes it by hiding clean urine in his mouth. I'm not gonna ask whose urine it is. During all of this, Ian is allowed to leave the group home to work at the store, but of course, he decides to spend all of his time with Mickey. Unfortunately, Mickey's dad walks in on them being intimate and finally learns that his son is gay. He beats them both and threatens to kill Ian. He then has his boy, a Russian prostitute named Svetlana, to make Mickey straight again, forcing Ian to watch. That's kind of rough. In the end, Brittany tells Fiona that the paperwork is now approved, and when Fiona asks over the anonymous tip, Brittany is not legally allowed to say and only hints that it was a man. Feeling sorry for Fiona, she decides to break her protocol and allow Fiona to accidentally listen to the phone call when she leaves for the bathroom. Fiona listens to the file and is shocked to learn that it was Frank. Damn. Thinking he has the upper hand, episode 7 begins with Frank planning to appeal to maintain his paternity rights and tries to get sobriety chips to help his case. Meanwhile, Fiona is preparing to ask a lawyer to help her gain full custody of her siblings, planning to cut ties with Frank after discovering he was the anonymous tip. To better her chances, Fiona decides to forge a will in Aunt Ginger's name that states she left the house to them, forging Monica's signature to sign away her paternity rights. Fiona even has Veronica find an unidentified dead body for her that will pose as Aunt Ginger so Frank can't cash any more of her checks. During this, Ian finds Mickey, who's still recovering from everything that recently happened, and Ian is heartbroken when Mickey chooses to ignore him. At the request of his mom, Tommy Wong shows up at Sheila's claiming to be the father of Karen's baby and wanting his son back. Despite protesting giving up Jaime at first, Sheila realizes Jaime might be better off living with them. Sheila then has Frank host intervention for Jody, as he's been going crazy lately, and convinces him into changing for Sheila's sake. Frank also uses this opportunity to steal Jody's chips so he can show that he is sober. The hearing takes place and Fiona proves that she is capable of being the kid's legal guardian. During this, Lip and Mandy file Aunt Ginger's will, and it turns out their obnoxious cousin Patrick Gallagher has already filed a forged will. Frank and Fiona go back and forth with the judge trying to gain custody, and the judge then speaks privately with Fiona. He believes Fiona should be the legal guardian, but warns her that if she does this, she is giving away her future, adding that she will be raising these kids for the next 20 years, maybe even the rest of her life. Fiona accepts, making her the kid's legal guardian, but still keeping Frank as their legal father as long as he attends 60 days of AA meetings. All the kids celebrate, and Frank celebrates by getting drunk as usual. The only one who doesn't celebrate is Jimmy. The episode ends with a shocking turn of events. Karen finally comes home, and Sheila is overjoyed to see her. Episode 8 begins with Aunt Ginger's funeral, where Fiona confronts Patrick about the other forged will. The will gives Patrick Patrick the house instead, and he plans to renovate it and flip it since he's a contractor. This makes things difficult for them because they can't prove that Patrick's will was a forged one without revealing theirs was also forged. Lip finds out Karen is back, and Karen says she got his message and was happy to hear his voice, even if his voice was hateful. Karen had a rough time away from home, and she knows about him and Mandy. She asks if they're happy, and Lip says they are, and then he leaves, still shaken up that she is back. Later, Mrs. Wong reveals to Sheila that Karen had called the Wong family asking them to take Jaime away from Sheila. Devastated, Sheila confronts Karen over what she did, and Karen admits everything as she wanted to return to their simpler life before Jaime. Fiona tries to diplomatically convince Patrick to reconsider taking the house, but Patrick's not dumb and is already 3 steps ahead of her. He tells her that they can stay if they pay $1,800 in rent, which they obviously can't afford. In the end, they're able to get the house back from Patrick when Debbie claims Patrick her. Tony arrests Patrick, and Fiona considers dropping the charges only if he agrees to a 50-year lease at $500 a month. He does, and the Gallaghers get to keep their home. During this, Jimmy ends up getting a job as a barista at a coffee shop, where he runs into an old colleague from medical school, Andy. And he invites Jimmy to come to a dinner event where he'll meet a lot of other doctors that would love to see him, and Jimmy ends up going with him. In the next episode, Mandy has been jealous ever since Karen came back, especially after finding out that she and Lip saw each other. She then tells Lip that she applied to him to several colleges and that someone from MIT is coming later that day, but Lip isn't too thrilled to hear this. Fiona recently started working as a temp in a marketing department office for a cup company, where she's instructed to stick to a strict script when she makes her calls to customers. During one of her calls, Fiona ends up going off script, which angers her supervisor, reminding her to stick to the script. Many of her coworkers start complaining about her unconventional work ethic, and her superior Mike Pratt calls Fiona into his office to talk about it. Thinking she's been called in to get fired, Fiona is shocked when Mike actually congratulates her for all that she's done. The two of them even have a great chemistry together, hinting there might be another romance between them. The MIT representative arrives and Lip immediately blows him off, but then the representative does the most reverse psychology on Lip that makes him want to do the interview. The MIT representative has Lip write a 250-word essay and then asks him what he wants to do at MIT. Lip says he wants to work in robotics but doesn't want to take any classes, he just wants to use their labs. The representative says he'll see what he can do. Lip thanks Mandy for trying to get him into MIT, but wonders why she's wanting to send him somewhere far away like Boston. Mandy says she hoped he would take her, as no one has ever been good to her like he has. Lately, Jimmy's been struggling, trying to live life, being poor and having to get an honest job. Beto sees this and tells him that he's not cut out for this life with Fiona and should leave before they get too attached, or worse, have a kid. Ian finds out that Mickey is being forced to marry Svetlana and wants Mickey to admit that they had something. Mickey refuses and instead beats up, so he'll stop pressing the issue, but Ian refuses to lose the man he loves. Lip and Karen secretly resume their relationship, and Karen encourages Lip to dump Mandy if he's so fed up with how she's controlling his life. Later, Lip tells Karen that they can't see each other anymore because he's with Mandy now. Karen gets upset and threatens Mandy over the phone. Sheila comes to Karen after spending the day with Debbie and apologizes to her for being a terrible mother and for everything else she's done. Karen's about to forgive her when she gets a text from Lip asking them to meet at the park. As she crosses the street, she's run over by Mandy with her car and left unconscious in the middle of the street. Damn. In the next episode, Lip struggles to perform for Mandy because he can't get what happened to Karen out of his head, not knowing it was Mandy who did it. Lip says he wants to go by the hospital, be there for Karen, who's currently in a coma, and this frustrates Mandy. Jimmy tells Beto that his plan is to get back into medical school in Michigan, and Beto reminds him that Estefania might not like the idea of them moving to Michigan. Ian tells Lip that Mickey's getting married and that Svetlana is pregnant, and the poor dude is still convinced that what he and Mickey had was real. Lip encourages Ian to move on and find someone new, and particularly someone his age this time.
And someone in his early 20s, not some old dude like Cash or Ned. You.
Lip visits Karen at the hospital and expresses his guilt to Sheila, as the last time he saw Karen, he was ending things with her. Sheila then tells him about the text he sent, asking Karen to meet him at the park to reconcile things. And Lip has no idea what she's talking about. He sees the text and begins to suspect Mandy sent it. He contemplates whether to confront her about it. Jimmy tells Fiona about going back to medical school in Michigan, and despite her being on board, she's immediately hesitant at the idea of him leaving again. He invites her and the kids to come along, but there's too many variables to consider that she doesn't want to think about it right now. She also can't deal with the fact that he will be gone for a year, as a lot can happen in that amount of time. On the bright side though, Kevin finally got Carol pregnant, so he and Veronica are finally going to have a baby. Karen's condition shows no signs of progress, so Sheila and Jody decide to end their relationship, as Sheila knows Karen deserves Jody more than she does. Later, Jody notices that Karen's heartbeat increases when he touches her knee, so he performs oral on her, causing her to wake up. Episode 11 begins with Fiona doing some research and believing that it is possible to move everyone to Michigan if Jimmy could go back to school. Fiona's job as an office over in Michigan, so Fiona asks Mike if she could transfer there. Mike says he'll see what he can do and is sad to see her go. He then invites Fiona and the kids to a cabin in the woods he and his family own as a friendly gesture for all the hard work she's done, adding that others from the office will also be there. Lip visits Kevin, who's already putting together a baby swing, and tells him that he thinks Mandy hit Karen with her car. Kevin freaks out, strongly urging him to end things with Mandy, especially since he told Mandy he's been seeing Karen down at the hospital.
Your current girlfriend ran over your ex-girlfriend with the car?
Jimmy's phone then rings when he isn't home, prompting Fiona to answer, and she discovers that Jimmy already applied for housing in Michigan. By housing, I mean he only applied for a studio, hinting he didn't have plans to take Fiona and everyone with him. Fiona confronts Jimmy about the phone call, and Jimmy tries to reassure her he applied for the studio before Fiona agreed for everyone to come with him. Fiona is more upset about Jimmy making the decision without her, and Jimmy brings up Fiona making the decision to become the kid's legal guardian without asking him. Words get said, and Jimmy calls her home a slum, which causes her to kick him out. Karen finally comes home from the hospital, but she suffered brain damage from the incident and isn't able to make new memories. On the bright side, though, it's made her a nicer person. Jody and Jaime end up being the only ones she remembers closely, and it turns out Jody might be the only one now that can care for her. That night, Carl lets Frank sleep in the van since he once again has no place to stay, and the two of them bond as Frank tells him stories of he and his dad. Carl then proposes the idea of stealing from his gay foster parents, and Frank is totally on board. Nando makes a surprise visit to Jimmy. He informs Jimmy that while he's been preparing for a life in Michigan, Estefania has been held up in INS as her citizenship didn't go through, and is being deported because Jimmy failed to show up for their most recent INS meeting. Nando assures him he will fix this, but at a price, ambiguously implying that Jimmy's not coming out alive in this one. At the cabin, Fiona and Mike end up spending some time together and start hitting things off. Eventually, they make love in his tent. However, she stops midway as she realizes she's only doing this to get back at Jimmy. Mike shares his own experiences dealing with his untrustworthy partners and asks Fiona when she knew things weren't working out between her and Jimmy. Fiona finally figures out when. Lip visits Karen and learns that she and Jody are going to be moving to Arizona soon to be near family. Lip is heartbroken by this news and tries to get Karen to remember the good times they used to have. Karen can remember, but she can't feel any emotion from those memories or what they mean. Lip confronts Mandy at Mickey's wedding and berates her for ruining Karen's life. Mandy has finally had enough of him and dumps him. Lip and Ian come home to see Carl getting arrested, as despite the heist being a success, the code Carl used to get into the house was his name, making him the prime suspect. Frank sees Carl getting arrested and drunkenly makes the cops believe he was the mastermind behind the robbery and has himself arrested instead, saving Carl.
Be brave, son. Order room service.
Fiona calls Jimmy, telling him that she and the kids can make it work with him being away for a year, unaware that he's currently enjoying a romantic night on Nando's yacht. We all remember what happened last time Jimmy was on Nando's yacht. Frank collapses in jail, and the doctor tells him that he has cirrhosis, and unless he gets a new liver, he will die. Frank heeds the doctor's advice and goes out drinking as soon as he's released. Typical. Meanwhile, Ian is still upset about Mickey getting married, so he enlists in the army using Lip's name and ID to prove he's 18. Despite skipping school a lot, Lip is smart enough to have his guidance counselor give him a high school diploma. He celebrates by drinking and finds Frank at his usual place. He asks why he took the hit for Carl, and Frank says it's because they're family, and then finds out Lip graduated high school and has the entire bar celebrate with them. He then takes his son to someplace nice for dinner, and for the first time in a long time, Lip feels like Frank's son. Meanwhile, Jody and Karen bid farewell as they leave for Arizona with Jaime, and Sheila has a hard time saying goodbye to her daughter. It's an emotional moment for everyone. Still drunk, Lip and Frank go ice skating, where Lip accidentally throws up. It's all hilarious until Frank suddenly pukes up a geyser of blood. During all of this, Fiona has been trying to reach Jimmy. When she comes home, she is approached by Beto, who gives her an envelope of cash, saying Jimmy wanted her to have it. She asks him where Jimmy is, and all Beto can say is that she was too good for him and he has moved on. Fiona then gets a call from Lip about Frank, and she finds him at the hospital. Frank downplays what just happened, prompting Fiona to scold him for drinking, even though the doctors told him not to. Frank admits he can't change, and Fiona tells him the reason is because he doesn't care about them.
Do it for you, do it for your kids, It doesn't matter. Do it.
Ian tells Mickey that he's joining the army, and at first Mickey doesn't care, until he can't hold back his emotions any longer, and accidentally lets it slip that he doesn't want Ian to go. Mandy sees Mickey crying and scolds him for not trying to stop him. That night, Lip visits Mandy, telling her an envelope came in the mail today from MIT that says he got a full-ride scholarship. He thanks Mandy for making it possible, but doesn't come inside with her. Fiona then leaves a final message for Jimmy on his phone, saying that wherever he is, it's goodbye. Meanwhile, Frank escapes from the hospital and walks home and is in the freezing cold, still in his hospital gown. Dude is an absolute menace. The first episode of season 4 begins with a few changes around the Gallagher household. Fiona and Mike are now officially dating. Debbie is discovering how to promiscuously flirt with boys after Holly, played by a different actress, gave her lessons. Sheila hangs around their Gallagher house a lot more now, as she cleans and babysits Liam while Fiona works. Liam has graduated from crib to bed. Ian is still in the army, but no one knew he was enlisting. And Lip is attending Chicago Polytechnic Institute instead of MIT, where he gets bad grades despite trying his best. He works in the school's cafeteria and will often steal leftover food to help feed himself and his family. And if you're wondering about Frank, Tony finds him while doing a drug raid on a house, injecting lots of needles into his body, looking worse than he's ever looked before. Tony carries him back home and plops him on Ian's old bed for Carl to deal with. Holly helps introduce Debbie to a boy named Matty, a high schooler who works as a pizza delivery driver. Despite the boy being very, very shy, they both really like each other. Fiona comes home from a Bears game with Mike, and Carl shows her Frank. Fiona doesn't want Frank around, but Carl vouches for Frank. Despite it being very obvious, Frank is trying to off himself. The next morning, Kevin wakes up to find Veronica feeling sick, and she throws up in the bathroom. On a hunch, she takes a pregnancy test and discovers that now she's pregnant. Whoops. Meanwhile, Kevin gets a call that Stan is really sick and visits the retirement home he put him in to discover that he's not sick, but dead, with no one knowing how long he's been dead. Veronica finally tells Kevin that she's pregnant, and despite Veronica's worries about now raising 2 kids, Kevin is simply overjoyed that she's finally pregnant. The next episode begins with us being introduced to Stan's son, Alan, whom Stan always was disappointed in because he was gay. He and Kevin hear the will Stan left for when he died, and we learn that Stan left the alibi room to Kevin, which angers Alan at first because he always wanted to inherit the bar. Kevin feels the same way, so they agree to have Kevin pay Alan $500 a month for the next 2 years, which would have been about what Alan would have gotten if he sold the bar. Alan celebrates by smashing Stan's ashes on the bar's floor. After cleaning up the mess, Kevin learns that Stan left the bar in heavy debt, meaning Alan might have gotten the better end of the deal, after all.
Stan hasn't let me send in his payroll taxes since 2007.
Oh, dear Lord.
While going over the books, Kevin gets a call that Carl is taking Veronica to the hospital as she started bleeding. At the hospital, Carl takes this opportunity to learn how he can get a new liver for his dad, and learns that Lip and Fiona might be able to donate a portion of theirs, if they have the same blood type, that is. Kevin and Veronica wait for the doctors, and it turns out the reason why Veronica was bleeding was because she was having triplets. Wow. Veronica tells Carol that she needs to abort her baby, as Kevin cannot support 4 babies, let alone half that number. Carol refuses to abort, and Kevin ironically takes her side, infuriating Veronica. Debbie visits Matty at his house for a dinner date, and is shocked to discover that he's not a high school student, but a 20-year-old adult. She tells him that she's only 13, and Matty is a nice guy who tells her that he's interested in just being friends, and she accepts. Fiona returns home from work, where Carl tells her he somehow got his hands on her blood and matched her with Frank's, meaning she's the only one who can save Frank's life. Fiona refuses to give part of her liver to Frank, and Carl storms out. Frank then tells her that if she won't do it, then he'll get his other daughter to do it. Fiona points out that Debbie is too young, but Frank is talking about Fiona's older sister, Samantha. Wait, what? The next episode, Like Father, Like Daughter, begins with Frank and Carl tracking down Samantha, or Sammy for short. They discover that she's living in a trailer and now has a kid named Chucky. Frank pays a kid to beat up Chucky so he can come to the rescue and impress Sammy. It works, and she's grateful for what he did, though she doesn't recognize him as her father. She invites Frank to have lunch with her, and she learns that she's already been married 3 times, and that they have many things in common, like a distaste for butterscotch and avocados. Sammy learns about Frank's liver condition, and the man is oblivious to Sammy developing romantic feelings for him in real time. That night, Fiona finally meets Mike's parents and family over dinner, including Mike's older brother, Robbie. Robbie's been 3 years sober after being an alcoholic, which causes some tension with his family whenever he wants to spend some time alone away from the family. He and Mike get into an argument and he storms out. During all this, Sheila's been trying to meet new people her age and started using a dating site. She meets someone named Roger Runningtree, after learning she is 1/32nd Native American. Eventually, they agreed to meet in person at the Gallagher home. He turns out to be a very nice, romantic guy and even serenades her with his guitar.
Bless the bees and the children for the world can never be the world they see.
Sammy invites Frank back to her trailer and learns that they have the same blood type. Wow, what a coincidence. She wants him to have a part of her liver, and Frank is overwhelmed. She then starts getting physical with him and kisses him, prompting Frank to awkwardly leave before things get worse than they already have. While driving Mike home from a night of drinking, Robbie opens up to Fiona about his life as an addict. Fiona sees a bit of herself in him, realizing they have a lot in common.
We're all addicts, Fiona, just trying to fill a void. Some of us are just better at hiding it.
They carry Mike's drunken self inside, and when he passes out by the toilet, Robbie kisses Fiona in the spur of the moment, and startled Fiona kisses him back, and they keep going. Mike stumbles out as they finish, and ashamed, Fiona climbs into bed with Mike while Robbie leaves. Fiona makes it home the next morning and calls Mike to see how he's doing, but Robbie answers instead. Fiona makes him promise to never speak of what just happened, but Robbie knows it'll happen again. After all, Fiona's an addict, like father, like daughter. While Sammy prepares to have herself tested, Frank learns in the next episode that he doesn't have enough money for the transplant, as he has no insurance. So Frank has to resort to old Gallagher ingenuity, and has Carl literally break his leg in order to get a large insurance payout. Kids, look away. Robbie keeps sending explicit messages to Fiona, and despite her efforts to make him stop, it only makes her more susceptible to doing the dirty with him. During one such incident, Mike stops by, forcing a barely covered Fiona to hide around the apartment, praying Mike doesn't see her. Per Holly's advice on how to get Maddie to sleep with her, Debbie is pressured into sending Maddie nude pics of herself. She then gets a text from Maddie telling her to come over. However, it turns out Maddie deleted the picture when he got it, and he explains that he would like one day to take their relationship to the next level. But she's still a kid, so they should just be friends. Debbie gets angry and leaves. Debbie comes home regretting what she did and finds comfort in Fiona, who knows a thing or two about doing stupid things. Frank shows Sammy his broken leg, but then Sammy reveals that it turns out that they aren't a match. Frank then goes on another rant, accidentally slipping that Sammy is his daughter. Realizing she almost slept with her dad, she kicks him out, broken leg and all. Sammy later finds Frank at the alibi room and they reconcile over what just happened. Frank is grateful for Sammy, as she's treated him nicer than any of his kids, and they both wish that they could have been in each other's lives from the beginning.
I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I just didn't want to ruin what we had together.
Meanwhile, Mickey has been getting fed up with how little Svetlana has been getting paid by her clients, so he tells her and the other prostitutes to go on strike until they're paid more. He lets them hide out in the alibi room for now. Mickey then comes back a few minutes later, expecting to see their boss, Sasha, broke and begging for them to come back, but it turns out they can easily be replaced by other Russian prostitutes fresh off the shipping container. Mickey then gets a great idea to use Stan's old room upstairs as a rub and tug service, and earn a little more that can help Kevin pay off his bills for the bar and raise up his future kid. The next episode begins with Lip trying to study in the bathroom when he's approached by two military officers demanding to know if he is Philip Gallagher. They tell him Ian has been impersonating him in the army and has recently gone AWOL when he stole a helicopter. Lip plays dumb, saying he doesn't know who Ian is. Frank and Sammy show the broken leg to Lou, who tells them they can easily get the insurance money in about 16 months, or a year if she tries hard. Frank protests because who knows how much longer his liver's gonna hold out, but there's nothing Lou can do about it. Later, Fiona joins Mike for dinner with his parents and Robbie to celebrate her birthday. Mike and Robbie get into a heated argument, prompting Robbie to reveal his affair with Fiona. Mike punches him in the face and asks Fiona to leave, ending their relationship. She returns to work and tries to apologize to Mike, but Mike reveals he's not firing her. Instead, he's transferring her so that he won't have to see. Lip, with Debbie's help, manages to track down Lloyd, asking if he knows where Ian is. It turns out Lloyd let Ian crash at his place for a while, but then kicked him out when his behavior got too erratic. He tells them that Ian went to live with Monica, but when they get there, it turns out that some random woman is living there instead. She tells them that Ian left and has been working as a bartender at a gay club for several weeks now. They find Ian acting as if he never went AWOL from the military and stole a helicopter. By the way, there's also something different about Ian's behavior, though I can't quite put my finger on it. Anyway, Robbie surprises Fiona by showing up at her house, wanting to help celebrate her birthday with some coke he scored. She chases him out of the house with the killing bat, and the guy accidentally leaves the coke behind. That night during Fiona's party, she decides to snort the coke and share it around. Shockingly, Debbie finds Liam snorted it too and has become unresponsive. He is taken to the hospital, and Fiona is later arrested for possession and child endangerment. Damn, what a way to spend a birthday. Episode 6 begins with Fiona being processed fast into the system, and Kevin suspects she'll need a lawyer as she'll be transferred to the county jail. Whether or not they can afford a lawyer is another story, though. A doctor informs Lip that Liam is stable at the moment, as he's been experiencing seizures because of the cocaine. Fiona calls Lip from the county jail, and he hesitates for a second before accepting the call, as if he wholeheartedly blames her for not being a better mother. He tells her that Liam's alright, but he emotionally destroys her when he mentions the seizures. Fiona's hearing takes place, and her public defender, Maria, instructs her to plead not guilty. She does so, and the judge places her bail at $100,000. Obviously, they don't have that kind of money, but Maria assures them that they can put up 10% and everything will be fine. Unfortunately, they don't even have 10%. Maria informs her that she'll have a better chance of getting out of here if she gives the name of who gave her the coke, but she refuses to do so. The next morning, Fiona discovers somebody paid her bail, and is shocked to discover it was Mike, after Carol told him what happened. And because Carl didn't know any other rich people, she thanks Mike. But he tells her that after this, he never wants to see her again. During this, Sheila wakes up to find her house full again, as Roger and his kids stayed the night, and it makes her happy being around a family again. As she feeds them breakfast, Roger informs her that they are planning on going back to their reservation, which saddens Sheila. Roger and the kids leave, and the house is once again empty. Sheila decides she'd rather be with them than be here all alone, so she packs up a suitcase and leaves for good to go live with Roger. Liam is released from the hospital, and after, everyone gets to meet their new older sister and nephew. Episode 7 begins with Lip acting as the kids' legal guardian as they await a visit from a social services worker, and he is determined to keep Liam out of the foster care system no matter what. Fiona finally emerges from her room, still shaken up by everything, and sees Liam for the first time since the incident. As she apologizes to him, Lip informs Fiona that he's taking Liam to school with him, which kind of implies he doesn't trust her enough to take care of the kid. And Fiona is heartbroken by this.
It was an accident.
Sort your out.
Back at his dorm, Lip's roommate's ex-girlfriend, Amanda, who has hated Lip since they met each other, finally softens up to Lip after seeing Liam. She and Liam bond right away, and she offers to watch Liam for him while he attends classes. Fiona attends a second hearing with Maria, and the prosecutor wants Fiona to serve 5 years for what she did, but is willing to negotiate a 3-year probation for Fiona if she takes a guilty plea and spends up to 3 months in prison. Meanwhile, Mandy scolds Mickey for being the reason Ian enlisted in the army, and orders him to go find him. Mickey finally tracks Ian down, who's currently working as a lap dancer at a gay bar, and going by the name of Curtis. He informs Ian of what's been happening recently, but Ian, clearly on some sort of drug, doesn't really care. Mickey ends up carrying Ian to his home after his last customer left him freezing in the snow. Veronica visits the doctor as a part of a routine checkup on her babies, and learns that one of them has been absorbed into the other, meaning she no longer is carrying triplets, but twins. I guess that'll make things a little easier for them financially. That night, Lip and Fiona have a heated argument over her taking the case to trial, with Lip angrily telling her that she is guilty, even if it was an accident.
I'm not guilty!
Liam almost died! And that was you! All you, your coke, your boyfriend, your up life, it's not mine!
Carl interrupts their argument to inform them that Frank is passed out in the bathroom after Sammy gave him some heroin as a present. Lip kicks Sammy and Chucky out of the house, which saddens her because she now feels even more out of place as a Gallagher. Sammy ends up taking Frank to Sheila's old house, which still holds all of Sheila's possessions, as she only took a single suitcase with her and cares for him there. Fiona attends another hearing and is happy to hear the judge is not giving her jail time, but is still giving her 3 years of probation, which will prevent her from getting a job, not being allowed to drink, and she will be under house arrest. Fiona pleads guilty, and she's given an ankle monitor. We see in the next episode, Fiona's still wrestling with everything that's happened and struggling to get used to being confined to the house. She ends up making cookies at 5 a.m. and cleaning the house to prove to her probation officer that she's a good parent. Meanwhile, Debbie awaits the day when she plans to lose her virginity when she turns 16 and ends up having her first period. The probation officer, Gail Johnson, arrives and is pleased with the results, but informs Fiona that she won't be able to resume working for another 2 weeks, which is a bummer because money's already tight as is. Ian awakens in Mickey's house after they resumed their intimate relationship and decides to return home. Fiona is overjoyed to see him, but is a little put off by his new erratic behavior. Sound familiar? Also, Svetlana's water broke, but Mickey doesn't care. Carol also gives birth to her baby, and Kevin is overjoyed to be holding his son, Dominic. Despite only being a surrogate parent, Carol really loves being around the baby, so Veronica lets Carol keep him. That night, everyone is off doing their own things, and and as Lip still feels everyone is safer being as far away from Fiona as possible, and she walks through the halls and empty bedrooms saying goodnight to her kids that aren't there. She ends up crying herself to sleep in Liam's bed. A few minutes later, Fiona calls Lip, telling him that she deserves to be punished, but being kept away from her family is a worse punishment. The episode ends with Lip letting Fiona see Liam, and she is grateful. The next episode begins several weeks later. Fiona is finally allowed to get out of the house. As Lip keeps taking Liam with him to school, Amanda has been developing romantic feelings for Lip and wants to take her relationship with Lip to the next level. Lip is resistant at first, but then she reveals she doesn't want to be his girlfriend, but just long enough to convince her parents to let her go on her own destructive path. Lip agrees, even suggesting they tell him Liam is their kid. Svetlana finds Mickey still hanging around the Gallaghers and shows him his newborn son, Yevgeny, which he of course doesn't care about. She scolds him for not caring about their family and demands $500 for child support, or she'll tell Terry he is gay when he's released from prison. Desperate for money, Mickey teams up with Ian in robbing rich people and blackmailing them by threatening to reveal that they are gay to their families. Sheila returns home to find Frank in a deep sleep, and his condition worsens. Turns out Roger was an abusive father and was also on the run from the federal government, and is more Mexican than Native American. She does still love the children and wants Frank to marry her so she could legally raise them. She takes Frank's unconscious silence as a yes to her desires. Meanwhile, Carl befriends a girl named Bonnie in detention, as they have the same passion for recklessness and violence. She treats Carl to his first heist, the first of many criminal activities they partake in. They run away and hide behind a dumpster full of adrenaline, and Bonnie gives Carl his first kiss. Fiona goes to a job interview and things are going great until she has to check the box on the application that says if she's ever been convicted of a felony before. Spoiler, she doesn't get the job. Left with no other option, Fiona tries to get her old job at the Cup Company back, but Mike's sister sees her and curses her in front of the other employees for what she did to their family. She leaves, disgraced, and visits Robbie, saying he ruined her life and she should have told the cops it was his coke. The next episode begins with Fiona violating her probation to spend all night at Robbie's, drinking and taking drugs. I guess there's no point in trying anymore. Meanwhile, Veronica finally gives birth to two baby twin girls named Amy and Gemma. It's a day of celebration.
Ready to meet your sister nieces? They've been asking about you.
Lip and Debbie search for Fiona at Robbie's place and find Robbie looking worse than Frank on a good day. They discover that Fiona, still high on drugs, left with a bunch of Robbie's friends to go who knows where, leaving behind her phone. Debbie makes Robbie promise to stay away from her. Fiona, in case you're wondering, is currently being driven somewhere in Wisconsin. The van taking her stops at a gas station and she gets out to use the bathroom. When she returns, she finds the van leaving her behind on accident, stranding her all alone without any way of getting back home. Luckily, the gas station happens to be run by the only nice stranger in this entire show and helps Fiona by letting her use his phone to call Lip, but Lip doesn't answer, so she has to leave a message in which she gives her location and apologizes for violating probation and constantly messing up. Lip got Fiona's message and drove all the way to the gas station to come get her. Lip isn't angry at her for violating the law. He's just relieved that his sister's okay.
I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm just glad you're all right. No, I'm really glad.
Sammy and Sheila somehow track down a doctor named Dr. Johnny who will agree to give the liver transplant for only $26,000. He even already has a liver ready to go and everything. Dr. Johnny is even his real name and totally not a scam. The 6-hour operation was a success and Sammy and Sheila called 911 as instructed by Dr. Johnny, only to discover Frank didn't get a new liver, but instead he got his kidney stolen. The doctors tell Frank that he only has a few days left, so Sheila pressures Frank into marrying her right now. She leans in close and hears what sounds like him saying, "I couldn't be more thrilled," when he actually was saying, "I need more pills." Lip sits with Fiona as they face Gail's wrath for violating probation, while the kids find Frank dying in the hospital and getting married to Sheila, despite still technically being married to Monica. Suddenly, doctors haul Frank out of the wedding ceremony as he's just been bumped up in front of the list for a liver transplant. Frank's gonna live! Episode 11 begins with Fiona on her way to a correctional facility to serve a 3-month sentence for violating her probation. Back at the hospital, Frank's transplant was a success, but he still remains unconscious. As Sammy waits for him to awake, a friendly, sweet little girl awaiting a heart transplant named Emily is placed next to him. Emily learns that Frank is Sammy's father, and she mentions she never knew her father. Mickey is forced to attend his son's christening, but Svetlana doesn't want to start until Mickey's family is here. Like his dad Terry, who's about to be released on parole any moment. She gets even more upset when Ian crashes the christening. Kevin holds holds an after-christening party in the alibi room, where Svetlana threatens to reveal Mickey's sexuality if Ian doesn't leave. Just then, Terry enters, and Ian tells Mickey that he's done being his mistress, calling him a pussy for not standing up to his father and be proud of what he is. Mickey realizes he's right, so he announces to the entire bar that he is gay. As expected, Terry attacks Mickey, and Ian defends him as a bar fight ensues. In the end, Terry's probation is revoked, and then he goes back to prison. Amanda's adoptive parents arrive to have stolen dinner with Lip as part of their previous agreement, right as the social worker arrived to witness a chaotic household. Amanda is loving Lip's performance, unlike her parent. The scare tactics work on her parents, but then they bribe Lip with $10,000 to stay away from Amanda. Lip takes the money and breaks up with Amanda, who gets angry with him and storms out. However, it turns out they both planned this in order to get money from her parents, and they resume dating. Incredible! Frank awakens from his operation and, suffering from post-operative delirium, mistakes Emily for Fiona. He apologizes for being a bad father, and Emily goes along with it, getting her chance to know what it's like to have a father. In the end, Emily ends up dying, and Frank mourns the loss of what he believes is his daughter. It's so sad. The season 4 finale begins with Frank waking up, fully recovered from his post-operative delirium, and is shocked to find out he's now married to Sheila. Sammy and Sheila then argue over who should take care of Frank.
I have Native American kids.
5.
Svetlana has done a lot of thinking ever since Mickey came out as gay, especially in terms of how to raise Yevgeny. She's decided to finally come out as bisexual and lets Ian live with them, only if Mickey promises to help take care of Yevgeny. Back at the Gallagher home, Carl is sharing a beer with Bonnie when he gives her some pretty jewelry. She then asks if he's falling in love with her, to which he panics and says no, and she is relieved, telling him he shouldn't. Sometime later, Carl is saddened to find the van Bonnie and her family lived in gone from its usual spot, with Bonnie nowhere to be found. Sheila visits the reservation so she can legally adopt the kids, but it turns out their great-grandfather is already arranged to take care of them. Poor Sheila. Does this mean she's still married to Frank? Back in prison, Fiona struggles with day-to-day life and is asked by the guards to take another urine sample after she may or may not have taken an unknown pill from another inmate. Surprisingly, Fiona is released due to overcrowding and is picked up by Gail. She drives Fiona to a diner called Patsy's Pies and helps her get a job as a waitress, but not before putting another ankle monitor on her. Fiona thanks Gail for not giving up on her, no matter how much she wanted. Ian hasn't been responsive to Mickey, as he won't acknowledge anyone or leave the bed. It got so bad that Mickey had to get Debbie and Carl to help Ian, and Debbie tells Mickey she knows what's wrong with him. Fiona returns home and tearfully reunites with Debbie and the others. They then tell Fiona about Ian, and after seeing him, Fiona suspects he might be bipolar, like how Monica is. She urges Mickey to get him hospitalized, but Mickey refuses to do so, saying he will take care of him. During this, Sammy ends up parking her trailer right next to Sheila's house, and she starts warming up to Sammy. At the hospital, Carl helps Frank get checked out without anyone knowing. He rolls Frank out to a frozen lake, Michigan, where, despite the doctors ordering Frank not to drink, Frank stands up, opens up a bottle of alcohol, and takes a drink. He proclaims to the heavens that Frank Gallagher is alive. The season ends with a mysterious car pulling up to the Gallagher home one night, where a woman named Angela asks the man next to her named Jack if he wants to go inside. He says not tonight, and we finally see that it's Jimmy.
You're alive. I'm alive.
The first episode of Season 5 opens with Frank having accepted his role as Sheila's new husband, while Fiona started a relationship with her boss from the diner, Sean. There's also been an increasing amount of gentrification in the South Side, so hopefully nothing bad will happen to the Gallagher home this season, or the ones to come. Sammy and Chucky have still been hanging around Sheila's house, and she and Sheila are still at odds with each other. At the diner, Angela has become a regular guest. As to why exactly is unclear yet, though Fiona's co-workers have some bizarre theories. What's odd is she keeps leaving Fiona $100 in tips every time she comes in. Veronica and Kevin have been struggling to raise their kids, as Kevin seems more interested in the babies than her, and they are giving her a tough time when she tries to breastfeed them. Down in Sheila's basement, Frank has been working on creating a new beer called Frank's Milk of the Gods. Since he can't drink alcohol anymore, he might as well give back to his world with the greatest liquor that's ever existed. He taste tests it with his new partner, and it turns out to taste so horrible that he drinks the entire jar. He wakes up naked on a bench where a bunch of art students are using his body as a reference. Apparently his body is perfect and beautiful. Must be all the scars. Kevin runs runs into Svetlana at the park and opens up about Veronica's problems breastfeeding. Svetlana then offers to breastfeed his kids for him, and she's a pro at it. Kevin later finds her in his house, giving Debbie seduction advice, and then offers to cut his long hair for him. Veronica comes home from working at the alibi room, and is horrified to find Svetlana breastfeeding Amy, and also to see Kevin's new shaven head. She storms off in anger, which honestly is understandable. Back at Sheila's home, Sheila informs Frank that two nice lesbian ladies, both named Lisa, came by wanting to buy their house for double the value. Frank informs her that this is gentrification, but all Sheila cares about is touring the world with Frank on an RV so she can be far away from Sammy.
Because you're Frank's daughter and Frank's my husband, but I realized today I'm your stepmother.
At the diner, a trio of musicians have been regular guests lately and have been very friendly with Fiona. Upon finding out she has no ankle monitor on, they invite her to come to the concert later that night. She invites Sean to go with her, but despite him developing feelings for her, he decides he shouldn't because he still sees her as dangerous and a chaos junkie. So Fiona takes Debbie instead, introducing her to her first club experience. Things get crazy, however, when a random guy tries flirting with Debbie, prompting Fiona to punch him. Davis, the band's lead singer, comes to her rescue while Fiona and Debbie run away. Free from the danger, Fiona begins to realize that maybe Sean was right about her. Episode 3 begins with Frank trying to convince Veronica to let him sell his new beer at the alibi room, but after giving away some free samples, a veteran asks for 6 cases for an upcoming meeting, forcing Frank to have to get creative in order to make that much in time. So Frank tries stealing some more equipment for his brewery at a local junkyard, but the owner, Hansy, catches him and tells him to leave. Frank then tries to bargain with Hansy for the equipment, and he admits the one thing missing in his life is a woman, as his wife just passed away. So Frank tries to hook him up with Sammy. Back at the diner, Fiona and Davis bond over what happened the other night, and they both decide they want to attend another concert together.
He's kind of a genius. He studied at the Con, the Roosevelt, all that shit. I'll see you there.
Fiona takes Davis up on the offer and shows up to the concert. However, it turns out Davis already has a girlfriend, saddening Fiona, so she tries making Davis jealous by flirting with Davis's bass player, Gus. After the concert, Gus informs her that this is something Davis does to women he meets, and he and Fiona bond over how terrible a person Davis is. He then invites her to have a cup of coffee with him. The coffee shop ends up being closed the next day, so he invites her over to his place, where he ends up singing her a song on his guitar, and she falls hard for him, as his song melts her heart. Meanwhile, Lip finds out that Mandy plans to leave with Kenyatta to India, despite him abusing her, and Lip tries to talk her out of it. They bang one last time, and in the heat of the moment, Mandy tells him, "I love you." Ian informs Lip the next morning that Mandy did leave with Kenyatta, and he's heartbroken. During this, Debbie gets permission to throw a party at the Gallagher home, and accidentally serves everyone Frank's new liquor. Maddie shows up bringing some of his friends, which makes Debbie very happy. Frank's alcohol really livens the party, making Maddie very drunk. Debbie helps him upstairs so he can sleep it off in her bed, which gives her the idea to finally lose her virginity with him upon seeing several leftover condoms in the room from other partygoers. The next morning, Maddie confronts her about what happened and scolds her for what she did, as she technically him. She tries to apologize, but Maddie tells her that they're done. Sammy finds out that Frank set her up with Hansy and finds him pushing the brewery to its limits in order to meet the quota. She lashes out at him, throwing punches, and their fight escalates to the street, where Hansy stays behind in the brewery, tasting the beer. Frank insults both women for driving him insane, when suddenly the brewery causes Sheila's house to explode, killing Hansy. Talk about extreme! Sheila's RV shows up at that very moment, and in a moment of euphoric bliss, Sheila decides to leave town for good, to tour the country like she's always wanted to. Farewell, Sheila. Episode 4 begins with Frank covered in bird poop after sleeping outside because Sheila's house exploded a week ago, visiting Lou's house to see if his insurance check of $120,000 came. She says it did, but that it arrived yesterday, so he should have already gotten it. Frank can't remember even getting a check, so he tries to retrace his steps from yesterday as he was completely blacked out from celebrating. Meanwhile, Carl starts getting involved in drug dealing, embodying the gangster lifestyle while apart from the rest of the Gallaghers, and manages to earn money due to being a white boy. Debbie is approached by Holly and her friends, and they make fun of Debbie for having to rape someone in order to have. A fight breaks out, and Debbie is rescued by a muscular boy named Derek Delgado. Debbie is grateful for his help, and he encourages her to learn how to fight before she starts one. So she begins taking boxing lessons at the gym Derek enrolls in. After 9 days of dating, Fiona and Gus confess their love for each other, prompting Gus to hastily ask Fiona to marry him. Fiona says yes, and they're married at the local courthouse. Gus's friends end up announcing their marriage to the entire bar, and we see Sean has a look of worry on his face. Frank searches for his insurance check by following yesterday's breadcrumbs. They lead him to partying at the alibi room, to buying a Porsche that he later wrecked, to gambling at an underground Chinese gambling room, and then leaving for an expensive hotel room with 3 Chinese prostitutes. It turns out he spent all of the money during all this, and then gave the rest to an entrepreneur named Buddy Diamond, investing in expensive prosthetic equipment for children.
There's a lesson here, son. Charity is accepting help from others, not the other way around.
Frank mourns the loss of all that money by sharing a bottle of expensive wine with Carl. Episode 5 begins with a real estate agent informing Sammy that she'll be losing her trailer if she doesn't move it from Sheila's blown-up house. So she asks Frank to use the insurance money to buy her a new trailer, not knowing he already spent it all. Frank lies to her, saying he will buy her a new one. Debbie informs Sammy that Frank lied about the money, like he does with everything, and she tries to stab him at the next home he decided to squat in. He runs away and Sammy chases after him. I guess this means she's officially a Gallagher. Lately, Ian's bipolar condition has been getting out of hand as he won't stop stealing suitcases from the airport and making Mickey's life a living hell. So Mickey approaches Lip about possibly enrolling him in a psychiatric hospital. Ian comes back home, surprising Mickey with a bunch of money he earned from doing. Mickey has finally had enough of Ian's antics and finally decides to take him to the hospital. Ian refuses to go and escapes Mickey's house, but not before kidnapping Yevgeny. At her workplace, Fiona finds Angela sitting with a familiar face, Jimmy Lishman. The next episode begins with a bang. More specifically, Fiona punching Jimmy in the face. Jimmy explains that he was forced to leave his life behind to do slave labor in Brazil. He escaped and returned to Chicago with the help of his partner in crime, Angela. Their argument is interrupted by Mickey calling Fiona, telling her what Ian did. Meanwhile, Ian is currently driving all the way to Florida with Yevgeny, having no regrets for what he just did. He keeps ignoring Mickey's calls, and Svetlana wants to call the police to make a report of a child kidnapping, but Mickey won't let her because it would risk Svetlana getting deported back to Russia. That night, Fiona and the others try to figure out how to get Ian back, when Jimmy arrives at the worst possible time to talk to Fiona. Fiona kicks him out of the house and ends up recapping him on all that's happened since he left. He once again tells her that he loves her, but she doesn't want to hear it. However, Fiona can't help but fall for his touch, and she kisses him.
Love you. Don't do it. Fiona. Shit.
They end up making love again, and everyone's disappointed with Fiona. Honestly, same. Sammy, who's now become the mom of the household after her rite of passage, gives Fiona relationship advice, especially if Jimmy ends up moving in with her and Gus. Oh yeah, Gus. Ian starts to run low on money, so he stops at a small town in Indiana to have with a man for money. However, he leaves Yevgeny in the car, and a startled woman calls the cops to save him. Ian returns to find the cops trying to save Yevgeny, and he gets into a heated argument with them, resulting in him getting arrested when he runs away from them with Yevgeny. Mickey and the others find Ian at the police station, and they bail Ian out of jail. The cops give Mickey back his son, telling him he's a lucky man. Meanwhile, Frank's condition worsens as Sammy withheld Frank's meds, thinking it was in his best interest, and because she was mad at him for lying about the trailer, the doctor reminds him that he is a grown man and should be responsible for taking his meds. Jimmy visits Fiona again that night and tries to reconcile for leaving her. She tries to resist his advances this time but can't, and they end up having in the kitchen like they did the very first time. Fiona makes him stop before they finish and begs him to leave. Fiona returns to Gus after everything, and they have but the guilt of cheating on him with Jimmy haunts her the entire time. The episode ends with Ian being enrolled in a psychiatric hospital. The next episode opens with Fiona reluctantly telling Gus she slept with Jimmy. He takes the news about as well as you'd expect and storms out. Meanwhile, Lip hits a bit of a snag at his school when he discovers his class schedule has been placed on a temporary suspension as his tuition never went through. He waits in another long line to speak with a financial aid advisor and discovers he did not fill out his financial aid papers that were mailed to him. No one at home told him about it. Now he's forced him to take different credit cards to withdraw $5,000 and cover part of the initial debt, which may or may not be legal. There's bad news for Kevin and Veronica, because Kevin's obsession with the babies more than Veronica has created a small rift in their relationship. And despite their best efforts to mend that rift, it has only made things worse. So they decide it's best for now that they take some time away from each other, with Veronica holding up with the other prostitutes above the alibi room. Hopefully it's not permanent. During this time, Svetlana and Mickey get into another argument regarding Ian, and Svetlana decided to move in with Kevin, especially after hearing Veronica moved out. She helps Kevin take care of his 3 kids in exchange for a few free meals and a couch to sleep on. However, Kevin learns that Svetlana assumed she'd be taking over with the wife duties while she was here, so she gives Kevin as a part of their arrangement. Kevin tries to stop her, but changes his mind as she's very good at what she does. Debbie and Derek have been spending lots of time together since she started kicking butt and taking names, during which she's been sending him subliminal messages that suggest she has feelings for him. Derek doesn't pick up on any of them though, so Debbie finally confronts him saying she wants to be his girlfriend, after which he kisses her, saying he feels the same way. Sammy finally reaches a breaking point with Frank and pulls a gun on him. Frank then mocks her, saying he knew she was never a real Gallagher, and she shoots him in his arm. She then goes all Annie Wilkes on Frank, torturing him until he says he needs her. Her mood suddenly changes and she takes Frank to the hospital. That night, Gus says he wants to meet Jimmy, and when Fiona introduces him, Gus punches him in the face. Fiona is now furious at Gus, and Gus tells her she deserves someone better than him. He later leaves to go on tour with his band while he rethinks their marriage. Jimmy recovers from his punch to the face and shares one final moment with Fiona. Before this, Jimmy had a big job set in Dubai, but he canceled it just so he could be with her. She tells Jimmy he has to let her go so she can do the same. He tries to kiss her again, but she blocks him. He says one last goodbye to her before riding off on a motorcycle. As she walks home, Angela catches Fiona and reveals that Jimmy didn't cancel the Dubai job. His boss did. Good job, Fiona. You finally did something right. Episode 8 begins with Ian being released from the mental hospital after spending several days there. Fiona and Lip then take care of him as they have experienced dealing with someone who is bipolar. Mickey didn't show up, however, as he's begun drinking more heavily after seeing what Ian has become. Still separated from Kevin, Veronica hangs out with Svetlana, and they bond after she gives her to relieve her stress. Later, Debbie discovers that Ian flushed all his meds, and when she confronts him, he explains that they made him feel even worse, like life wasn't worth living. Debbie makes Mickey realize he's been handling Ian's bipolar disorder the same destructive way Frank handled Monica's, so that night he reconciles with Ian, and they resume their relationship. During all this, Carl is given a task by his drug boss, G-Dog, to deliver heroin to Michigan. Frank finds out about Carl's drug mission, and he sees this as a chance to scare away Sammy by having Carl take Chucky with him and use him as a scapegoat.
Why are you taping words to my tummy?
Because I'm your uncle and you're my niece.
I think you mean nephew.
I think I mean keep your mouth shut.
Unfortunately, the second they arrive at the bus station, a bunch of DEA agents with dogs arrive, and Carl abandons Chucky as he's arrested. It's later revealed that Frank tipped the DEA off. Sammy finds out about this and flips out when she finds out Carl was responsible. She calls the cops on Carl, and despite his best efforts to evade the police, Carl is arrested. The next episode begins with Carl being questioned, but he refuses to snitch on the people he works with, even already declaring himself guilty as he likes the idea of being arrested.
Are you stupid or something?
Fiona tries to make Carl seem like a good person, but despite this being Carl's first criminal offense, he's got a record a mile wide with all the mischief he's gotten into at school. The lawyer makes it clear to Carl that there's no guarantee he will be safe in prison, and Carl slowly begins to realize how serious this is. Meanwhile, Chucky's lawyer informs Sammy that despite having an IQ that classifies him as mentally retarded, he's still being incarcerated as the evidence was literally strapped to his body. Mickey convinces Ian to get his meds back, as well as something to help with his paranoia that's started getting worse lately. Later, Sean tells Ian to get a job at the diner as a dishwasher. Back at school, Lip tries to attend a new critical theory class, despite still not being officially enrolled yet. He gets into an argument with the Professor Helene, but proves himself good enough to let him sit in on the class for now. Later, he approaches her asking if she changed her mind about letting him enroll in her class, and it turns out she did some digging and found out about his tuition problem. Suspecting Helene might be interested in something more, Lip flirts with Helene, and she reciprocates the flirtation, and they make love. Later, Lip talks with a student, Joaquin, and discovers that he could help with hacking into the financial aid system as he's an expert in coding. Later, Lip is contacted by his financial aid advisor, who informs him that an old friend of his will cover Lip's tuition until he can pay it himself, allowing him to continue in college. Lip then tells Helene about what happened, and it turns out that she and her husband, Theo, are in an open relationship, so Lip will most likely be seeing Helene and Theo a lot more often. Frank attends another checkup for his wounded arm after getting shot, whereas Dr. Bianca struggles to take care of him as she's dealing with some personal stuff. Frank asks what's wrong, and she reveals that she's just been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Oh geez. Frank tries to cheer her up by taking her to the alibi room, and she reveals she's never done anything fun as she's dedicated her whole life to becoming a doctor, only for it to be for nothing. Frank then shows her how to have a good time and waste her life, as he happens to have a doctorate on the subject himself. He introduces her to the magical world world of marijuana, amongst other things. And she decides she doesn't want to spend the rest of her life on chemo and puking into a toilet. She wants to live her life to the very end, just like Frank. Chucky's hearing begins, and he gets sentenced to 120 days in a juvenile detention center. Carl then enters for his hearing, looking like an upstanding citizen, but then completely butchers his chances to get off lightly as he states very clearly to the judge that he has no regrets for what he did. The judge then throws the book at him and sentences him to a year in a juvenile prison.
Don't worry, I'm gonna make Juvie my...
We'll send letters.
Later, Sammy visits her son before he gets locked up, and it's clear he won't last very long there because he's snitched on Carl, and well, he's Chucky. So Sammy tattoos a swastika on Chucky's forehead, hoping this will make everyone in Juvie fear him. Mother of the year, am I right? As Carl and Chucky board the bus to Juvie, Chucky gets protection from other neo-Nazis, while G-Dog's people inform Carl he is well protected because he didn't snitch. In episode 10, Lip, still weirded out about having an intimate relationship with a married woman, tells Amanda about it, which creates tension in his relationship with Amanda. Debbie and Derek decide to take their relationship to the next level, so Debbie goes with Fiona to get the pill from Planned Parenthood. However, the pill takes 48 hours to kick in. Despite knowing this, Debbie tells Derek to not wear a condom, and she still wants their moment to be authentic. During all of this, Lip gave Kevin some advice about making up with Veronica, and returns home to Veronica. No words are said as he lays next to her in bed, but their expressions say they both missed each other very much. I knew they'd get back together. Now, who's going to tell who about Svetlana? The episode ends with Ian and Mickey making plans to finally go on their first official date together, when they discover a bunch of MPs show up at the house to arrest Ian. It turns out Sammy found out about Ian's desertion and what he did, and claims she's doing this for his own good. Fiona comes home to see Ian getting arrested, and she claims this was in retaliation for what Carl did to Chucky. While Ian faces a possible court-martial in episode 11, Fiona consults with the military investigator and tries to claim Ian's behavior to be a result of his bipolar disorder, but Ian's still not willing to accept the diagnosis. After the meeting, Fiona gets a call from Gus informing her that the tour got cancelled and he's heading home. Gus is happy about this as he feels being in the same place to discuss their relationship will be good. However, Fiona is dismissive when Gus asks how things are on her end. She later reveals to Sean that she doesn't know why she did that. While in custody, Ian gets a visit from Monica, as apparently they've been in constant contact with each other ever since his diagnosis. She urges him to be with people who will accept him for who he is and not try to change him, telling Ian that she loves him. Meanwhile, Debbie and Mickey come up with a plan to get revenge on Sammy by putting Rohypnol in her soda, but it turns out Mickey already beat her to it. However, when Mickey checks her pulse, it turns out she's dead. They dispose of her body in a moving container outside. However, as it's hauled away, it's revealed she's still alive. The next day, Fiona and the others visit Ian, only to discover he's already been released by Monica, and the two of them are already hitching a ride down south. In the season finale, Amanda has finally had enough of Lip's relationship with Helene, and is mad at the way he's been treating her after all she's done for him. Lip argues that he never asked her to do anything for him, and she storms off, dumping him. Meanwhile, Monica and Ian reach their home after lots of hitchhiking. At the house, Ian meets her new young boyfriend, Walter, who turns out to be a meth dealer. Ian confronts Monica about her life choices, and he gets into an argument with Walter. Monica ends it before it escalates, and she tells Ian that she's finally happy, prompting Ian to return home. Back at home, Fiona catches Debbie and Derek doing the naughty, and she scolds Debbie for having a boy in her bed at such a young age, and Debbie defends herself by saying she might be pregnant. Fiona is shocked and orders her to get an abortion, but Debbie insists on keeping the baby and marrying Derek one day. Fiona confronts her the next morning, reminding her that she is still a kid and that she shouldn't ruin her life just like that. Debbie then points out all of the things Fiona has done to ruin her life, let alone her hastily marrying a man she may or may not still love. Gus comes back from his tour, but Fiona doesn't find him at his apartment. She instead finds one of his bandmates there, who urges her to end things with Gus, because Gus isn't man enough to do it himself. Fiona then visits the diner before her shift begins and tells Sean that he makes her happy and kisses him. Despite the temptation to be with her, he tells her that happy is overrated and that she should grow up. Oof. By now, Bianca's last hurrah before death has taken her and Frank to Costa Rica. She still continues to have reckless fun, despite the pain in her abdomen increasing each day, and Frank doing everything in his power to try and take care of her. One day, Bianca requests that they buy a gun, and Frank indulges her, despite not being very sure why she wants one. He manages to get get a gun, and she reveals that the reason she wanted one was so that they could play Russian roulette. Frank stops her before she kills herself the second attempt, and she breaks down in tears. Later that night, he finds Bianca laying on the beach in pain and gives her some of her pain meds. He holds her close, and Bianca thanks him for making her final days happy. The next morning, Frank awakens to find a suicide note and Bianca's dress on the beach, with a trail of footprints leading to the water, hinting that she undressed and swam out into the water until she drowned. Frank mourns her death and comes to terms with what she did. The episode ends with Mickey finding Ian already home, and Ian admits he hates what the meds turn him into. Mickey tells Ian that he has to take them, adding that he does love him, but Ian rejects his love.
You can't fix me, because I'm not broken. I don't need to be fixed, okay? I'm me.
Mickey realizes Ian is breaking up with him, but the moment is interrupted by Sammy, quote-unquote, coming back from the dead and taking revenge on Mickey. She chases him out with a gun, shooting at him, while the cops trail behind them. They are both arrested and sent to prison. Guess Chucky and Carl won't be the only Gallaghers in prison. Season 6 opens with Frank still mourning the loss of Bianca, whom he claims was the love of his life. Fiona and Sean are now sleeping together, as she and Gus are both separated right now. Lip is still in a relationship with Helene, and now works as a teacher's assistant for Professor Fred Ewens, a drunk but highly decorated teacher. Oftentimes, Ewens will arrive late, prompting Lip to start the class without him. Ewens sees him teaching one time, and he's impressed with him. Carl, now sporting cornrows and embracing the thug life as a white boy gangsta, gets released early from juvie, but Chucky stays in prison. Poor Chucky. Meanwhile, Debbie visits a clinic to run some tests, and the tests come back positive, confirming that she is pregnant. Debbie still decides to keep it, but when she leaves, she tells Fiona that she isn't pregnant. Back at the diner, Otis, the assistant manager, gets arrested after the cops discovered a meth lab in his home, which means Sean will need a new assistant manager. He offers the job to Fiona, saying she'd be great at it, adding that it would help people overlook her felony conviction on her resume. Ian finally visits Mickey in prison, but only because Svetlana paid him to, and Mickey tells Ian to wait for him. After much persistence, Ian finally says he will. Debbie has been trying to get Derek interested in raising their baby, but when she finally confronts him at his house, she learns that he moved to Florida. The news devastates her. Carl is welcomed home by his family, and they let his friend Nick stay with them as they resume their drug-dealing ways. Only this time, they're selling guns to kids at school. The episode ends with Derek's parents confronting Debbie about the baby in front of the entire Gallagher household, and Fiona is shocked Debbie lied to her. Episode 2 begins with Fiona once again trying to convince Debbie to get an abortion, but Debbie is still determined. She believes Derek is coming back and that he loves her. To prove that she can raise a kid without anyone's help and still go to school, she decides to take a bag of flour with her to school, pretending it's a baby. Fiona ends up taking the position as assistant manager and struggles the first day, trying to handle all the new responsibility and grief from her coworkers that wanted the position instead of her. Several hipsters have started making the alibi room their new hangout, and one of them gives Frank the idea to burn all of the things Bianca gave to him as the only way to move on. He gets the bright idea to do it at the hospital where she worked, and almost gets taken away by security when Bianca's friend Jenny vouches for him. Jenny gets Frank lunch, and they reflect on what Bianca meant to them. She then tells Frank that he's grieving more than he needs to about her, and that she was only with him because she had cancer. At school, Debbie runs into two of her friends that already have kids, and she asks them what it's like raising a kid and going to school, expecting, to hear that it's easy. However, they tell her the horror stories of how difficult it is, as well as how much having a kid has ruined their lives. Derek's family then discontinues Derek's number as Debbie kept trying to call him. When Debbie confronts his sister Tanya at her work, she explains that Derek was the one who wanted to move to Florida as he doesn't want to have the baby. She explained that Derek's always wanted to join the Air Force, something Debbie didn't know about, and Tanya says she didn't know because Debbie only cared about having a baby with him and nothing else. Debbie is so devastated by this revelation that on the subway ride home, she accidentally leaves the bag of flour on the subway. Whoops. During all of this, Ian has been slacking off at work, and when Fiona scolds him as his new boss, he quits. This causes her to snap and seek help from Sean, and Sean can't help but inform Fiona that he relapsed when he was cleaning out Otis's locker. She makes him promise not to do it again, but he can't make that promise because there's no cure for this disease. Fiona then takes a scheduled urine test as a part of her probation, and the worker reveals that she is pregnant. This news shocks Fiona, especially since she doesn't know if it's Sean's or Gus's. The next episode begins with Fiona revealing to Debbie that she's pregnant, and Debbie gets excited as she now sees this as a sister bonding experience for them. Nevertheless, Fiona wants to abort hers and keep trying to convince Debbie to do the same, but Debbie argues she's better at knowing who the father is than Fiona. Burn! Debbie then tells Frank he's going to be a grandfather, despite already being one with Chucky and mentions that Fiona wants them both to get abortions. Frank actually encourages Debbie's pregnancy, arguing she's in the prime of her Gallagher childbearing years. Thanks to Lip asking Ewins, he was able to get Ian a new job as a janitor at Lip's school, and it's obvious from the start that Ian deserves better than this. At Carl's school, Carl keeps hitting on a cute girl named Dominique, but it's clear she's not interested. Or is she? That night, Fiona finally confronts Gus about her pregnancy, although she holds off from telling him about it when she hears he wrote a song for her called The F Word. He plays the song in front of a crowded club, and the song turns out to be about her and how she betrayed him and that he is done with her. Not to mention that she slept with everyone she met. Yeah, that's awkward. Debbie confronts Fiona in private and tells her that no one supports her decision to have this baby but Frank. Fiona argues that having Frank be the only one supporting her should be the biggest red flag that this is not a good idea. She then assures Debbie that one day they'll both be great moms, but not today. Debbie reveals her pregnancy wasn't an accident, as she lied to Derek about being on the pill. So Fiona tells Debbie that if she has this baby, she will get no help from her, let alone be allowed to live under their roof. Debbie storms out, and Fiona wonders if she did the right thing as Sean enters. She reveals to him she's pregnant, quickly adding that she's not keeping it and has no way of knowing if it's his. Sean understands this and isn't upset, but instead invites her to go on a casual walk with him. When they come back, there's an eviction notice on their front door. Uh-oh. During this time, Ian's been depressed over where his life's ended up when he happens to witness a brutal car crash. One of the drivers flees, but the other's unconscious as the car catches fire. Ian rushes to save her, breathing in lots of smoke, and drags her away before the car is engulfed in flames. They are both later rescued by firefighters as the episode ends. So remember how Cousin Patrick is the one who owns the house, not our main characters? Well, we learn in the next episode that the reason why they only have 72 hours left to either leave or buy the house is because Patrick took a $60,000 loan on the house and is unable to pay it, resulting in their eviction.
Well, that's great. That's just great, man.
Sean manages to set up a meeting with his friend at the bank, where they find out that the house is being auctioned off, so there's a chance they could still get the house if they have the highest bid. Fiona's surprised when she's told that she is eligible for a $100,000 loan, as she's never had a credit card, but she must pay $3,500 for the down payment. As luck would have it, Carl has been able to earn about $3,000 in drug money, but Fiona refuses to use it, which makes everyone unhappy.
I don't know why you bother calling a family meeting. You make all the decisions anyway.
Fiona says she'll find the money somehow, and then gets an idea to pawn Gus's ring, which he gave to her that belonged to his grandmother. As she ponders the decision, Chucky gets released from juvie and is forced to stay with them until someone can find a foster home for him, which may be forever, as no one wants to take into their home a kid with a swastika tattooed on their forehead. Ian gets a chance to say thank you to the firefighters that saved his life, and it turns out that they're all gay like him. He befriends one of them named Caleb, who is also a part-time sculptor, and he invites Ian to visit his studio. With Nick's help, Carl gets a bike for Dominique, and she lets him ride with her from a distance. To help find Debbie a stable living situation and steady income, Frank gets Debbie a job babysitting the Wexler family, whose mother, Erica, is dying of cancer. However, part of this plan involves Debbie marrying Erica's husband, Tyler, when she dies, and Debbie is initially against it until she sees how cute Tyler is. At the auction, Fiona ends up bidding the entire $100,000. Unfortunately, another couple bids $130,000, taking the house away from the Gallaghers and making them homeless.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
The next episode begins with the police moving everything out of their home, but they allow Fiona to say one last goodbye to the empty house. It's a bittersweet moment as she wanders the empty halls, remembering all the good and bad times the family shared within these walls. Fiona and Liam stay with Sean and his son Will. Lip and Ian stay in his dorm room, while Carl and Nick use their drug money to stay at a penthouse. Before they enter, Nick locks his bike up in front of the building. The bike has a lot of sentimental value to him, and he always wanted one as a kid. Debbie tries to convince Tyler to let her stay with him, and even tries to seduce him, which doesn't go well at first, until she manages to convince him to let her occupy the guest's bedroom. Amanda visits Lip, asking to take a photo of the naked woman she painted a long time ago. So, Lip lets her. Lip is in a hurry sorry, so he leaves her alone in his dorm, which allows her to stumble upon a naked picture of Helene on his phone. Back with Carl and Nick, it turns out they need a parent's signature in order to live at the penthouse. So they leave. As they exit, they find out that someone stole Nick's bike, making Nick very angry. Ian hangs out with Caleb and the other firefighters at a softball game where they play against the other gay cops, including Tony, as it turns out Fiona turned him gay. After the game, Caleb and the others encourage Ian to become a firefighter, but Ian is only interested in making love to Caleb. Caleb rejects his advances and instead says he wants to go slow with Ian, starting with a date. It's later revealed the reason why Caleb wants to go slow is because he's HIV positive. Later, Lip is in the library as he discovers that Amanda got a hold of the naked photo of Helene and sent it to everyone at school. He goes to her house hoping to find her, but Theo answers the door, informing Lip that Helene is facing disciplinary actions and her career may be over. He then shuts the door in his face. Episode 6 begins with Joaquin informing Lip that the photo has now reached Gawker, and the provost wants him to give a statement at the disciplinary committee. He tries to get Amanda to recant her statement, but she refuses. She also reveals that she is leaving campus as a feminist group is harassing her and sending her death threats for ruining Helene's career. Lip seeks out Ewens for advice, who ironically did something similar to what Lip did back in his day, minus the explicit photo, of course. Lip just wants Helene to know how sorry he is, and Ewens gives Lip a life lesson.
Finding something worth learning and to coping with it.
Fiona breaks back into their house to retrieve something and runs into the owner and the inspector. The owner informs her that he didn't realize how trashed up their home was and the cost to repair everything is $150,000, hinting there's a chance they'll want to look someplace else to live. She visits Sean's friend at the bank again to confirm this, and it turns out they rescinded their offer on the house, and that the Gallaghers still qualify to buy it back. Fiona is overjoyed to hear this until she finds out she can only buy it if Gus co-signs the mortgage. Clearly, this complicates things because they're still not on good speaking terms. Ian and Caleb go on their date, which is also Ian's first official date. Unfortunately, their date's interrupted when Caleb is called to the firehouse to cover for someone and lets Ian come with him. They get called to deal with a stabbing, and Caleb is impressed with how skillful Ian is at treating an injured person using the knowledge he learned from the military. Meanwhile, Fiona's abortion finally happens, and it goes smoothly. Sean then treats her to a milkshake and asks her why she needs to buy back their house, considering how scattered they all are now. Fiona says she doesn't know anymore, and she opens up saying she's tired of being the mom of the family and misses just being their sister. Ian finally gets to see Caleb's studio and is impressed by his work. Caleb then asks if he can kiss Ian, and Ian is taken aback by how slow their relationship is going. So Caleb gives him another lesson. Wink wink. Lip testifies before the committee and manages to convince them that he didn't get any academic favors from his relationship with Helene. Helene then testifies, reading a written statement before the committee, and the committee points out that Lip isn't the first student she's been intimate with, recommending her to a therapist. Lip is outraged at how Helene is being treated and defends her by saying that they are in love, but Helene states that they are not. Oof. Lip is devastated and tries to convince her that what they had was real, but she demands that he never see or speak with her or her family again. Nick finds the boy who stole his bike, and Carl follows him, afraid he'll do something he'll regret, and unfortunately arrives too late. He finds Nick outside the house with a bloody hammer and enters to find a mother crying over a boy's dead body. He takes one look at the body and pukes. Nick informs Carl that he's already called the cops and he better get out of here before they catch him too. Carl asks why the hell he did this, but he already knows the answer, as Nick had been sent to juvie at a young age and struggles to exist outside the prison walls. Carl manages to get away before the cops show up and watches from a safe distance as his only friend is arrested. Shaken up by what happened, Carl asks Sean if they can stay at his place, and Sean lets him. This is significant because Sean never liked Carl's delinquent behavior, but looking at him now, there's something different about Carl. After much calling, Gus finally shows up so he can sign the papers. However, he sees this as doing him a favor for his disloyal wife and refuses to sign it, especially since she won't give him back his grandmother's ring. Fiona comes home to Sean and cries in his arms as she can't seem to do anything right. Carl sees this and digs up all his drug money, giving it to Fiona. Meanwhile, Frank finds Chucky living underneath the house all this time and is rescued by his grandmother, Queenie, and she and Frank resume their dysfunctional relationship right where they left off. The episode ends with Carl declaring the Gallagher home as Carl's crib. In this next episode, we see that during all this, Debbie has been staying with the Wexlers, but miraculously, Erica's cancer is gone into remission, so they have no use for Debbie anymore. Ian is still on the fence about applying to be a firefighter, and Caleb encourages him to start out as an EMT. Lip is informed that he's no longer the resident assistant, not because of his relationship with Helene, but because he vandalized the wall in his dorm, despite the fact that that Amanda was the one who did it. The lady tells him that he will have to move out of his dorm, but there's no guarantee that they'll find another place for him to stay. With nowhere to go, the housing lady's assistant Victoria feels sorry for Lip and offers to give him a room in her sorority as their houseboy. Lip accepts and gets a small private room in the basement. Carl continues to wrestle with what Nick did, and Sean comforts him, having some experience in accidentally killing someone long ago. He tells him he can't pretend it never happened, but he does have an infinite number of reset buttons. While incredibly drunk, Lip visits Helene's home so that he can talk to her, but no one answers him as he drunkenly confesses his love for her and tries to atone for what he did. Despite getting the house back, Sean offers Fiona the chance to live with him, and she accepts. As she tells everyone, they're all content with her leaving, and it's a new feeling for her as she no longer has to be their mother, maybe forever. During breakfast in the next episode, Carl's past partner in crime, Lamar, visits the home. Wondering why Carl hasn't shown up to his corner lately. Carl tries to tell him he's done with everything, and Lamar beats him with a gun, giving him a big bloody gash on his forehead. Frank hears about Carl trying to get out of his drug dealing. Realizing Carl's particularly the breadwinner of the family, he decides to take his place in the organization along with a guy that he just met named Gareth, and even sports a new gangsta look and everything. Fiona finds out about Carl's injury and lovingly confronts him about it. She learns what happened to Nick, and Carl realizes it wouldn't be the first dead body he'd see if he continued down this path. Sean helps Carl get out of the game, assuring G-Dog that Carl won't snitch because he never did in prison. G-Dog isn't satisfied, so he takes Sean's jacket, shoes, and his car, amongst other things. The next day, Frank speaks with Lamar about doing a delivery, and Lamar sends him to Indiana, threatening him with castration if he doesn't deliver. Frank once again enlists the help of Gareth in delivering the product, but they instead end up snorting it all and replacing it with a laxative. Back at Sean's, Sean catches Will playing with one of Carl's guns, and scolds Fiona for accidentally allowing Will to get his hands on a gun. He fears this may take away his visitation rights to have custody of Will if his mother, Nicole, finds out about it, and blames himself for trusting Fiona. The episode ends with Frank and Gareth returning from Indiana. However, G-Dog's thugs are there waiting for him, as they only delivered the laxative, and they start chasing Frank. Episode 9 begins with Debbie dropping out of school to join Queenie and Chucky as they travel back to their hippie commune. Frank, still being chased by G-Dog's thugs, joins them, seeing this as the only way he can escape them. At the alibi room, an unhappy customer gets mad when he has to tip Svetlana $5, and then reveals himself to be a U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services representative when he finds out Svetlana is an illegal immigrant. This creates a problem for Kevin and Veronica because Svetlana has done so much to help make their bar profitable. With Mickey in prison, Svetlana has no choice but to move to Kentucky and hope she isn't found. So Kevin proposes she divorce Mickey and someone else marry her. No one comes forward, so Kevin says he'll marry her, especially since Kevin and Veronica had a fake wedding. It all comes full circle, what do you know? However, Svetlana decides she wants to marry Veronica instead, since gay marriage is legal in Illinois, and Veronica is down with it. During all this, Carl has been avoiding Dominique as she finally tracks him down at the diner after Sean offered him a job as a dishwasher. She asks why he's been different lately, and he explains this is the real him now. She tells him she likes the real him more than gangsta Carl and kisses him. Later, they help each other lose their virginity. Gus shows up at the diner trying to apologize for how he was acting last time they were together and adds that he wants a divorce. Fiona has no objection to that, so he gives her his lawyer's card and has only one request, that she return his grandmother's ring. Fiona agrees to it, leaving out the part that she already pawned it when they were trying to bid for the house a while back. She goes to get it back, but despite selling it to the pawn shop owner for $1,900, he now wants $6,000 for it. Phew, inflation, am I right? She then hires a cheap lawyer named Rick to help her case, and he proves how much of a shark in the water he is. Back at the diner, Fiona tries to assure Sean that Will and the gun was an isolated incident, but then he brings up the time Liam almost died from cocaine. Fiona decides maybe it is best if they stop seeing each other and dumps him. At Fiona's divorce hearing, Gus seeks a $15,000 settlement if Fiona doesn't return the ring, so Rick pressures him over his net total. Sean interrupts the hearing, revealing that he bought the ring using his credit card. He then surprises Fiona and everyone by using the ring to propose to her, and she says yes. He then gives the ring back to Gus, so he's at least happy. During all this, Lip awakens in a hospital bed, not sure how he got there, and the doctor informs him that he was so drunk from a party at the sorority that he was positive for alcohol poisoning. She adds that he's lucky to be alive. This causes him to get kicked out of the sorority, as he did many questionable and inappropriate things while he was drunk. The next episode begins at the hippie commune, where we see Frank struggling to like his new home. At first, he hated this place, but then he found out they've been growing opium in a secret warehouse, making him want to stay forever. Carl has lunch with Dominique and her dad, Sergeant Luther Winslow. He starts drilling Carl with questions, assuming he's still in the game, as the last time they saw each other, he chased Carl around with a baseball bat. Dominique snaps and tells her dad to give him a chance, so he takes Carl on a ride-along. Fiona finds Monica's old wedding dress, and she works with Veronica and Svetlana to prepare for her wedding, as she wants to do it right this time. Luther stops to get some coffee after they caught a clean man with drugs, and he uses that as an example of why he doesn't trust Carl. He knows Carl did time in prison, and just because he says he isn't a part of that life anymore, doesn't mean he's to be trusted. Carl admits he'll never be good enough for Dominique, and cannot understand why she's still interested in him after everything, but he admires and loves her enough to do what she says, even if that means spending a day with her dad who hates him. At that moment, Luther gets a call from dispatch about a stolen vehicle, so they get into the car and pursue it. They manage to stop him, but the driver flees on foot and Luther chases him. Luther doesn't see another passenger try and escape, so Carl captures him despite Luther telling him to stay put.
Who the hell are you? The law.
Afterwards, Luther drives Carl home, and despite Carl catching the thug, Luther's opinion about Carl hasn't changed. He still threatens to kill him, but that doesn't faze Carl. He gets out of the car as Lip arrives with all his possessions, and Carl tells Lip that he wants to be a cop. At Fiona's bachelorette party, Kevin reveals he's been trying to get Svetlana a new identity, but she and Veronica already got hitched at the courthouse earlier that day, which angers Kevin because they did it without him knowing about it. Ian takes his EMT test and passes with flying colors. Unfortunately, there's a question on the paperwork asking if he's ever spent time in a mental institution. Ian can't be an EMT if he says yes. Caleb tells Ian to lie, as they both fear he might get passed on. Debbie wakes Frank in the middle of the night, as she's been experiencing contractions and wants to leave so she can have her baby delivered in a more modern, safer environment. Frank doesn't want to at first, until he sees how scared his daughter is. Frank gets Debbie back home, and suddenly G-Dog's thugs spring from their hiding spots and kidnap Frank. Debbie's water breaks, and Veronica is the only one qualified enough to deliver Debbie's baby. Debbie successfully gives birth to a baby girl, and names her Frances, or Franny, after Frank, although not everyone is thrilled by that reason. Frank avoided being tortured by G-Dog when he revealed all of the opium at the hippie commune. But Jupiter, the commune's leader, catches them with a shotgun in hand, and a gunfight ensues with Frank running for his life. Chucky ends up staying at the commune for the remainder of the show, in case you're wondering. The next episode begins several days later, where Debbie is struggling to raise a constantly crying Franny. No one helps her take care of Franny because Debbie's made it clear she doesn't want their help, and she goes back to school, taking Franny with her. Unfortunately, she later learns that she can't bring her daughter to class. Meanwhile, Fiona and Sean continue to plan the wedding, and Frank, the deadbeat dad who was never present in her life, wants to walk her down the aisle. Fiona objects to this, but agrees to do it if Frank pays for the reception. Frank, by the way, has really shown an interest in trying to be there for Fiona, as he's realized he doesn't want to miss out on anything else happening with his children after missing out on Franny's birth. Fiona is taken aback by how much Frank has changed, because anytime Frank tries to do something nice, it's always for himself. USCIS makes an inspection of Kevin and Veronica's home, and everyone plays their roles to prevent Svetlana from getting deported. Carl surprises Luther by telling him he wants to enroll in the junior police training program, and wants Luther to pull some strings as they don't allow convicted felons to enroll. Luther refuses, emphasizing that before Carl can uphold his civic duty, he needs to uphold his personal responsibility. Ian starts work as an EMT trainee and earns the respect of his colleagues when they find out he got a rare perfect score on the test. Unfortunately, his superior Rita reveals she was notified that he lied about his bipolar disorder. Despite scoring a perfect score, she still fires him. That's tough. As part of his plan to raise money, Frank visits Derek's family, threatening him with informing the police that Derek committed statutory rape against Debbie. Afraid of the consequences, they pay him to buy his silence. Later, a brick is thrown through the Gallagher home's window, almost hitting Franny. Because of this, Sean lashes out at Frank's periodical patterns of indirectly harming his family with his clever schemes. In light of everything that's happened to Lip recently, Lip has been struggling to keep his position as Ewan's TA, and Ewan's reminds him that he is not his dad or therapist, so Lip needs to keep his personal matters aside and do do his job. Otherwise, he will be placed in the unfortunate position of determining whether or not to terminate Lip's scholarship. Lip finds out that Frank has decided to be a dad again and snaps, getting wasted and showing up late to Ewan's lecture. He interrupts Ewan's and mocks him in front of the class, causing Ewan's to lash out at him in private. Lip scolds Ewan's for always kissing his ass and never getting a thank you, which prompts Ewan's to fire him as his TA. Sometime later, Lip gets drunk and smashes Ewan's car with a tire iron, and is later arrested by campus security. Frank then comes home, and Sean confronts Frank about the brick that smashed through the front window, and Debbie and Fiona turn against Frank when they find out he threatened Derek's family. Sean and Frank's argument escalates, with Sean saying Frank doesn't deserve to walk Fiona down the aisle, prompting Frank to headbutt Sean, which then results in a brutal fight between them. Carl ends it when he chokeholds Frank, and Fiona lashes out at Frank, telling him to leave. She then lashes out at Sean for not knowing better than to stand up to someone like Frank, and almost ruining his parole. As Frank leaves, he plots a way to kill Sean. Sheesh. The season 6 finale begins with Ian trying to get his janitorial job back at the university, but his old boss won't give it to him because he quit without telling anyone, and he made his fat body leave his comfortable desk. Comment down below if you've had a boss like that. With no other option, poor Ian goes back to his paramedic job. He gives a rousing speech to Rita about why he deserves to have this job, and the other coworkers overhear him. Rita still refuses to accept him back until his coworkers refuse to accompany her on a call without Ian. Left with no choice, she gives him his job back. Hell yeah. Lip gets bailed out of jail by Ewan's of all people, and tells Lip he needs help with his alcoholism. Lip says he can't go to rehab because he has a class, but Ewan's tells him there's a good chance he's already expelled after what he did. Lip ends up drinking his woes away at the alibi room, and everyone in the bar is disappointed in Lip when they find out he got expelled. Kevin makes it clear to Lip that he is turning into his father. Frank visits an old friend, hoping to score a gun from him so he can kill Sean himself. He then visits the diner at night, hoping to find Sean all alone, but instead he discovers something shocking inside of his office. The wedding begins the next day, and everything is beautiful. It's the perfect wedding Fiona always wanted. Lip and Ian are about to give Fiona away when Frank bumbles his way into the wedding. They try to kick him out before he makes a scene until Frank reveals that he discovered that Sean still secretly dopes in his office, and has been for months. When confronted, Sean doesn't deny it, and Fiona starts crying as Will runs away, ashamed of his dad. Lip punches Frank, and Fiona tearfully storms out. The wedding is called off, and Sean tries to justify his actions, but Fiona doesn't want to hear it. He tells her he'll be taking Will back to Nicole, hoping he will still get custody of him, and has to leave her at the church still in her wedding gown. The season ends with two more things happening. Ewan's driving Lip to rehab, revealing he's already paid it for him, and everyone throwing Frank's body over a bridge into the freezing water below. Good riddance, Frank, but sadly he'll be back. So it turns out that Frank getting thrown into a freezing river put him into a coma, and the first episode of season 7 begins with him waking up from it 1 month later with no memory of what happened to him. Fiona is now the temporary manager of Patsy's Pies, which adds more stress and chaos into her life as she tries to regain control. Lip is released from rehab to find Ewan's waiting for him, and Ewan's reveals he got him a job at an unpaid internship like he promised him. Debbie still struggles to raise Franny, and one day decides to steal strollers at a park and sell them online for double their worth. She ends up stealing more than strollers as some ladies leave their wallets behind, allowing her to get richer with credit cards and cash, and hire nannies to take care of Franny so she can finally sleep. Back at the alibi room, Svetlana, who is revealed to have a hidden talent for numbers, discovers that their accounts are seeing diminishing returns in the bar and their home. Frank crawls his way back home and is even more hurt when he finally remembers his own family threw him in the lake. Fiona finds Frank trying to move back in and drags him back outside where he belongs. Later, Frank steals some tools and breaks into the house through the back door. He steals food and beer and moves into Fiona's room, throwing away her clothes, and nails the door shut, locking himself inside. The episode ends with Lip accompanying Ian to determine if Caleb is cheating on him, and his suspicions turn out to be true as they see him passionately make out with an old high school female friend, revealing Caleb to be bisexual. It didn't take long for Fiona to discover Frank trying to lock himself in the home, and we see in the next episode Frank escaping out the window using a ladder while Fiona breaks down the door with a crowbar. While she's upstairs, Frank goes back into the house and tells his children he plans to disown them except for Liam. As he leaves, he takes one of the credit cards Debbie stole. Ian confronts Caleb over kissing his female friend, and Caleb defends himself, arguing no one is 100% gay. Ian ends up breaking up with Caleb. Fiona has been struggling as part of the management at Patsy's and asks the new manager, Chad, if she can be demoted to a waitress, during which she's informed by Chad's boss, Margot, that the diner is in trouble financially and will have to close down soon. To save the diner and her income, she is forced to fire the current waitresses and hire newer, younger ones, which is fine for Fiona because the current waitresses always showed up late and were always mean to her. Kevin has been staying home while Veronica and Svetlana work at the bar, and he hires a topless maid to help with the cleaning, not realizing what topless maid actually meant. This then gives him an idea to start his own topless maid service that actually cleans, where Veronica and Svetlana will be topless maids, while someone else does the cleaning. This man is a frickin' gooner. The new waitresses Fiona hired invite her and Lip to a club, mostly just so they can hang out with Lip. This makes things difficult for Lip because he's still trying to stay sober, but he ends up getting intimate with one of the waitresses named Sierra, eventually starting a relationship with her. One of them introduces Fiona to the wonderful world of Tinder, and she feels so relieved after a encounter to be free from Sean and Jimmy. Veronica confronts her about this unhealthy rebound the next day, but Fiona doesn't want to talk about it. In episode 3, we see Frank has been staying at a homeless shelter along with his new homeless girlfriend, Dollface. They're informed the next morning that the shelter they've been staying in is closing soon, forcing him to find refuge elsewhere. This also gives Frank the idea to form his own homeless family. Yeah, good luck with that, bud. Luther visits Carl, or in this case, tries to kill him, believing he gave his daughter gonorrhea. Carl gets himself tested and learns he wasn't the one responsible, so he follows Dominique one night and learns she's cheating on him with someone else. He shows the evidence to Luther, and Luther, finally respecting Carl, brings down a SWAT team on the fraternity Dominique was staying at. Kevin shows off the new design of an ice cream truck to Veronica and Svetlana, as he converted it into their new topless maid service mobile, complete with secure baby transportation. Meanwhile, Debbie finally gets caught stealing when she was shoplifting some baby clothes, and Fiona has to bail her out by pretending Debbie is mentally retarded. At home, she gives Debbie a lesson in being a good mom. Frank ends up taking his new family to an open house, and convinces the realtor they have permission to stay there. Frank then gets the idea to turn this house for sale into a homeless shelter, recruiting an entire army of homeless people to come stay with them when the police arrive. The police, while suspecting Frank of lying, allow him to stay, and Frank retrieves wasted food from dumpsters for the inhabitants. Fiona becomes fascinated with Margot upon learning that she built so much after dropping out of high school. This inspires her to ditch the classic squirrel fund that helped the Gallaghers so much in the past, and inform her siblings, most of whom are now adults and want to be adults, that they will be taking care of themselves, including personal necessities. She then makes them put her at the bottom of the emergency contact list, as she has a plan for her life and can't keep babysitting them anymore. The next episode begins with Fiona collecting the first monthly dues she enforced on everyone, and Debbie is short $300, whining about how difficult it is to be a full-time mother. Fiona, already knowing said struggle times 5, gives Debbie a job application for a donut shop she already had on standby. Debbie later butchers the interview, and Fiona refuses to help her out, as she promised would happen. Debbie then asks Kevin for a job at the alibi room, but he refuses because she's not an adult. Svetlana then tells Debbie that if she wants to earn money, she needs a man.
I have both husband and wife. I have someone to watch my son 24/7. I have job. I am kept woman.
Carl ends up spending more time with Luther, and he takes Carl to a shooting range. And Carl brings up that he doesn't want to be just a cop, but a member of the SWAT team. Luther then suggests that Carl applied to military school instead, as Luther was just like him when he was his age. Meanwhile, Ian is still wrestling with his breakup with Caleb, but one day he comes home from work and bonds with a worker at a center for at-risk youth named Trevor, who's out looking for Frank's shelter. They spend time at a gay bar, and Ian discovers that Trevor is a trans man. This makes things awkward between them, but they still decide to hang out together. Back with the shelter, the Lisas return to voice their grievance regarding Frank's new homeless shelter, saying it makes the already terrible neighborhood look bad. Frank's efforts to keep the shelter fail, so he resorts to chaining himself in front of a shelter in front of a news crew. The next episode begins with Frank being visited by a city worker who reveals that a billionaire saw his TV appearance and was so moved he decided to buy the house and make it a public housing, providing Frank and the inhabitants with power and water. To renovate the house, Frank sends some of the inhabitants to ask for money in the streets, keeping half of it for his financial benefit. Carl applies for military school thanks to Luther writing Carl an impressive letter of recommendation to compensate for Carl's terrible grades. Unfortunately, Carl is denied enrollment because they are already filled up, and the remaining slots are for more diverse students. Carl tells Luther what happened, trying to get him to convince them that he is part black. Luther refuses, but instead gives him a DNA test. The results come back, and Carl isn't African American, but he is 33.5% Apache, so technically it qualifies him enough as a minority to get him into military school. The washer Jimmy bought them from the beginning of the show finally dies, so Fiona is forced to do their laundry at a laundromat. There, she befriends the sweet elderly owner, Etta, and learns that she's selling the place. Fiona considers this, as she's been looking for a way to expand. Meanwhile, Debbie is still desperate to pay Fiona the $300, so she has no other option but to ask Frank for advice on earning money fast. Frank's advice is to beg for money, as with a baby in her arms while holding a sign, she'll be a money magnet on the corner. While begging, Debbie ends up getting into a fight with another homeless person when she takes her corner. People record the fight on their phones, and it goes viral. While having another meltdown, Debbie is run over, or should I say, swept off her feet by a man in a wheelchair named Neil. Neil suffers from a brain injury from when he rode a skateboard into a bus, and this causes him to say or do the first thing that pops into his head. Coincidentally, he just happens to be Sierra's brother. Regardless, Debbie sees their meeting as fate, as Neil is the perfect person she's been looking for, as he has his own place but no one to take care of him. Ian goes to a party with Trevor, and in the heat of the moment, he kisses him. He becomes weirded out by what he did, and he confides with Kevin about it. He doesn't know if he should pursue a sexual relationship with Trevor, but of course, Kevin is no help as he can't keep up with the description of Trevor's equipment. During all this, Kevin, Veronica, and Svetlana all agree to adopt their babies when Svetlana realizes they could get a tax break from doing so. They sign the papers, not realizing this is Svetlana conning them. Stay tuned to find out how. The episode ends with a child services officer visiting the Gallagher home as the video of Debbie's fight with the homeless person has opened up an investigation to determine if she is fit to raise Franny. Debbie is forced to hide out with Neil at his place in the next episode, but Sierra isn't okay with Debbie spending time with Neil. Frank has been having his new homeless family beg for money, but has been secretly keeping a larger share of the profits for himself. They find out about this and throw him out the second-story window. While on a call, Ian loses his first patient, completely devastating him. He turns to Trevor for comfort, and they end up making love, although they have an awkward time trying to figure out where to put what. So yeah, no docking happens this time. Fiona catches one of Ida's cats trying to hide out in the restaurant, and when she returns it, she learns from Ida that the real estate agents who wanted to buy her lease gave her 1 week to move in exchange for $100,000. She would also have to move out of her apartment upstairs, so Fiona decides to buy the laundromat using a $100,000 loan from the bank, and would allow poor Ida to keep her apartment upstairs. Ida loves the idea. Fiona gets a call from the bank saying they can only give her an $80,000 loan, so she puts the house up for collateral without telling anyone. Lip finds out about her putting the house up and scolds her, telling her she's making a huge mistake. Luther personally sees Carl go off to military school, but hasn't graduated to a hug just yet, so his family hugs him goodbye instead, and he tells him he's gonna come back as a man. Can't wait to see it. Liam is a big boy today in episode 7 as he starts kindergarten. As Fiona walks him there, he says he can walk all by himself, and Fiona lets him. Liam responsibly walks to school, even looking both ways before crossing the street. Man, they grow up so fast. However, when he gets to school, he discovers that it is closed, as more students have decided to go to a private school located in a church. Somehow, he finds his way to Frank's as he's about to burn down the homeless shelter he created in retaliation for getting kicked out. He tells Frank he wants to learn stuff, and Frank jumps at the opportunity to be needed by his kids, completely forgetting what he was doing. At the laundromat, Fiona discovers that more than half of the machines are broken and will be very expensive to replace. She later learns that there are more than 100 other expensive problems with the place and may not have been a good investment. The problems get so expensive that Fiona has to risk using the money she earned from the diner to pay off the damages in the laundromat. Despite all the red flags and Margot telling her that this is not a good idea, Fiona decides to officially buy the laundromat. Frank and Liam arrive at the private school, and Frank is disgusted by how well every kid is treated there. He scares some of the teachers and is forced to leave when they threaten to call the cops. Despite getting kicked out, Frank continues to wait outside the school, insulting the kids and teachers for letting kids attend the school. He finally stops when the principal of the school, Annie, invites him into her office for tea. She sympathizes with him, as they both attended the church back in the day, and Frank points out that there isn't a lot of diversity at the school like they advertised, so Annie offers to enroll Liam for free. Frank accepts. Liam leaves for the private school the next morning, and Frank is so proud of him.
You're a good dad.
At work, Lip is visited by Ewens with some news. He issued a formal apology on his behalf, and the university granted his request to appeal his case. Despite Ewens and Sierra asking him to attend the hearing, Lip is not interested. Later, Lip and Sierra make plans to go on a date, leaving her son Lucas in the care of her ex Charlie, a recovering drug addict. During the date, Sierra gets a call from someone saying Charlie abandoned Lucas. They find him with a friend, and Sierra suspects Charlie relapsed again. She explains she only trusted him because she needs the child support, but then says this is the last time she'll ever trust him. Lip promises to always be there for her, and they kiss. Episode 8 begins with Kevin casually walking out of the house one fine morning to find their topless maid van is gone. He rushes back inside to tell them the devastating news, but Svetlana reveals she already knew it was stolen and reported it, and then she winks at Kevin, confusing him. It takes Kevin all day to realize what the wink meant. Apparently Svetlana had someone steal it so she could bank the insurance money for them. Kevin's not okay with all the conning Svetlana has gotten away with, but Veronica tries to assure him that she's doing it for their best best interest. Kevin later discovers Svetlana is running a fake ID operation using the insurance money from the van. She still tells Kevin to trust her, and then reveals the van was only moved, not stolen. Kevin still can't make heads or tails of what Svetlana's game is, so he confides with Fiona at the laundromat, and she convinces him that she might be conning them. As a show of gratitude, Kevin organizes many of the regular bar patrons to come help Fiona fix the laundromat in exchange for free beer. Frank comes along too and somehow gets a room with Ida. As he convinces her he's her long-dead husband. He easily achieves this because she has dementia. Debbie realizes Derek's family was responsible for putting a target on her back by DCFS, so she tries to build a good relationship with them, allowing them to see Franny and maybe possibly get Derek to come back. They end up keeping Franny, thinking she's better off with them, and Debbie goes on a rant outside their home, which they record on their phones. Lip is reluctantly pressured into going to the hearing where Ewans and Ian vouch for Lip and portray him as a positive light. Lip is then allowed to speak, and he gives a passionate speech about how much he misses being around brilliant minds that aren't wasted here on the campus, and would like a second chance not to waste his. The board reconvenes and reaches a decision. Though they agree Lip does have a bright future, Lip is still expelled. The news shatters him, and he ends up going back to drinking. That night, Charlie comes by the diner and tries to reconcile with Sierra, when he's attacked by a drunk Lip. Sierra begs him to stop, and Ian has to pull Lip off of Charlie. Lip stumbles his way back into Sierra's home and tries to apologize, but she breaks up with him as she never wanted any drama between them and wanted Lucas to know who his father is. She adds that she can't have two addicts in her life, and she shuts the door. The episode opens with Frank getting kicked out of the alibi room again, only to run into a familiar face, Monica. Frank is not happy to see her, and everyone tries to ignore her, despite her desperately wanting to make things right this time, now more than ever. She hangs around the Gallagher home outside, hoping one of them will listen to her, but only Debbie gets her attention after she comes back from another failed attempt to get Franny back. Monica finds out what happened to her grandchild, so she comes up with a plan, and by plan I mean she grabs the killing bat and starts smashing the Delgado home. It somehow works and they don't get arrested. Grateful for helping her get Franny, Debbie lets Monica stay with her and Neil at his place. Later, she lets Monica come with her to the DCFS hearing, where Franny is allowed to stay with Debbie and Derek's family is allowed to visit. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm starting to like this new Monica. Meanwhile, Svetlana continues to do shady business behind Kevin and Veronica's backs, even with their marriages. So Kevin suggests that all three of them enroll in marriage counseling. During their session, Kevin opens up about his fear that Veronica loves Svetlana more than him, and Veronica says she fears Svetlana doesn't love either of them. The whole time Svetlana is annoyed by all this, and she denies ever not loving either of them. They get everything off their chest and head back to the bar to cool off when Kevin and Veronica learn that Svetlana has become the new owner of the bar behind their backs. Remember those adoption papers? Well, let's just say they weren't adoption papers. Kevin and Veronica are devastated by this, Veronica most of all. Frank is still furious that Monica came back to ruin his life one more time, and Monica drops a bomb on him. She has brain damage and will die any day now. Frank sees the x-rays and breaks down in tears. The episode ends with more shocking news. Mickey has escaped from prison. Ian is distraught upon learning that Mickey escaped from prison, but he assures Trevor that he won't get involved if Mickey tries to reach out to him. But later that day, a random guy slips Ian a phone, and Mickey is on the other end, giving Ian a meeting place. He ends up getting a bag thrown over his head and stuffed into a van where he's dropped off at a football field they used to spend a lot of time at. He sees Mickey looking different than we last saw him. Mickey explains he's planning on getting a new identity so he can escape to Mexico. He still expresses feelings for Ian and offers Ian a chance to come with him. Elsewhere, Fiona meets with Margot and reveals she wants to buy the lease for the laundromat so that she can redesign the block for $80,000. Eventually doubling her offer to $160,000, Fiona doesn't want to because she's starting to make a profit and she doesn't want to put Ida and her cats on the street, but Margot is persistent, giving Fiona till tomorrow to think it over. Lip comes to work wasted, and Fiona confronts him about his drinking. Lip doesn't want to hear it, so Fiona tells him to go home, threatening to fire him if he doesn't. He ends up getting drunk again and somehow breaks into Helene's house. Helene finds him and scolds him for coming back, but then softens up when she sees how much of a mess he is. She lovingly tells him he needs help, and he leaves, still looking like a wreck. The next day, he randomly walks by an AA meeting and decides to attend. Ian contemplates Mickey's offer and asks Fiona if she ever regrets not running away with Jimmy. Fiona says she has no regrets and urges Ian to not destroy how far he's come in his life after already turning it around once. Ian ends up meeting with Mickey again, and they resume their passionate lovemaking like it's going to be the last time. A couple days later, he meets with Mickey one more time to say goodbye, but instead instead gets in a car and leaves to Mexico with him. Fiona keeps staring at a check for $160,000 for the laundromat, and she ultimately decides to take it and let Ida stay with her until she gets her into a retirement home. Debbie confronts Lip after hearing he relapsed on his drinking, but he calms her down when he says he went to an AA meeting and plans to go to another one. She then reveals she plans to enroll in junior college and become a welder, and seems pretty committed to this bizarre career choice for someone like Debbie. At his next AA meeting, Lip befriends another recovering alcoholic named Brad, and they plan to meet for coffee later, where they swap drinking stories. Earlier that day, Frank and Monica raided an orgy and stole everyone's possessions, including a very expensive wedding ring. It fits Monica perfectly, giving Frank the idea to marry Monica again, or in this case, recommit their hearts to one another since they're still technically married. She says yes. They visit the diner to tell Lip and Fiona the good news, but neither one of them is happy for them. Monica tells them that this is her chance to have a fresh start with them so they can be a family again, but of course they don't believe her for the 100th time. As they hide out in the diner, Lip helps Fiona move all of Ida's stuff and learns that Fiona bought a car with the money she earned from selling the laundromat. Lip doesn't approve. Only Debbie and Liam attend the renewing of their parents' vows, but as Monica recites her vows, they end up arguing, resulting in them fighting each other. After licking their wounds, Frank finally recites his vows to her, and they are the vows he made to her during their first wedding. She's touched and remembered them, and they make love. Meanwhile, Fiona decides to see what Chad and Margot are doing in the laundromat, and it's sad to see how quickly they're undoing all her hard work. While there, she meets another real estate agent, Ryan, who's amazed at Fiona's ability to flip a failing business despite not being trained. He takes her back to his apartment building that he's been trying to remodel for so long, where they get intimate, and afterwards gives her the building when she shows an interest in it. Fiona accepts buying the building for $250,000. By now, Ian and Mickey make their way to Texas, where Mickey plans to rob a bank so they can pay someone to get them across the border. However, Ian manages to extract the money illegally, as he's already got a bank account with lots of money from working as an EMT. That night, they camp under a bridge where Mickey expresses his anger at Ian for never visiting him in prison. Ian admits it was hard to see him on the other side of the glass, but adds that he thought about him a lot. They reach the border the next day, and Ian is having second thoughts about going with him. Ian says he's a changed man now, and a heartbroken Mickey understands. They kiss each other goodbye, and Ian gives him the money. He watches Mickey disappear over the border wearing a disguise. The episode ends with Frank waking up from a wild night of partying over renewing their vows, but he can't wake up Monica. He checks her and is saddened to discover that she died of a brain hemorrhage during the night. Damn, I can't believe that I'm feeling sad that Monica died. The season ends with everyone at the hospital mourning the loss of Monica, but a devastated Frank can't bring himself to say goodbye to her. When Fiona tries to talk with him, he ends up leaving without saying a word. Poor Frank. Ian returns home, but he doesn't tell anyone about Mickey or where he was. They all sit down at a diner table and rummage through Monica's things when Fiona finds a mysterious key. They can't determine where it leads to, but obviously, Monica kept it close for a reason. Soon after, Carl returns home from military school after being told about Monica's passing, and everyone's happy to see him. Ian finally reveals to Trevor, who's been calling him repeatedly the past couple days, wondering where he was, that he was with Mickey. Ian tries to apologize, but Trevor says that he had a date with someone else. However, he does not accept Ian's apology. Frank wakes up after finding his way back to the house drunk last night and sees the key that was in Monica's purse. He realizes it's a key to a storage unit, so Debbie, Carl, and Liam accompany Frank to find out what's inside.
That it might be dangerous to try to retrieve it. Well, how dangerous? Said the DEA could be involved.
They find the unit to discover that she was living there sometimes. Frank then finds what Monica left them, $70,000 in methamphetamines. Yep, the DEA is definitely going to be on them. They take it home where they debate what to do with it. Fiona wants to flush it all down the toilet, but ironically, she's the only one who wants that, especially when they find out that they'll be getting $10,000 each. Suddenly, they're interrupted by a loud knocking at the door, making them think the DEA is here to arrest them all. It turns out to be Monica's father, Bill, who's here to beat Frank for ruining Monica's life. When he calms down, he promises to pay for his daughter's funeral and is disgusted at how dysfunctional Frank's kids are. When he leaves, Frank runs upstairs to find the meth, but Debbie reveals she hid it after Frank tried to hide it in Franny's crib. Frank lashes out and chokes Debbie, and then he attacks Fiona, prompting Lip and Ian to restrain him. Fiona confronts Frank outside, where Frank tries to defend Monica as a loving mother, prompting Fiona to list all the times she was more of a mother than Monica was to the kids, and to Frank. She adds that Monica didn't love them, nor did she love Frank. Frank refuses refuses to believe it though, and Fiona walks away, glad that Monica is dead. The day of the funeral comes, and Fiona goes early to see everything is prepared, and sees Monica dressed in her wedding dress in the casket. She asks for some time alone with her and hides her share of the meth in Monica's casket. She then punches Monica for leaving. The funeral takes place, and everyone takes turns sharing their memories with Monica. When Fiona takes the floor, not sure what to say, she finally says that you couldn't depend on Monica, but she never had a bad thing to say about her children. Frank then speaks, recounting the first time they met. He was bored at college, going nowhere, until he happened to save her from a guy trying to violate her. From then on, she taught him how to live life to the fullest, filled with drugs and alcohol and adventure, and whether or not the kids loved her, there was a bit of Monica in all of them. Back at home, the Gallaghers throw a celebration. Fiona forgives Frank for his behavior and dances with him. The season ends with Debbie starting her welding classes, Ian resuming his paramedic job, Lip still attending his AA meetings with Brad, as he's now become his sponsor, Fiona being given the keys to the apartment building Ryan gave her, and Frank and Carl graffitiing Monica's name in the alleyway. It may be temporary, but it's cool seeing a happy season finale for this crazy family. Season 8 begins with Fiona having another failed dating experience. Debbie's been taking welding classes at night. Liam still goes to the private school where he's constantly used as a way to promote racial diversity at the school. Brad gave Lip a job at his motorcycle shop. While there, he's been trying to befriend a femme fatale named Eddie, but she keeps giving him the cold shoulder. Veronica now works at the diner with Fiona, and her relationship with Kevin has been useless ever since Svetlana took the bar from them, as she can't stop thinking of ways to kill Svetlana.
Hey, you want to swing by the youth center on the way back to the station? See if anybody needs anything?
Anybody? He doesn't want you. He's made that pretty damn clear.
Ian's relationship with Trevor is still broken, and one of the volunteers, Sue, encourages him to move on. Since Monica's death, Frank has been living in a monastery to mourn her death, by consuming half of the meth she left for him, and by giving the other half to charity.
Just one left, my love. One rock.
Fiona begins working on the tenement building and befriends one of the residents, Nessa, who's been working as a handyman the past couple of months. Frank returns home a changed man, claiming to be free of Monica's chakra after being a prisoner for 20 years. Carl is home as well, so he awkwardly apologizes to Carl for every wrong thing he's ever done to him. We then see that Carl used his meth money to buy a hot tub for the backyard. He then starts going around town apologizing to everyone he's ever wronged and seeking their forgiveness, reopening old wounds and creating lots of confusion. Kevin comes by the diner with the girls to inform them that Svetlana has renamed the alibi room to Putin's Paradise, and it's more popular than when Kevin ran the place. This angers Kevin, so Veronica tries to convince Svetlana to give them the bar back. She refuses, resulting in a bar fight between the two.
Otherwise, get your chorny ass out of my bar.
Veronica then gets the idea to bring ice down on the bar to have Svetlana and every other illegally immigrated Russian deported, giving the bar back to them. Lip still has feelings for Sierra, and Brad encourages him not to pursue past relationships to help ensure he stays sober, especially since she broke up with him for getting drunk. Regardless, Lip hears that she's been having problems finding someone to babysit Lucas, so Lip volunteers. Sierra doesn't think it's a good idea though, since the reason she needs a sitter is because she's been trying to get back together with Charlie, who's been doing better staying sober this time. Lip still offers even to do it for free, and she lets him. She comes home from her date with Charlie, and upon seeing Charlie, Lip has to really fight the urge to not start drinking, confiding in the fidget spinner Brad gave him. He then runs to Ewan's home and pays him back for the rehab, thanking him. Not much happens in this next episode, so we're gonna fly through it. Finally free from Monica, Frank sees this as an opportunity to finally become the man he was born to be before meeting her, and get an honest job. Man, the next thing you're gonna tell me is that the sky is falling.
Here. Yeah, just give me a couple days.
He attends a job interview at a home improvement store, and despite having no experience, he's able to deeply move the owner and get a job. During all this, Debbie has been spending so much time with her friends from welding class that she started neglecting Neil and Franny. Frank ends up taking his new job so seriously, even trying to be as safe as possible, that he ends up being promoted to supervisor on his first day. Frank also starts going by Francis from here on out. Yeah, I'm still going to be calling him Frank. Episode 3 begins with Lip discovering that Ewans took the money he gave for his rehab and bought alcohol, to which he got drunk and drove his car into someone's house. Lip bails him out and is shocked to learn that this is Ewans' 5th DUI, meaning not only is he going to get fired and lose his tenure, but will most likely face prison.
In pain?
Both physical and existential.
Stop by the drugstore, see what they got for existential pain.
He finds Ewan's passed out at his house, covered in vomit, and helps him up. Lip talks about getting him into rehab, describing how great he felt ever since he got into rehab. Ewans is grateful and proud of Lip, but asks that Lip let him deal with going to prison on his own. Debbie comes home to find that Neil and his new nurse, Lakeisha, have fallen in love. He tells her that it's over between them, and he knows she was only interested in him for his money. Veronica confronts Svetlana at ICE Detention Center. As it turns out, they really can't run a profitable bar without her. They agree to share equal custody on the children and the bar, if Veronica can secure her release. The family discovers that Monica had an ex-boyfriend named Eric, and all the meth that was in her storage unit actually belonged to him. And when he finds out that the Gallaghers took it, he threatens to kill all of them, starting with almost drowning Carl in his hot tub, had Ian not come to the rescue. Ian is held at gunpoint, where Eric gives them 24 hours to give him back the meth, or the 70 grand. The problem is that by now, they've already spent the money, or used all their shares of the meth. So they're left with no choice but to grovel before Fiona. Fiona takes her time soaking in the moment, as once again she was right and they were wrong. She then reveals the 2 bags of meth hidden in Monica's casket. They use Frank's family discount at his job to buy lots of shovels and dig up Monica's grave. They also fight past the unbearable smell of Monica's rotting corpse to retrieve the meth. They give Eric the money and meth, but they are still $37,000 short. Frank points out that half of the meth was Monica's. Therefore, they've just paid Eric back his half. He then threatens Eric into letting his family walk away, earning Fiona's respect in the process. The episode ends with Eric taking away Carl's hot tub as part of his payment, and Lip bringing Brad and everyone else from AA to have a meeting at Ewan's house. I hope Ewan's doesn't get prison in the end. Since Debbie has been kicked out of Neil's home, she has no choice in the next episode but to move back into the Gallagher home, and Fiona has no objection this time. Frank feels he's failed raising each of his kids due to Monica's influence, so he realizes Liam is the only last shot at redemption on raising him right. He starts by trying to be present in every moment of his life, and now even joins his school's PTA. Brad has a baby, and he is the proudest father in the world, but all Lip cares about is not being able to be in a relationship as a part of his sobriety. Eddie has had enough of Lip complaining about not getting laid, so he takes him upstairs and has violent with him. While this has been taking place, there have been several robberies happening in the neighborhood, and when one of them happens to involve stolen army medals from a vet, Carl goes all Rambo and sets a trap in the backyard. That night, the thief falls into one of Carl's traps, and he apprehends him. We see in the next episode, Carl keeping the thief locked up in their basement as a part of a detoxing therapy until he learns the error of his ways. He's basically Jigsaw if no one died at the end. During a morning run, Ian sees a rundown church and sees it as a chance to turn it into a house for the kids at Trevor's youth center, and it's also a way to rebuild his relationship with Trevor. Meanwhile, Fiona has also set her eyes on the church, hoping to make an art gallery to improve the recreational activities of the neighborhood. By the end, they discover that they are both trying to buy the church, and they get into a heated argument on what is better for the community. In the end, Fiona wins the argument and gets the church, angering Ian. Carl gets worried because he never received his enrollment packet for military school, and learns that he lost his military scholarship to another, more ethnically diverse candidate. Realizing he needs over $10,000 if he wants to secure his spot in the academy, he takes his old job at Patsy's and becomes an Uber driver. But he eventually realizes he won't be able to get the money before the deadline. He later releases the thief, having completed his detoxing. The thief thanks him and leaves, but then returns with his girlfriend, paying Carl $7,500 to do the same detoxing rehab for her. I think Carl just solved his enrollment problem. Brad's new baby has forced him to prioritize his time with his family, and he tells Lip that he'll have to get a new sponsor, as it's hard for him to juggle 2 big responsibilities now. He gives Lip a list of equally qualified people, but Lip is saddened because he and Brad were great together. Later, he finds Brad having a relapse in a bar, and when Lip tries to take him home, Brad beats him up. While Debbie works her butt off, she's been letting the Delgados babysit Franny, and one day when she comes home to pick her up, she's shocked to see Derek has returned with his new girlfriend Peppa. She takes Franny and leaves, wanting nothing to do with Derek anymore. In episode 6, Fiona is making repairs to the tenement building basement with Nessa when she notices one of the rooms is leaking. The room belongs to an elderly lady known as Mrs. Cardinal, who has been trying to avoid paying rent to Fiona for so long, but Fiona has no choice but to enter this time. She finds the room to be a fire hazard and sees Mrs. Cardinal's cute dog named Rusty licking Mrs. Cardinal's naked, dead body. Meanwhile, Brad goes missing, so Lip enlists Ewans and Carl into tracking him. They question his wife Cammie, who states that she will not allow him back into the house until he is sober. They use her phone to track Brad and find out that his truck crashed, overflowing with donuts, and traces of blonde hair extensions and several other random breadcrumbs that hopefully lead to where Brad went. They follow the breadcrumbs to find Brad passed out by the hair extension store. Brad tries fighting them again, so Lip has to beat him until he gets in the car. He takes him to the diner to sober up, and Brad is ashamed he relapsed, refusing to go back to rehab until Lip motivates him to do so. Frank is named Employee of the Month at the store, but then later is approached by a corporate employee, sadly informing him that he is fired after half of the stores across the country have to be shut down. So much for pursuing the American dream legally. The episode ends with Fiona adopting Rusty since the alternative was to get him euthanized. Carl continues his detoxing program in the next episode, where one of his subjects, Cassidy, constantly gives him a hard time with her drug-induced behavior. She convinces him that she could earn the money needed for the military scholarship by faking her kidnapping to her dad and cashing the ransom money. It works and he lets Cassidy go, but she doesn't want to go back home to her rich, fancy life, so Carl lets her stay, especially, after she blows him. Frank tries finding a new respectable job, but isn't having as much luck as last time, especially since he tries only to apply for management opportunities, despite only being a manager for a very short time. Ian, still mad at Fiona for taking the church, shows up in the field next to the tenement building with people from the youth center, beginning an Occupy Fiona movement to annoy her and the residents. Trevor finds out what he's doing and is not happy with him, saying he's using people he's trying to help to get back at his sister. While this takes place, Fiona meets with an Irish carpenter named Ford that Nessa hired to help fix a door. He offers to fix the door for free, and Fiona is very grateful. Fiona and Ian keep going to war with each other until Fiona waves a white flag. Margot offered her another building, so she's offering it to Ian. But Ian doesn't want another building, he wants the church. Fiona suspects Ian isn't taking his meds, but Ian is taking his meds, and so he lashes out at her for thinking he's not on his meds every time he gets angry.
It's a good building. Please take a look, okay?
That night, Trevor tells Ian that he visited and signed the lease on Fiona's suggested building, angering Ian. At Ewan's trial, Brad speaks for Ewan's, but Brad is too afraid to lie in the court that he stumbles over each question trying to prove Ewan's shouldn't go to prison. Lip takes the stand and successfully paints Ewan's as an upstanding citizen that should be given another chance. However, when Ewan's takes a stand, he can't even stand up straight, revealing that he is drunk right now. Well, he's going to prison. Lip confronts Ewan's in custody, scolding him for doing the one simple thing that he wasn't supposed to do, especially since Lip has wanted to drink so badly too. With a heavy heart, Ewans tells Lip he never asked him for his help, but he appreciates it. Lip asks him if he cares about anything, and Ewans' response is, "I chose booze a long time ago. You don't like what you see? Don't look." Real bummer. A while back, Debbie had unprotected with one of her friends, and despite taking a morning after pill, she has been paranoid, taking one pregnancy test after another. They keep coming back negative, but in this episode, Debbie is still certain something is wrong because she hasn't had her period yet. Lip goes with Debbie to Planned Parenthood just to make sure she's okay, where she sees Charlie there with a girl he got pregnant. Charlie knows Lip will tell Sierra about this, so he informs him that he got her pregnant before he and Sierra started trying to get back together. He still hasn't told her yet and is afraid to because things were going great with them. Lip urges him to tell her soon because he'll blow it either way. While cleaning the new youth center, Ian and Trevor learn that one of the kids, Jamie, tried to off himself while his parents forced him to visit a gay conversion church. Ian finds the church and exposes the flaws with gay conversion by throwing the Bible at the pastor after staying up all night to read the Bible cover to cover. Ian's message is simply that God loves everyone, no matter their sexuality. It's here Ian begins referring to God as Shim, combinations of the pronouns he and she. According to Ian, who's to say God is a man? He then feels all other kids who were forced to be converted and invites them to join him at their new youth center. They return and Ian is welcomed like a hero as someone recorded Ian's debate with the pastor and the video starts going viral. Fiona is then given the idea to move out on her own and live in one of the unused rooms at her building. Finally free to live outside the home, Fiona dances in her underwear in her empty apartment, unaware that Ford just walked in. He watches her confused and she's embarrassed when she sees him. He's there because he left some tools when he fixed the door, and they get to know each other a bit more once she gets dressed. He invites her to see some of his work around the city, and she accepts. He takes her to one of the houses he helped design, during which he has her sit on a mattress. Fiona mistakes this as him trying to flirt with her and kisses him. He doesn't kiss her back though, revealing he's not interested in her because she's too complicated. Ouch. She leaves, embarrassed and hurt by everything. She returns home to find Nessa and her girlfriend Mel throwing a party as they both are pregnant. They reveal they had sex with a man so they could have a better chance, and reveal it was Ford who had sex with the both of them.
Get the out of here.
And our kids are gonna look just like that.
Is that That's one of Ford's? Yeah.
Fiona is surprised by what Ford does when he's not an architect, and points out that his life is also complicated. We see in the next episode that Lip and Eddie are still continuing their sexual relationship, and after one session, Eddie mentions she has a niece named Zan that she often helps to take care of to help her sister out. Meanwhile, Cassidy has now been living with Carl as their relationship continues to grow, and expresses how much she doesn't want him to go back to military school. Did I mention she's very clingy? Later, Carl gets the idea to show how much she means to him in order to get her to calm down, and gives her a pimp ring. However, she excitedly mistakes it for an engagement ring, thinking he just proposed to her. Meanwhile, Ford invites Fiona to go bowling with him and his friends. While Fiona is content in finally catching his attention, she fails to fit in with his friends, especially since Ford dated a lot of women there. She's forced to leave when a man doing repairs falls from the roof of the tenement building and breaks his leg. Ford accompanied her because he loved how caring she was, and they share a kiss later. Yet, he doesn't invite her into his bed, and Fiona is a little put off by how slow Ford is taking their relationship. At the alibi room, Svetlana has been spending a lot of her free time there on a laptop, and Kevin and Veronica suspect she's doing some more shady Russian conning. When they confront her, she reveals that she's been looking at one of her employees, Frilanya, who married a rich man and is enjoying a wonderful life. Svetlana angrily scolds them before walking out. Feeling bad for her, Kevin and Veronica try to find a way to hook her up with a sugar daddy. Elsewhere, Sierra walks in on Lip and Eddie about to have again. Awkward. She walks away in tears, but not because she saw Lip with someone else, but because Charlie finally told Sierra about getting someone else pregnant. Lip tries to be there for her, but decides to leave instead. Later, Charlie finds Lip at the shop and tells him Sierra kicked him out. He asks that he talk to Sierra and convince her to take him back. And despite Lip not wanting to get involved because he had a good thing going with Eddie, he decides to help him. Ian discovers that his tirade against the homophobic pastor still continues to go viral, causing many other churches to join in supporting Ian's message. He ends up becoming a motivational speaker for other gay people that have been oppressed by religion. Later, they interrupt a homophobic church, and when the pastor rebukes him, he suffers a heart attack. Ian rushes to his aid and revives him with CPR, while another video of him is recorded, and he goes viral. In the next episode, we see that Ian's saving the pastor's life went viral, making everyone in the gay community believe he can perform miracles. At this point, he's become an inspirational messiah. Ian doesn't see himself as such, but he does appreciate the attention his cause is getting.
Because God hates haters.
Carl is still determined to go back to military school, so Cassidy retaliates by going all psycho and cutting up his uniforms. He flips out on her, and she threatens to kill herself if they don't get married before he leaves. Yeesh. Carl finally agrees to get married to her, or at least get the closest thing to marriage since they're still underage. Lip tries to visit Ewens in prison, only to discover that he died of a seizure a few days ago from the sudden withdrawal from alcohol. This news devastates Lip. He later attends his funeral, where he plans to deliver a powerful eulogy for him, but he decides not to when he learns he wasn't the only student Ewens was close to as a professor. Rodney, the man who fell off the roof and broke his leg, is living in a car with his family after losing their home. Fiona feels bad for them, so she gives them the apartment she was staying in all by herself. Later, Fiona and Ford are having drinks at the alibi, where she recaps him on everything she's done for the family, and she gets annoyed he's never once asked her about her life, as she already knows everything about him. Ford says he already does because he asked around, even knowing all the terrible parts like her relationship with Jimmy and Sean and her time in jail. But most importantly, he knows how much she cares about people and her family, and he admires that.
And frankly, you scared the shit out of me.
She's touched by his words, and they share their first passionate kiss, which finally leads to other things. The next day, Nessa informs Fiona that Rodney's family has rented the apartment out to more people. They later sue Fiona for $6 million for the injury. Fiona tries to negotiate with Rodney's family in the next episode, but discovers that they changed the locks and kept Rusty with them. Not Rusty! She then consults with the insurance company over the possible lawsuit, but receives more bad news. While she is covered $500,000, it's still below the desired $6 million settlement. On top of that, Fiona's contractor has no insurance, which basically destroys her chances of winning. At the church, Ian is approached by a boy named Blake, who says his father, Andy, is trying to harm him for being gay. Later, Andy ends up kidnapping Blake in a van, but Ian and his followers peacefully surround the van, forcing Andy to let him go. Andy then gets the chance to speak privately with Ian, where he tells him he's not trying to kidnap his son because he's gay, but because he's got an erratic drug problem and has been prostituting himself as he lives on the street. Ian then confronts Blake, who doesn't deny what he's been doing, but still claims his dad doesn't support him being gay. Ian decides to side with Blake and reveals that he has a plan to get Andy to leave him alone. He uses Blake as a distraction and blows up Andy's van, proclaiming that his god is LGBT in a cinematic spectacle. Meanwhile, unable to find a sugar daddy, Svetlana visits Freelania, hoping to learn how she did it. However, the whole time they are together, Freelania gloats over her new luxurious life and mocks Svetlana's. She leaves the room and her very elderly fiancé enters, mistaking Svetlana for her, which gives her an idea.
Jesus. What do you got in there? A dead body?
I do not believe she's dead yet.
The Season 8 finale begins with Svetlana kidnapping and tying up Freelania, as her plan to pretend to be Freelania and be married to her rich fiancé, as he can't tell them apart. Kevin gives Svetlana away at the wedding, and she begins her new luxurious life married to a sugar daddy. Trevor comes by the Gallagher home looking for Ian and informs everyone that the police have a warrant for his arrest. He shows Fiona the exploded van, and Fiona tries contacting Ian to no luck. Trevor finds where he's been hiding and urges him to surrender himself, as the people he's trying to help are getting persecuted for his glory.
These kids believe in you, but this isn't about you helping them anymore. This is about you loving all of the attention and the hero worship. If you care about these kids, I mean truly care about them, you'll turn yourself in before anyone gets hurt.
Ian decides to lead another protest in public, and the police are waiting for him. They arrest him despite everyone else proclaiming that they are Ian Gallagher, Spartacus style. Back at the shop, Zan has been hanging around, and she and Lip have been slowly bonding. Eddie keeps bringing her around because her mom's gone missing, and Eddie can't contact her. Brad's doing better, and Cammy has let him come back home. Debbie visits Derek, now in the army, and he regretfully informs her that he is engaged to Peppa. Derek wants joint custody of Franny and is willing to pay child support. Debbie curses him at first, but then starts to consider letting him see his child. In other news, Carl has promised Cassidy that he won't go back to military school, and she pretends to believe him. However, she has been spying on him and knows he is already making plans to escape and get back to military school the next day. So she seduces him and handcuffs him to the bed, preventing him from reaching his deadline. Miraculously, Carl is able to escape thanks to Liam's sleepwalking and manages to make it to the bus just in time. Lip meets with Sierra and asks her to give Charlie another chance, using his own experience of getting sober to get her to reconsider. She instead gets upset and asks him to leave. He returns to the shop where he learns that Eddie quit, leaving Zan behind to be picked up by social services. Lip feels bad for her and decides to let her stay at his home for now. Fiona meets with her lawyer regarding the lawsuit and learns that Rodney's family is willing to drop the settlement to $3 million if she hands over the property and Rusty. The lawyer suggests Fiona could file for bankruptcy, but Fiona decides to sell it to Margot. Still unsure what to do, she confides with Ford and their conversation becomes focused on their relationship. She asks what she is to him, and he tells her that he is happy being with her, but isn't madly in love with her as that didn't work out so well for him in the past. And to be fair, that's something she can relate to. Their conversation gives her the idea to take a lesson from Frank and smoke them out of the apartment with a pipe bomb. She then offers them $4,000 if they leave right now, as lawsuits can take years, and Rodney accepts.
Is that real money you just burned?
Yeah, and it just about killed me.
Season 9 opens with Fiona's relationship with Ford being the healthiest one she's ever had. However, she discovers one day that he has two phones when a person named Patty calls him on the other phone that can only be accessed through a retinal scan. Is Ford some sort of, international spy? Carl's doing exceedingly well at military school with only 2 days left in his service, which Cassidy reminds him constantly of because she's been camped right outside the school ever since he got back. He later learns from his superior that he has the potential to be recommended to West Point and get a promotion, but only if he's able to get rid of Cassidy. One of Carl's failing cadets overhears this, and to prove his loyalty to Carl, he quote-unquote takes care of Cassidy for him, although it's really unclear exactly what he did to her.
Took care of your problem, Corporal Gallagher.
What problem is that?
Just wanted to prove my loyalty to our platoon, sir.
The hell are you talking about, cadet?
Cassidy. Don't worry, sir. Nobody will ever find the body.
My money's on her body parts dissolving in sulfuric acid. What? Come on. I can have dark thoughts. Fiona's been trying to get her building appraised so she can use the money to bail Ian out of prison. Ironically, Ian has become a beacon of hope to the other gay inmates. Lip, along with Zan, acts as Brad's best man at his wedding to Cammy, where Lip meets Cammy's maid of honor and sister, Tammy. They end up hooking up during the wedding reception. However, their time together is an awkward one, and Tammy ends up vomiting on his shoe. Later, Lip finds her at her work and asks her out to dinner, but she says she's not interested because he's not interested and is terrible at sex. Lip tries to argue that he's actually quite great at it and then storms out. Fiona confronts Ford about the two phones, and Ford admits it's an international phone he uses to talk with his mother named Patricia. He lets her keep the phone so in case she calls again, Fiona can meet his mom. Unfortunately, when she does call again, Fiona's hands won't stop shaking and she accidentally drops the phone in the toilet. By now, Frank has become something of a handsome devil within the PTA, as he's been sleeping with so many of the women in there. Later that day, an emergency PTA meeting is called where it is revealed that there's been an STD epidemic between the parents. Many of the parents test positive, with many revealing they slept with lots of parents in the PTA. But then it's revealed that Frank slept with every single wife in the PTA. Frank's actions ultimately end up getting Liam kicked out of the school.
I'm the guy who supplied your wives a service. That's who. You men have been neglecting them. Been off screwing other women because it's more exciting, but you have not put the time into your marriages, so I've had to do the work. Thank God I'm great at sex. It's probably because I've had a lot of practice. A lot of practice. A lot of practice.
Gallaghers, am I right? Episode 2 begins with Fiona taking Ford's advice on what to do with the money and investing it in another property, since Ian didn't want to be bailed out. She meets with a skeezy investor, Max Whitford, and with Liam's help, she gets Max to offer her a $100,000 investment in a retirement home. Meanwhile, Ian is helping 3 gay couples get married in prison when he discovers someone has paid his bail. Suspecting it was Fiona, it turns out everyone from his gay Jesus movement raised the money to bail him out, and has spread this movement like wildfire across the country. And by wildfire, I mean literally, as he discovers that his van burning has inspired more van burnings across the country. Ian is really troubled by all this and escapes through a bathroom window. During all this, Debbie has become a feminist and an advocate for women's rights in her work environment, but no one joins her protests as there aren't any other women in her field of expertise. Later, she's approached by one of her hecklers, Alex, who reveals she is a woman disguised as a man who supports her movement. They befriend each other and go out for beers later. Kevin and Veronica let Zan babysit Amy and Gemma while they look for a preschool for them, during which Zan steals a woman's wallet. Lip later finds out what Zan did and discovers she stole the money to help her mom out. Lip feels bad for her and helps give her mom some money, but only if she promises to never steal again, and she vows not to. Elsewhere, Lip and Brad attend another AA meeting where they hear the testimony of a new attendee named Jason with a newborn baby. After the meeting, Lip supports Jason for showing up, and then Jason asks Lip to be a sponsor. Brad then confronts Lip out front, encouraging him to be his sponsor as it's part of the service and could be a healthy next stage in his sobriety. The episode ends with Lip deciding to become Jason's sponsor. Episode 3 begins with Liam starting school at a public school, but he struggles to fit in because he's gotten so used to a private school. He eventually becomes the victim of a bully named Sissy. And gets dubbed Satchel Boy because he carries around a tote bag. He solves this problem by enlisting the help of another, bigger student named Todd in exchange for helping him with his grades. Lip is called to the hospital after Zan breaks her arm, but he can't release her because he's not her parent or guardian. For fear of DCFS taking her away, Lip has no choice but to create a distraction by unplugging the life support of an elderly patient while they escape. Debbie gets her revenge on the construction workers after Alex helps her weld male genitalia on their cars. Later, they end up sharing a passionate kiss, and Debbie is now a lesbian. She comes back home to find Ian having a crisis of faith, and she simply tells him that he's not gay Jesus, telling him, why don't you stop trying to save the world and save yourself? That's pretty deep. Despite his better judgment, Ian returns to the gay Jesus movement in the next episode and learns they've now expanded internationally. His followers pressure him to plead not guilty at his trial in order to build awareness. However, Ian will face up to 10 years if he does not take the plea deal. Debbie and Alex have started living together, but Alex begins to wonder if Debbie really is a lesbian, as she isn't even sure herself. She ends up kicking Debbie out of the house. At At work, Lip is approached by a woman who turns out to be Zan's mother, Mercy. She wants Zan back, but Lip is more concerned with Mercy being in a position to raise a kid, as she still works on the streets as a hooker. This escalates into a heated argument that Brad has to break up. That night, Lip offers Mercy $10,000 to stay away from Zan and allow Lip to be her guardian. Mercy considers it, but then Zan shows up, giving her mom the biggest hug. Seeing how much Zan wants to be with her mother, Lip decides to let her stay with Mercy, letting her keep the money as she leaves. One day in the Alibi men's bathroom, Tommy is peeing in the urinal over when he notices Frank's pee is brown. Frank then passes out, prompting Kevin and Veronica to take him to the hospital. The doctors inform Frank that his meds for his new liver aren't working anymore, so they gave him a new medication. Frank, of course, has no medical insurance, so the meds cost about $2,000 per month. Frank then asks for a cheaper option, despite the risk of numerous hazardous side effects such as face paralysis and erectile dysfunction.
Electroshock therapy. I saw it on TV. It works. There are studies.
Carl attends a West Point luncheon, where he bonds with a girl named Kelly, whose dad is hosting the event. They hide out in her bedroom making love, and she offers to give him oral, but he passes out from too much alcohol right before she's about to. When she wakes up, she believes Carl abused her, despite him recording the event to prove otherwise. She chases him, and her dad eventually throws him out. Later, she finds Carl and realizes he was right about not taking advantage of her, and learns where he lives. She learns that he is single and then kisses him, calling him an officer and a gentleman. They begin dating after this. Debbie still fails to reconcile with Alex, so she asks Nessa and Mel for any advice on being lesbian. Mel then tests Debbie by exposing herself and then kissing her, and Debbie admits she liked it. Later, Frank ends up back in the hospital after trying to electrocute his genitals to solve his dysfunction problem. He then stumbles upon a mentally unstable woman named Ingrid in an attempt to get more drugs. She manipulates him into releasing her and attacks him before escaping. And Frank discovers this finally solved his dysfunction, and Ingrid's craziness has reminded him of Monica. Despite every chance to run away, Ian, having dyed his hair black, attends his hearing. He then takes Fiona's advice and pleads insanity, admitting that his movement intended for love had turned into a movement of anger. Good for you, Ian. We see in the next episode that after taking the plea deal, Ian makes arrangements at his house before he is set to go to prison, where he'll begin his 2-year sentence. He plans to spend his last day of freedom as chill as possible. Where elsewhere, Max informs Fiona that the retirement home investment needs an influx of $25,000. When she isn't able to take back the initial $100,000 investment, Fiona decides against moving in with Ford, as they were planning to find a nice fancy place to live together, in their attempt to take their relationship to the next level. This causes a heated argument, as Fiona doesn't give him a reason as why she doesn't want to, and he storms out. Frank and Liam track down where Ingrid, or should I say Dr. Ingrid Jones, is being held after escaping, and we are introduced to her ex-husband, Randy. Frank tries to speak with her, but she claims to not know him. He ends up abandoning Liam and following her home.
Frank, what about me?
Take the number 16 bus.
At her home, she lets it slip that she did remember him, but didn't say anything because that wasn't the real her. Frank says he loved that version of her, and that she doesn't have anything to be ashamed of. Fiona returns home that night to apologize to Ford, but he's not home. She calls him, but he doesn't answer, and then she decides to track his phone. She follows it to a house and is astonished to find him already in bed sleeping with his wife and son.
Patty. You said Patty was your mother. I'm his wife.
Fiona runs out, and Ford tries to assure her that he and Patty are going through a divorce. He tries to talk with her, but she calls him an asshole and drives away, accidentally crashing her car as she cries uncontrollably. She walks away, ignoring Ford's help. Damn, I thought Ford was the one this time. The next morning, Fiona is nowhere to be found, so Kevin drives Ian to the correctional facility. He gives an emotional goodbye to his family, who's been there for him through everything.
Thanks for being my brother. Never had a choice.
He goes through processing and enters his cell, where he's reunited with someone he never thought he'd see again, Mickey. It turns out Mickey got involved in the cartel down in Mexico and got captured. But for ratting them out, he was given the privilege of choosing who to be his cellmate. They climb into bed together and kiss. Frank has been spending more time with Ingrid in the next episode, and has been encouraging her to not take her meds. Randy finds out about this and about Frank allowing her condition to worsen.
Hey, this has a cycle. See, super fun at the beginning, stay up all night, it's great. But by tonight, things will be very rough.
As predicted, they come back home the next day, and Ingrid's mental stability has gone out the window. We see her holding a knife to Frank's throat because he won't eat some cheese. Sheesh. Randy comes to the rescue and gives Ingrid her meds, but then Frank manipulates him into taking a vacation, allowing him to take Ingrid and give her the chance to live life to the fullest. Everyone wonders why Fiona didn't show up to take Ian to prison, and Debbie finds her at the apartment, still covered in blood and looking like she just survived a tornado. Debbie takes care of her, and Fiona feels bad for forgetting about Ian. The doctors patch Fiona up, but they find her car was totaled in the crash. Debbie demands to know what happened, and Fiona tells her everything from the zoning falling through to Ford having another family. Debbie comforts her crying sister, assuring her that everything's going to be okay. Max comes by the building and is shocked to see what happened to Fiona. Fiona informs him she plans to sell it, and he's saddened, but still offers to buy the building for $25,000, as well as take everything from her so her credit is maintained. She spends the day clearing her stuff out of her apartment and leaves Rusty behind, as he doesn't want to leave. That's so sad. Lip attends the christening of Brad's newborn, and Tammy shows up late, making things incredibly awkward for everyone, and Lip. After the christening, she finally takes him up on his offer to have dinner with him, during which they get to know each other a bit more, and she offers him a chance to have redo sex with her. Spoiler alert, she still gives him another F for his performance. That night, the Gallaghers are woken up in the middle of the night to see Fiona drunker than Frank on a good day, informing them that she's moving back in. Fiona continues to heavily drink in the next episode, to the point that she stops being the responsible, hardworking mom she's always been, and she also starts neglecting her responsibilities at Patsy's. Fiona walks by her old apartment building and learns that it's already being knocked down to make way for condos that sell for more than what she was earning it with the apartments. She later ends up graffitiing the site where the retirement home was going to be, as she bonds with a homeless woman who used to be just like her. Lip has started living at Tammy's house that is infested with roommates, which he doesn't like too much. Tammy takes him to look at apartments for them later that day, but Lip can't afford any place she likes, thereby disappointing her. He offers to let them stay in the Gallagher home basement, and she's grossed out by how poor the conditions are at his home. She then has to educate him on how to live like a normal person. Meanwhile, Ingrid reveals to Frank that she froze some of her eggs, hoping one day to have children, as Randy never approved. She asks Frank to fertilize her eggs, and he agrees to. Unfortunately, Frank's sperm are useless, especially because of the new medication he's taking for his new liver. So he manipulates Carl into giving him his sperm to use in Ingrid's eggs. What? Carl's sperm proved to be very healthy, and Ingrid is going to be a mother. The episode ends with Kevin and Veronica bringing home a passed out Fiona after she drank the entire bar, and the family is left astounded as to what to do with her new erratic behavior. The next episode begins with Debbie confronting Fiona in the morning, informing her that while she was out getting drunk, she took care of the bills with her own money and reopened the Squirrel Fund. Basically, Debbie has become the new head of the Gallagher household. Debbie wants Fiona to pay her back, but Fiona argues she owes her nothing, as she's been taking care of her for the past 18 years. Later, Ford shows up at the diner asking Fiona for his tools she borrowed, even offering to pay her a lot of money for them. Still drunk, Fiona throws a fit in front of the customers and has to be contained when she almost harms an innocent customer. That night, she drunkenly throws his tools through the front windows of his house, laughing hysterically until she collapses. Frank is present when Ingrid gets an ultrasound and discovers she's carrying sextuplets. The doctor advises terminating all but one, as there are countless risks with carrying 6 children, but Ingrid wants to keep them all. Frank panics as the doctor haggles Ingrid down to keeping 3 of them, as she expects Frank to care for them with his high-paying job he definitely has. However, they go to the bar to celebrate, and Ingrid becomes mentally unstable again, threatening Frank if she doesn't have all 6 babies. Episode 10 opens with Randy returning home from his vacation and discovering that his wife is fully pregnant, and tries to manipulate her into thinking he wants her to have kids now, and that they should get her back on her meds to go see the doctor one more time. Ingrid realizes this is a trick and kicks him, but now she doubts if Frank can really support all 6 of her kids. Lip and Tammy return home to find Zan at the steps after Mercy abandoned her again. Lip lashes out because of what Mercy did, and Tammy has to calm him down, offering to help care for Zan. Lip is impressed by how much of a caring person Tammy is. Margot visits the diner and informs Fiona that due to her recent erratic behavior, she is fired. Fiona doesn't take the news very well, as she was just starting to get her act back together, and lashes out at her employees who ratted her out before storming off. During all of this, Liam is turned to selling lemonade on the street corner to earn his share of the money. And despite positive response from the community, he just so happened to set up shop in front of a racist Karen. She calls the cops on them and forces them to move elsewhere. Fiona finds out about this and leads a block party in front of the Karen's house. The Karen calls the police and records everything on her phone, but everybody continues to ignore her, except Fiona, who is drunk again, as she lashes out at the Karen, climbs over her fence, and punches her. The cops now show up and arrest Fiona, and the crowd cheers while her family watches in shock. The next episode begins 1 week after Fiona was arrested and bailed out. She continues her downward spiral of drinking, even stealing oxycodone from a random party and selling it. Lip tries to begin the process of becoming Zan's legal foster parent, but the process doesn't happen overnight, especially since Lip has no legal relation to her. A DCFS agent named Naylor comes to check on the house, but Lip is out looking for Tammy, who has also disappeared. So a drunk Fiona answers the door and gives the tour instead, and it doesn't go too well. And Lip comes home to find the agent declaring the home unsuitable for Zan. Lip scolds Fiona not just for botching the appointment, but for being drunk in the middle of the day. Fiona smugly defends being drunk, and Lip storms out.
Maybe I'm tired of playing Susie Sunshine all the time, huh? Think of that. As if I want to be drunk in the middle of the day. That is my business.
Fiona eventually feels bad for what she did and tries to find Lip at his work. She instead finds Jason, who's just celebrated being sober for 100 days. He listens to her talk about all the terrible things that have happened to her recently, all while drinking alcohol in full view of him. Tempted, Jason relapses and later gets back into drugs. Lip confronts Tammy as to why she didn't show up and has been avoiding him all day, and she reveals she's pregnant with their son. Jason then calls Lip, telling him he relapsed, adding that it was Fiona that gave him the alcohol. Frank comes home after losing a contest to discover Ingrid going back home with Randy and deciding to carry just twins instead. She tells him she's not good for him, even without the medication, reminding him that he loves alcohol more than he loves his family. Lip returns home and confronts Fiona of what she did to Jason, adding that she did not take responsibility.
100 days! He was sober!
He kicks her out of the house and she laughs, thinking he's joking, but her smile fades when she walks away, realizing he's serious. Lip helps Zan in packing her stuff in the next episode, just as Naylor arrives to assign her to a new foster house. Lip shares an emotional farewell with her and sees her being driven off. Then he runs upstairs and throws Fiona's belongings into trash bags outside. A blackout hits the neighborhood and Frank finds Fiona getting drunk on whatever alcohol is still cold at the alibi. They bond over being unemployed and broke now and decide to partner up in ripping people off during the blackout as she embraces the Frank Gallagher lifestyle. Their business endeavor is a success and they return home to celebrate, where Fiona sees all her stuff in garbage bags. She fights Lip and Lip pleads with her to get clean and go to an AA meeting. She responds by taking a cold beer out of the fridge and walking out. She and Frank return to the bar where she tries to negotiate their business strategy, to which Frank objects. Frank then calls her out on how much of a drunk she is, saying there is a fine line between being a good drunk and a bad drunk, and he labeled Fiona as a bad drunk.
I am telling you, there are good drunks and bad drunks. A good drunk is fun. A bad drunk wants to have a fight. A good drunk lives in the present. A bad drunk is thinking about yesterday.
He reminds her that alcohol was created to distract people from their lives. Therefore, a drunk must know when to take a break from taking his next sip, especially if he's already feeling great from the alcohol. The next day, Fiona wakes up with a hangover next to Frank in her abandoned apartment building. She pukes up whatever she drank yesterday and struggled to stand or function as her body is in so much pain. Sitting on the steps, she realizes that she has hit rock bottom. The episode ends with Fiona showing up to an AA meeting that Lip is at, and they give each other silent looks from across the room. The next episode opens with Carl getting a letter from West Point, and is saddened to find out he was rejected after everything he tried to do to get in. Before Fiona leaves with Frank to the hospital, she tries to let Liam know where they'll be at, but he isn't home. Liam, in case you're wondering, is currently at Todd's house as he felt neglected by his siblings lately.
Don't you think I might be worried?
Took him 2 days to realize I was gone. Can't be too worried.
Tammy's family has been all over Lip asking him about his intentions with Tammy, and whenever Lip tries to talk with her, she once again avoids him. This time, however, it's because she got herself tested to see if she has the same gene that gave her mother breast cancer, but won't find out the result for a couple of days. She's been questioning her own mortality and whether or not she should have a baby, as having a baby could increase or decrease her chances of getting cancer. During all of this, Fiona's been going to several AA meetings and is even reconciled with a few of her co-workers. She's got work at a gas station and even managed to get her offense down from a felony to a misdemeanor. Lip is proud of her, and Fiona tries to figure out how she fell off so easily.
The only thing you can do, you get back up, you start over.
Is that easy, huh?
No, it's hard, but you're strong.
Max runs into Fiona at her new job, and he's surprised to see her here after where she used to be. He reveals her previous investment reopened for $100,000 and writes her a check, offering to buy her out now. The season 9 finale opens with Fiona unable to stop staring at her check for $100,000, debating in her head what she should do with it, as she sees this as her second chance to start over. At Carl's work, he gets to meet the owner of the restaurant chain he works at, and the owner is very impressed with Carl's work ethic. He offers Carl a chance to really prove his potential, and since Carl didn't get accepted into West Point, he seriously considers it, and even plans on dropping out of military school. Kelly finds Carl at work after finding out about his rejection from West Point, and so she tackles him. She ties him up before throwing him into the trunk of his car, and forces him to quit his job so he can go back to school. They end up getting back together after all of this.
Hey, is he gonna be able to work his dinner shift tonight?
No, he just quit.
Debbie finally tracks Liam down at Todd's house, and he refuses to come back because Debbie said he couldn't live at Todd's, which Debbie doesn't remember saying, further proving Liam's point regarding negligence. Later, Debbie confronts Liam again, trying to get him to come back home, but Liam has a list of demands such as getting the chance to be surrounded by his own cultural heritage. Tammy's test results come back, and luckily she has the gene that decreases her chances of getting breast cancer if she has a baby. Tammy is both relieved and angry at this news, as she's afraid of having a baby. When Lip tries to comfort her, she becomes aggressive. Fiona goes to her hearing, where she'll be able to walk away partially scathed, and her lawyer tells her that this is her chance to get away from the South Side and leave it all behind. She visits Ian in prison, where she reveals she is seriously thinking about leaving for good this time. Ian is shocked by this decision, but surprisingly encourages it.
Go as far away from here as you can, and don't ever look back, okay? I'll always be here for you. Always.
Debbie returns home to find Fiona secretly packing and informs Lip about her plan to leave. He runs upstairs, but he is proud of her for leaving, as he's been encouraging her to do something with herself for a long time. He teams up with his family to throw her a going-away party, but she leaves before the party without telling anyone, afraid she would change her mind if she stayed any longer. Before she left behind an envelope with $50,000 for them, and said her only goodbye to Frank. He tells her she did a good job helping raise the kids, to which she says she did it all. Frank replies, "Whatever makes you sleep better," and she leaves, taking one last look at the house, never to return. Lip returns home with the food and finds Fiona already gone. He smiles. Regardless, the Gallaghers still throw the party, as Gallaghers know how to party. During the party, Lip shares his concerns with Kevin about being a dad, especially since Frank was the furthest thing from a role model. And Kevin consoles him, saying as long as he loves the kid, he will be a great dad. Fiona boards her plane, going somewhere unknown, and Ian watches a plane flying overhead from prison. He sees it and knows Fiona's on it, and is proud of her. Season 10 begins 6 months after Fiona left. A very pregnant and nicer Tammy has moved into the Gallagher home. Debbie has assumed Fiona's role as head of the house. Liam now sports an afro and lives with the Gallaghers because they met his conditions. Frank is still an alcoholic, so at least one thing didn't change. Despite Todd urging him not to, Liam has taken embracing his African heritage too far, and he gets bullied at school for it. Elsewhere, Carl graduates from the military academy after having been sent to the brig for attacking another soldier who was bullying a fellow cadet. As Carl graduates, his superior tells him he's a disgrace and will never get accepted into the military, but at least Kelly is proud of it. On the car ride home, Kelly informs him that she'll be going back to Annapolis in 2 days, and they plan to enjoy 6 weeks of summer in 2 days, which will completely involve some bedroom business. While she's at work, Tammy starts feeling contractions, so Lip drives her to the hospital as she suddenly reverts back to her stubborn self.
Come and find a goddamn parking spot!
She's back!
During labor, they experience complications, and the doctors have to perform a C-section on Tammy. Thankfully, everything turns out alright, and Tammy gives birth to a healthy baby boy. Unfortunately, Tammy starts hemorrhaging and is carted away to another room for surgery. While he waits to hear any news about Tammy, Lip gets the chance to hold his son for the first time, naming him Fred, after Professor Ewan's. In the next episode, Lip struggles with the parental duties of raising a kid, having to be careful every time he smokes around Fred. Liam points out he should just quit smoking in general, but Lip says he tried it before the baby came along, and it wasn't easy because smoking took away his stress. He also hasn't been getting any sleep as he's the only one who can watch Fred while Tammy is in the hospital. Things get awkward when Lip has to breastfeed Fred with a fake nipple.
Hey, he did it. He did it. He sucked and he latched.
You're like a walking PSA to wear a condom.
Later, Lip is taking a bath with Fred, but Fred starts pooping again, and Lip stands up and he slips and almost drops Fred. Frank finds him startled and calms him by saying he'll be fine. The episode ends with Liam asking Frank about his African-American heritage, and Frank reveals that Monica's grandfather had an affair with a black woman. That black family is actually living near their house. But Frank is not welcome, with the owner threatening them with a shotgun. Despite the dangerous man with the shotgun not set for stun, Liam visits the house in the next episode, where he meets the owner, Mavar. He makes it clear on how much their family hates Frank and his family, but changes his mind about Liam when he points out how he's the only black kid in the family of Irish white people. He teaches Liam about how to navigate the world as a black person, and even takes him to a Sox game. Later, he lets Liam stay with him for a short time when he sees how crazy his home is. In another positive development, though, Lip finally is able to visit Tammy in the hospital and brings along Fred so she can finally meet him. She gets emotional seeing her son for the first time. Lip urges her to hold him, but she is still recovering and it's very painful to hold her son. Lip distracts her from the pain by talking about possibly getting a hand with childcare so she can get some overtime at work. Tammy doesn't think that's necessary, as she's certain she'll be out soon, but when she asks the doctors exactly when, they don't really give her a straight answer. Ian gets a letter that states he's getting a parole 1 year early, which upsets Mickey as he worked so hard to get him back together that he's afraid that Ian will forget him again if he leaves. Ian realizes how important their relationship is, so he tries to stab another inmate and prolong his sentence, but Mickey stops him. Mickey knows Ian deserves to be out more than he does, but all Ian wants is to be with him. Mickey assures him he'll get out soon, and they kiss. That night, Mickey arranges for a guard to lend them a cell phone, so he can FaceTime Lip to see his nephew for the first time. It is exactly what Ian needed. While shopping for groceries in the next episode, Debbie runs into Megan, an old friend of hers, along with her many kids. She's able to raise all of them because she had them with rich men who pay child support, allowing her to do whatever she wants. She encourages Debbie to do the same and take Derek on his past offer to have partial custody of Franny, so Debbie decides to visit Derek again. At the Delgado home, she notices the American flag has been lowered and learns from Derek's wife Peppa that Derek died in combat. She tells Carl what happened, and Carl informs her that she can collect a death benefit, where she can receive money as a widow. However, when she tries to receive the benefits, she discovers that Derek's family already collected it, and Derek only planned to spend it on his other children, leaving Franny out of the picture.
How'd he die?
Got sideways drunk, stole the tank, drove it into the Suez Canal. Sank like a rock. Didn't even try to escape. Apparently thought it was also a submarine.
Jesus.
The episode ends with Kelly returning from Annapolis on a 48-hour leave, and Tammy being released from the hospital, finally getting the chance to hold her newborn son without pain. While Lip waits for Ian to be released on parole in the next episode, Tammy struggles with her duties as a parent, making the pain and misery Lip went through look like nothing. Ian is finally released and the two brothers reunite. He meets with his strict parole officer, Paula, who has no respect for Ian, even calling him Sparky instead of his name. She gets Sparky, Ian, working once again as an EMT, and to make things even more humiliating, his uniform says Sparky, not Ian.
What's the deal with Paula?
The deal is you
Sparky! Sparky!
Later, he learns that the job is simply administering drugs to bystanders, but is warned to not tell Paula, at least until his parole is up. Kelly comes with Carl to help out a friend from work named Anne, and the whole time Kelly won't stop talking about some guy named Mitch. Anne tries to convince Carl that his girlfriend has a new boyfriend, but Carl doesn't believe her. Kelly suddenly gets a call and then afterward asks if they can go to a pharmacy and get some penicillin. Meanwhile, Randy returns with Ingrid's newborn twins, revealing that Ingrid left him and the babies, and now he wants Frank to help raise them. And this prompts Frank to reveal that they aren't his, but Carl's, shocking everyone, including Carl. Frank and Randy eventually reach an agreement wherein they will both raise a child separately. Later, Frank sells the baby for adoption, splitting half the revenue with Carl. Elsewhere, Debbie is determined to get some of the death benefit from Derek, so she enlists the help of a lawyer to deliver a legal paperwork notice to Peppa, informing that she is finally seeking the right to Derek's death benefit. They attempt several tries, but each one ends up in painful failure. On the final attempt, Debbie ends up chasing Peppa after she got her friend Farhad to tow her car, and then tackles her by the L train, shoving the summons in her mouth and taking a picture. Peppa responds by enlisting the help of military lawyers and agrees to give Debbie 1/3 of the benefits since Derek had 3 kids in total. But only if Peppa gets full custody of Franny. Debbie refuses. I mean, who would ever agree to that? Anyway, Anne figures out that Kelly's been cheating on Carl with Mitch and got an STD, and that urges her to tell Carl. She tells Carl, but he's not surprised by it. They end up breaking up, but they don't cut all ties with each other. Lip finally gets the chance to help Tammy take care of Fred, but she's mad at him for sending over someone to help her feed him. Tammy feels that Fred doesn't like her and will always hate her, but Lip assures her that she almost died giving birth to him. He's going to remind Fred about that his entire life, proving how much his mother loves him. Episode 6 begins back in prison, where Mickey has another escape attempt foiled and is called into the warden's office. Only this time he discovers that he's being released early because of all of the helpful intel he gave them on the cartel. However, this also means the cartel will be after him knowing what he did. And on the bus ride home, he sees a black car following him. He jumps from the bus thinking the cartel's trying to kill him, but it turns out to be his friendly parole officer, Larry. Mickey makes it back to the Gallagher home, climbing through the upstairs window and reunites with Ian. During another drug run, Ian can't help but do his actual job as an EMT and help a sick homeless woman. His partner warns him Paula's going to be mad, but Ian doesn't care. Paula finds out and comes looking for Ian, armed with a Glock, and takes him to meet her very hungry dog, Biscuit. She ties Ian up and puts a bunch of raw meat on his crotch area just out of reach of a hungry Biscuit. She makes Ian promise to follow protocol, or else Biscuit will eat his wiener, and Ian promises to be a good boy. Debbie solves the Peppa wanting Franny problem by temporarily fostering a misbehaving little girl that looks like Franny, and then have her create chaos in the Delgado home, hoping to persuade Peppa to reconsider. Turns out it works, and Debbie uses the money to help Lip and Tammy feel more comfortable living around the crowded and disgusting house by buying their own RV. Tammy is extremely grateful. Carl is out late in the next episode and waits for the bus with a nice old lady named Esther. She's grateful he's here as the neighborhood isn't as safe as it used to be at night, and there aren't many streetlights. They have a nice heartwarming conversation, but as Carl boards his bus, he sees Esther getting robbed and shot. He tries to help her, but no one on the bus cares to assist, and she ends up dying. Carl is haunted by her death and blames himself for not doing more to save her, so with Kelly's help, they stage a fake robbery at that spot that goes viral on their social media, which finally prompts the city to put up streetlights.
You did a good thing, Citizen Carl. Got involved, challenged the system, made a change.
Someone else in the show died. One of Kevin's customers, Bill. Although not a major character, he was the guy that always sitting in the bar with the long beard that you might have seen in the background since the beginning of the show. Never had any lines or relevance to the story, but it's just a little fan service. As Frank raises a glass to Billy, a mysterious, wealthy woman enters the bar named Faye, and Frank is immediately entranced by her beauty. Frank pulls out his classic Gallagher charm, and the two of them hit it off. She then takes him back to her place, and she reveals she lives inside a Rolls Royce. Frank is surprised, but also intrigued as to where this will take him. Ian complains to Mickey about how awful Paula's been to him, and he thinks Ian is over-exaggerating and tells him to relax. That's when Paula suddenly appears like a ghost of Christmas past and surprises Mickey by saying she pulled a few strings, and Larry is no longer his parole officer. She is.
Still think I should chew my
Paula hires him to do a job for her as she needs Mickey's muscle so she can retrieve money from a guy who owes her. Paula accidentally blows his cover and he catches him down the stairs. Then Paula tells him to throw him out of the 3rd-story window. He does, and he lands straight onto a car. Afterwards, Mickey tells Ian that he was right and they have to kill Paula. During all this, Megan takes Debbie out to celebrate their victory over Peppa and hooks her up with an elderly man as her date. Debbie is uncomfortable being with him and enlists the help of a random woman at the bar named Claudia to help her get out of this situation. It works, and Claudia offers to buy her a drink, and Debbie accepts. They end up getting very friendly and making love in Claudia's hotel room. Afterwards, Debbie is surprised to see that Claudia paid her $1,000 for the encounter, thinking Debbie was a prostitute. Oh, damn. The next episode begins with an unknown assailant breaking into Paula's apartment, startling Paula, yet she recognizes who it is. The assailant then pushes Paula out of her 3rd-story window, killing her.
Ian Gallagher, Kayla Milkovich.
The cops show up to the Gallagher home and confront Ian and Mickey before he bolts as a force of habit. They inform Ian that Paula is dead, and they suspect someone murdered her, adding that her parolees are the prime suspects. Ian and Mickey suspect the other killed Paula as they both wanted her dead, but each one denies that they killed her. Regardless, they are suspicious of each other. Afraid they might have to testify against each other if one of them happens to be the killer, they decide to get married so they don't have to. Mickey's dad is against this, still hating the fact that his son is gay, and so he threatens to kill Mickey in his sleep if he and Ian get married. Despite this, Ian ends up proposing to Mickey at the diner, and Mickey says yes. At the courthouse, Mickey receives a video of Larry revealing Paula's killer wasn't them, which causes the two of them to second guess getting married. As Mickey angrily leaves, Ian tries to convince Mickey that he loves him, but Mickey ends up pushing him down the stairs, breaking his leg. Jeez. Debbie confronts Claudia regarding the money and explains the mix-up. Claudia isn't too concerned about it and offers to take Debbie out on a proper date next time, to which she accepts. Carl reignites his calling to be a cop, but none of the cops take him seriously as he's not 21 yet. They instead make him in charge of a youth program that trains kids to be cops, and he surprises them when he manages to train a band of immature kids into Marines. He is then given an undercover assignment with the city's sanitation. Meanwhile, Frank finds out that Faye had a house but chose to live in a car, and asks her why. She explains her house is haunted and that she's afraid to be in it alone.
How big is this house?
22,911 square feet on the lake, 9 bedrooms including the master.
Frank hears that there's a lot of expensive booze at their massive house, and convinces her that he's an expert in exorcism. She takes him to the house and shows him where all the alcohol is, making Frank very happy. She tells him the ghosts come out if he lays on the bed, so Frank does so. She then handcuffs him to the bed and reveals that she has a surprise for him. She drugs him and reveals that their meeting was not by accident, as she is here to avenge what he did to her fiancé, Kyle. See, back in 1995, Kyle sold Frank some drugs, but when the police arrested them, Frank acted like he was the victim, allowing Frank to walk away free and forcing Kyle to serve a 45-year prison sentence. Frank swears he has no memory of the incident despite Faye showing him the hearing footage. So she keeps Frank as a hostage so she can torture him until he remembers. Ian tries to fix things with Mickey in this next episode, but by how he's already moved on to dating someone else named Byron and has decided to move out of Ian's room. Still a prisoner, Faye plays a game with Frank, offering him opioids and alcohol if he correctly guesses the answers to the questions from this past with Kyle, during which he does remember everything with a little persuasion. Eventually she gets Frank into an opioid coma and drops him off into a stolen car. Elsewhere, Debbie awakes from another romantic night with Claudia, and because her schedule is so busy today, she asks Debbie to pick her daughter, Julia, up from school. Debbie is surprised to hear Claudia has a kid, but is totally fine with it. Debbie meets Julia, who has no respect for Debbie, even calling her a prostitute, and accuses her of polluting the planet. Sheesh. Regardless, they end up bonding, and Debbie takes her to get burgers, despite Claudia not wanting her daughter to get fat. Julia ends up finding Debbie interesting and kisses her. Debbie then kisses her back. Episode 10 begins with Frank waking up from his coma in the car, now overflowing with drugs. The cops show up to arrest him, and he falls out of the car not knowing how he got there.
Oh, you really did a number on me, Faye.
In custody, Frank is given the chance to speak with Faye after she told the cops they were married. She explains how hopeless his situation is now that he's looking at serving 50 years in prison. Similar to what Kyle got. Justice is justice. Luckily for Frank, her plan is foiled when Frank somehow gets the judge to empathize with him and reduce his sentence to 100 hours community service and be placed in the care of a very comfortable rehab facility. Faye is devastated. During this, Ian visits Mickey and we see Byron trying to fix his Vespa. Unaware to them, Ian urinated in the gas tank the other night to get back at Mickey. Byron can't help butting into their conversation and invites Ian to accompany them to a club, which he accepts. However, he needs a +1 in order to get in. So Ian opens up an account on Grindr and manages to get a date just in time. Lip attends his first ever Tamietti family meeting, where he learns that their grandmother has been placed in a nursing home, meaning their luxurious house in Milwaukee is vacant. They discuss what they do with the house, and they all agree to let Lip and Tammy live in it, despite Lip not wanting to leave everything. But after seeing the place, he starts to change his mind. Debbie and Julia have been doing the naughty during all this, but lately Julia starts going all psycho on Debbie when she refuses to go with her to the homecoming dance, especially since she's trying to remain committed to Claudia. Debbie tries ending things with Julia, but then she threatens to tell her mom that they had underage. At the club, Ian arrives with his date, but when he overhears Byron insulting Mickey, he ends up getting into a brutal fight with him. Mickey sees this, and when Ian proposes again, Mickey cuts him off and says he'll marry him. They then kiss each other. Back home, Lip tells everyone that he is planning on moving with Tammy to Milwaukee, and everyone is saddened by the news. The next episode opens with Terry finding out Ian and Mickey are getting married, and Mickey confronts his father, leading to both of them holding each other at gunpoint. Terry leaves, but warns him that this isn't over. Frank completes his 30 days of rehab. As he walks away, he is approached by Faye. Faye makes peace with Frank for what she did, and warns him that Kyle will still come after him when his parole ends. She gets back in her car and leaves for Puerto Rico, giving Frank the luxury of squatting at her mansion while she's gone. Julia gave Debbie her tux to wear, but she has trouble putting on the bow tie. Mickey's cousin Sandy happens to walk in looking for Mickey and helps her out. They both give each other sensual looks. During the night, Debbie has to pull a Mrs. Doubtfire and juggle spending time with Claudia on her birthday and going to the dance with Julia. Claudia eventually figures out what she's doing, and Julia reveals everything as the two of them got into a heated argument. It turns out Julia was only using Debbie to get back at her mother, and Debbie leaves, tired of the both of them. She ends up sharing a joint with Sandy back home, and they get intimate as they bond over how terrible rich people are. Lip sees a moving company moving furniture out of a house. He speaks with the owner, whose dad used to live there until he died a few days ago, and the owner is thinking about selling it. This gives Lip second thoughts about moving to Milwaukee, and he shows it to Tammy. Tammy's confused as to why Lip is considering the house, especially since it looks in worse shape than the Gallagher home. Tammy realizes what's going on and is angry at Lip. That night, Lip tells her he already bid on the property without telling her, and she storms out of the RV. He catches her outside and tells her that he can't move because his family and his community are his support, especially in regards to his sobriety. She's still hurt by what he did and walks away. Season 10 ends with Lip waking up next morning and discovering that Tammy left with Fred, leaving behind a hateful note. Lip finds Tammy over at Brad's and she lashes out at him for not making communication key in their relationship. She then drives off with Fred. Ian and Mickey's wedding is taking place today, so everyone's getting ready and polishing their shoes. Debbie and Sandy discuss what happened last night when Sandy discovers the bamboo lotus. The venue the wedding was going to take place is on fire. It's obvious it was Terry's doing, so Mickey grabs a shotgun to go after him. Ian and the others tackle him and have to resort to handcuffing him to the house. Everyone is devastated and goes to give up on the wedding, but Debbie reminds them that they are Gallaghers, and they'll fight to get Ian and Mickey married. It's a speech Fiona would be proud of. They decide to use a nearby Polish establishment, but the owners won't tolerate a gay wedding, so they have to pretend Mickey is getting married to Debbie.
Wait, what? Mickey's marrying Debbie?
Yeah, don't worry, I'll figure out something to do with the old bat when we get over there, and, shit goes sideways. Mickey marries Debbie, we have a big party anyway.
Meanwhile, Liam tricked Frank into coming to the wedding by convincing him Lip was selling the house, which was pretty convincing when he saw the wedding stuff outside. It was also a way to get the Rolls Royce, so that Ian and Mickey could have the perfect car to drive off to their honeymoon. Liam gives Frank a lesson in being there for his children on the special days, but he doesn't care, so he leaves, only to realize that Liam hid the keys to the Rolls Royce. Despite everything, the wedding manages to take place, with many people distracting the owners and anyone else that would try to stop the wedding. Even Terry is stopped by those still loyal to the gay Jesus movement, as they peacefully block Terry from getting inside when he learned the wedding location was moved.
I, Ian, take you, Mickey, to be my husband.
Ian and Mickey are married, and declared husband and husband. The owner eventually finds out a gay wedding happened in their establishment, and he prepares to unleash hell, until he sees Frank immediately getting frisky with him, as they used to have a thing decades ago. During the celebration, Veronica calls Kevin out for hiding money behind the bar, thinking he's keeping a dark secret from her, but then he reveals he was saving up to buy her an engagement ring and propose to her, since they technically didn't get married. She says yes. Tammy came to the wedding as a kind gesture, and Lip gets a moment to talk to her in private. Sadly, they both get into another heated argument about whether or not to move to Milwaukee, causing Fred to cry. She then tells him that he loves his family more than he loves her, and then leaves. Tammy leaving devastates Lip, and he ends up relapsing at the bar. After enough celebrating, Ian and Mickey leave for their honeymoon. A drunk Lip stumbles into Brad's house, asking Brad if he'll come with him to an AA meeting. Brad agrees, and he grabs his coat. Tammy reveals she's there, and sees how depressed Lip has gotten. The next morning, the police arrive at the house to arrest Debbie for having underage with Julia. Tammy finds Lip making repairs at the new house and offers to help him, and Ian and Mickey are enjoying their honeymoon when Terry and his goons show up with machine guns, barely missing either of them. They breathe a sigh of relief, but realize this won't be the last time. So you guys remember COVID, right? Well, the show's final season takes place during that infamous pandemic that made everybody stock up on toilet paper and crippling debt. 6 months have passed since season 10. Lip and Tammy have officially moved into their new home, while Ian and Mickey live at the Gallagher home. Both couples struggle in their relationships, as well as getting along financially in a global pandemic. Ian and Mickey do briefly discuss the idea of having a kid, but they don't dwell on it for too long. Carl is close to graduating from a police academy. Kevin and Veronica have had to close the alibi because of COVID and make a living by selling weed. Debbie is now a registered sex offender for sleeping with Julia, and she now wears an ankle monitor for a short time, which makes trying to find work and taking Franny to school difficult. A while back, Kevin bought the vacant building next to the alibi and turned it into a makeshift gym called Keg Zone, which he keeps open despite it not being safe during COVID. It's also revealed that on top of selling weed, they also keep the bar open open to loyal patrons, such as Tommy and Kermit. Miss those guys. The next episode begins with Carl, now officially a police officer. He gets assigned to his new partner, Arthur, and he gets annoyed when he learns how Arthur won't respond to real crimes and will only respond to fake ones. It seems Arthur is one of those cops that likes to avoid danger, which irritates Carl because he was looking forward to the action.
And we let him know we're here, and we go on our way.
At the end of the day, the two other cops invite Carl and Arthur for drinks. Arthur doesn't want to, but Carl convinces him to go with them because they're partners, not realizing Arthur has a drinking problem. Arthur does some whoopee in the bathroom and suffers a heart attack and is rushed to the hospital. Talk about a first day. Cammy has gotten pregnant again in the next episode, but she and Brad learn the unfortunate news that their baby will need surgery, as the baby has a hole in its heart. The surgery is very expensive, and they don't have the money because no one has money during COVID. Early that morning, Franny has discovered how to be rebellious to her mother and refused to wear the dress Debbie wanted her to wear. Frustrated and late for work, Debbie asks Liam to take Franny to school, but when she leaves, Frank argues that he should be the one allowed to take his granddaughter to school, so Liam lets him. However, Frank was still high on weed after helping Kevin and Veronica with their business and takes Franny to the wrong school, not knowing where her actual school is. He decides to take her around town and give her a proper Gallagher education. He takes her to help negotiate for weed with his Armenian contact and ends up bonding with her all day. At one point, Frank begins forgetting why they're here or where they are. Only this time, I don't think it's the weed that's causing it. This will start to happen more frequently throughout the season, so remember this.
I think I got a little,
He then does something fun for her and gets them both a tattoo. Don't worry, it's just permanent marker for Franny, during which he asks her why she was giving Debbie a hard time this morning, and she mentions not wanting to wear the dress. Franny sees herself as more of a tomboy, but Frank encourages her to wear it because it'll make her mom happy. Debbie and Sandy find Frank and Franny, and Debbie scolds him for not taking Franny to school and possibly putting her in danger. Debbie comes home and then scolds Liam for leaving Franny with Frank, but everyone defends Liam as Debbie should have been more responsible in raising her daughter. Debbie runs upstairs in tears, but she feels better when she sees Franny wearing the dress she didn't want to wear. Frank gives Franny the thumbs up from across the hall. Everyone in the Gallagher home awakens in the next episode to discover their worst fears coming to fruition. Terry Milkovich and his family are moving next door after Terry bribed the 90-year-old owner with some naughty intercourse. Just when you thought 2020 couldn't get any worse. Frank wants the Milkoviches gone, but no one steps forward except Liam and Kevin. While Kevin distracts them by burning the symbols of their racist beliefs, Liam sneaks into their house and records a confession from the owner about how terrible of a person Terry is.
The Milkoviches had probably fantasized about finding some black kid breaking into their house.
every cause needs a martyr.
Unfortunately, the recording turns out to be about how great Terry is, pleasuring her. So it seems the Milkoviches are here to stay. To make things worse, more Milkoviches show up and begin using the empty lot right next to the Gallaghers. Liam might be right about moving. Episode 5 opens with Lip and Tammy waking up to find their house is being put up for sale. It turns out the realtor Milton is selling the house. This is because Lip never paid for full ownership of the house, as he never signed any papers and only sealed the deal with a handshake. I guess Southside rules don't work in the real world. Tammy then finds another cheap house for sale, but Lip and the realtor are the only ones who know the house's history, as Tammy is not from the South Side.
Is that a baby?
No, I think that was a cat outside.
The place needs a lot of work, so they enlist the help of Tommy at the Alibi to get help with the electrical. During this time, Kevin overhears what house they're looking at and reveals to Tammy why the house is so cheap. Apparently, the house is haunted after an entire family was mysteriously slaughtered there 10 years ago.
Tammy, come on. Look, it's got a great backyard, and it's near a park.
Creepiest thing, family was named Slaughter. They called it the slaughterhouse before the murders.
Ironically, Tammy is still determined to buy the house, and Lip eventually agrees that this is a good choice. Sadly, Brad informs Lip to not buy the house, as the new hipster owners of their shop have reduced their hours and cut everyone's wages. Lip tries to talk to them, but he gets fired instead. During this, Sandy has been acting distant towards Debbie, and Debbie becomes suspicious about her, so she puts a tracker in her bag. After tracking her all day and finding out she was at a strip club, she finally confronts her on what's going on. Sandy reveals that she lives out in her car when she's not here, and is also married to another man. At that moment, her husband comes looking for her, so she runs out of the house, leaving Debbie very shocked and confused. It's later revealed that Sandy also has a 10-year-old son. That night, Liam has had enough of being threatened by his new racist neighbors and tries to establish his dominance by shooting his new gun that Carl gave him into the air. He runs back inside as a drunk Terry comes home, and the bullet he fired in the air comes back down and paralyzes Terry from the neck down. Holy sh*. Episode 6 opens up with Lip, Brad, and Mickey breaking into the bike shop that night and stealing equipment and $3,000 from the new owners, as they plan to use the money to help pay for their finances as well as Brad's unborn baby's surgery. However, Mickey is frustrated that neither Lip nor Brad have a contingent plan on where to sell the stolen equipment without being traced. Give the guy a break, Mickey. He's a little rusty at this. Lip tries to find some place to stash the bikes, but he can't, so Mickey says he knows a place. The place just so happens to be the keg zone, and Kevin allows them to stash the bikes there as he hasn't had many customers using the gym since COVID. Meanwhile, Frank sleeps with a random woman named Letty, but the whole time he can't stop calling her Monica. When she calls him out on it, he's confused and he genuinely thought she was Monica. Later, he goes to pick up weed from his Armenian contact, but his contact has no idea why he's there as he never made an order with her recently. He keeps insisting that he did, and he ends up getting punched in the face. He ends up needing stitches, and when the doctor asks Frank how he got to the hospital, he can't remember. The doctor does a memory test on him and he fails it, prompting her to make him stay so she can run more tests on him. Terry comes home from the hospital, and Sandy and the other Milkoviches use their dim-witted brains to get Terry up the stairs and into the house.
I got it! What you already just lift it. I got it, okay?
Should we help?
Can you actually do something? Can you fucking lift it up?
Nope.
Seeing his dad like that is hard for Mickey, but only because he wishes the bullet had killed him and not paralyzed him. Debbie then confronts Sandy as she's been constantly texting Sandy so they can talk. Sandy says she's been a little busy taking care of Terry and that she's trying to sort things out with her husband. But Debbie has had enough and breaks up with her. During all this, Liam has been terrified over shooting Terry despite him being incredibly racist to him, and he seeks advice from Carl as he believes he's now going to hell. Carl tells him he did nothing wrong and he should still get rid of the gun and bulk up a bit, just in case. But this doesn't make Liam feel any better. Tammy finds out that Lip and Brad broke into the shop and scolds him for what they did. Lip argues that they didn't have a choice. He then drops a bomb on her and tells her that he's been thinking about having the Gallaghers leave Southside and sell the Gallagher home. They each take their share of the money, and he and Tammy use their share to buy another house for them.
You think your family would go for it?
Maybe it's time we make gentrification our friend.
Lip tells everyone that night about his plan, and as you might have expected, everybody objects to it. Frank overhears his plan and walks outside, where he reads the letter that states his medical diagnosis. He has alcoholic dementia. 'Twas a good life, Frank. In the next episode, Lip reopens the discussion to sell the house, but all it does is lead to more arguing and yelling. Everyone then spends the rest of the episode debating in their own ways on whether or not selling is a good idea. During the episode, we learn that Carol plans on leaving Chicago and moving to Louisville to be closer to her family, as Chicago has become more gentrified since COVID. Veronica is shocked to hear this. Back at the Alibi, Kevin sees the bikes Lip and Mickey stored in his gym, and can't help but ride one of them all over town. He then gets pulled over by a cop, and Kevin panics, thinking the cop is there to arrest him for riding a stolen bike. However, the cop actually turns out to be a lover of bikes and stopped Kevin because she wanted to know if he was selling it. Kevin tries to convince her that it wasn't for sale, but she's still determined to show up at his gym and buy it later that day. Kevin rushes back to the gym and has Tommy help him dispose of all the bikes. Lip and Brad find out that the bikes are gone and are furious with Kevin because they just know they're screwed. Fed up with Lip's actions, Tammy decides to leave Fred with her father. They get into a heavy argument over what to do now that stealing bikes didn't work out, and Lip angrily leaves. He ends up taking a sledgehammer and goes to the Gallagher household, smashing a wall in order to build an open floor to boost the house's value. He gets into a fight with his family over the decision to sell the house, and Debbie leaves. Outside, she is approached by 2 police officers who are looking for Lip regarding the stolen bikes. Lip is questioned in the next episode over the robbery, as his criminal record makes him a prime suspect, but without proper evidence, the cops are forced to let him go. During all this, Carl uses his status as a cop to learn that the cops have a warrant to search the Gallagher home. Carl tips Lip off and rushes home to hide all the boxes containing stolen equipment, but the cops are there before he can act. Luckily, Tammy already moved the boxes to her father's house, and Lip tries to hide his smile as he mocks the cops for not finding anything. Tammy returns home as the cops leave, and she urges him to never do something like that again. But Lip is just in so much much awe that behind Tammy's wealthy upbringing, there was a bit of the Gallagher lifestyle in her. They later reconcile by making love. With Veronica sad over Carol's decision to leave, Kevin finally appears to find a solution. They will officially get married with Carol's help. They get married for real this time at the Alibi.
Are we really doing this?
I think so.
Meanwhile, Mickey and Ian have been trying to find a nurse for Terry, as it's been a nightmare for his family to take care of them. They finally settle on a strict ex-nun who shows promise of being able to keep Terry in line. However, they return home that day to discover that she deemed Terry too evil a man, so she strangled him to death with a plastic bag. What the hell? This is sad for Mickey, as he and his dad were starting to reconcile with each other after Terry got paralyzed. During all this, Frank has been trying to help Liam with an iPad as the school tries to figure out a new name for their middle school in the wake of cancel culture. Frank takes a stand as he figures the school should be named after him, but when he stands in front of the mic, he can't remember why he's even there. He even turns around and mistakes a random student for a bully of his back when he was in school, causing Frank to strip naked and eventually get arrested. He's taken to the hospital where Frank is forced to spill the tea about his dementia, shocking everyone.
What are we doing in the hospital?
One of you have another kid?
You've got dementia. I mean, a drunk, Frank.
Episode 9 opens with Mickey still mourning his father's death despite how awful Terry has been to him. The Milkoviches clear out of the house, leaving Ian and Mickey to sort through Terry's stuff and give him a proper burial, during which they find a mysterious box with the name Rachel on it. And Mickey has no idea who Rachel is. They open the box and find a bunch of Nazi-related junk as well as a picture of a younger Terry with Rachel. They find an address on the back of it and decide to find who Rachel is, as Mickey suspects Rachel could be his mom that he never met. They reach the address and find Rachel, who turns out to be Terry's first love. Rachel describes Terry as being a kind-hearted soul that had a great sense of humor, which is the complete opposite of the Terry we knew. It turns out Terry had asked Rachel to marry him, but her father wouldn't allow it because she was a Hasidic Jew. Wait, what? Terry was determined to marry her, so he studied the Torah and tried to become a Jew in order to please her father. But it was all too difficult for Terry to understand. Terry told her dad he was trying to become a Jew and asked to meet him at halfway, but her father still said no, so Terry killed him. Police couldn't prove it was Terry, but she knew it was him. Rachel didn't want to marry Terry after he killed her father, so she married a black man instead, which would explain Terry's racist hatred for Jews and blacks. More or less, you know. Later, Ian and Mickey find where the city put Terry's body and give him a cremation by pouring gasoline on his cardboard coffin and lighting it.
And I learned how to get him. What you doing?
We should be going.
Lip returns home to discover that Debbie has boarded up the house. Debbie finally reveals she has a problem selling the house, as she didn't want Franny to live without her family. Lip finally understands and states that he can always meet for family dinners, and Debbie finally agrees to sell the house. Lip then finds out that Liam has been worried that no one will give him a home and be forgotten like he always is. So Lip offers to let Liam live with him and Tammy. Liam hugs his brother in what can only be described as a really wholesome moment. During all this, Carl has found himself reassigned to the eviction unit after many failed attempts with partners, and learns that his new partner is once again Arthur.
You son of a...
Episode 10 has several of our characters plan the futures throughout the day as their lives are drastically changing. Debbie takes Franny to an open house for an apartment that could be perfect for them, but she's afraid of the idea of living on her own as she's always lived with family her whole life. She eventually realizes the only way she'll be comfortable in life is if she's with someone. While helping Carol move, Kevin gets a break and goes for a burger at a local bar, and ends up helping the owner run the bar when he fires the previous bartender. He ends up being a hit and later learns that he makes more money here than he did at the Alibi. Veronica, who has slowly been moving her way up the political ladder as an organizer, is given the chance to work with local congressmen in Louisville. They tell each other their new job opportunities, and they begin to question their future in Chicago. Ian and Mickey look at cheap apartments in the west side of Chicago, and despite one of the apartments being perfect for them, Mickey is put off by the fact it's on the fancier west side. Ian still signs the lease to the apartment, and Mickey struggles to adjust to a richer lifestyle at first, but soon accepts it because he loves Ian.
What are you looking for? IPAs, porters, sours, Hefeweizens?
American.
To the right.
Jesus Christ.
As everyone questions their futures, Carl possibly destroys his when he accompanies Arthur to an eviction protest. He sees a rich man named McManus double park his expensive car, as he owns the house the protesters are in front of. When Carl asks him to move, McManus gets confrontational. Arthur pleads with Carl to calm him down, as one rule of the eviction unit is to not offend rich people, but Carl can't help but being righteous in upholding the law and slams McManus against his car and handcuffs him. When Carl's supervisor, Sergeant Stamps, shows up, she scolds Carl for what he did and lets McManus go. She then tries to apologize to McManus, but he's so outraged over what happened, he is hell-bent on suing them.
The point is, poor people need to follow the law. We get paid to enforce it. You can't wear blue if you don't get that.
As Frank accompanies Liam on his errands, Frank keeps forgetting who or why they are there. So Liam starts writing down information on Frank's body, memento style.
I just can't make new memories, so I can't remember talking to you.
This gives Frank the idea to tattoo on his chest the words, "Do not resuscitate." Episode 11 begins at the police station, where Stamps makes Carl apologize to McManus over what he did. Carl doesn't want to, but doesn't have a choice, so he swallows his pride and apologizes. McManus doesn't accept his apology and goes on a tirade about how he now knows what every black person feels, which causes Carl to snap and says he's tired of how corrupt justice is, taking his apology back. Stamps, on the other hand, was impressed with Carl's speech, as he's reminded her the reason why she became a police officer. Unfortunately, she still has to demote him to a parking enforcement officer, but this still does give Carl a chance to get back at snobby rich people who think they are above the law. Lip finds out Kevin and Veronica already sold their house for $175,000, so Lip decides to do the same and manages to sell it for $275,000 after being offered $200,000. This turned out to be a mistake, as he should have taken the first offer, and now the offer to buy his house is rejected. During all this, Frank wakes up pooping the bed again, and Liam feels bad for him, knowing that he doesn't have much time left, so he decides to take Frank around town and do classic Frank Gallagher activities. Eventually, their travels take them to the alibi room, where they unfortunately run into Debbie as she beats him, blaming him for ruining her love life. Frank tells Debbie that the only way she'll find someone who won't leave her is if she finds someone who's a bigger loser than her. Wow. She kicks him again and storms out. Frank gets up and tries to drink his alcohol, but he ends up vomiting it up. He realizes his new liver is finally rejecting the alcohol and mourns the fact that he is no longer the same Frank Gallagher, as alcohol has been the one thing that has defined him.
Who am I without alcohol?
You're Frank Gallagher.
It's my one true love. Now she's rejecting me.
Debbie walks away and can't stop thinking that Frank was right about what he'd said. Suddenly, a violent and serial thief named Heidi, who was just released from prison, comes up behind Debbie and hugs her so the speeding cops don't see her. Debbie's entranced by Heidi as they hug, even if it wasn't. But when they detach, they both experience love at first sight. That night, Frank writes a suicide letter to his family and tries to overdose with some heroin on the couch. His family finds him the next morning barely alive in the show's final episode. They determine what to do with him, but only Liam expresses any concern for him, as Frank has OD'd many times before Liam was even around to remember. They decide to just leave him on the couch and wait for him to wake up, and Franny is the only one who sees the letter. Later, Tammy finds Lip on the porch outside as he tries to process what's happened recently. She tells him that she might be pregnant again, and they debate whether or not to keep it. Everyone leaves the house except for Debbie and Heidi, who are upstairs being intimate. Franny goes to check on Frank downstairs, but doesn't see him wake up. He stumbles out of the house, disappointed that he hasn't died yet, and Franny doesn't see where he went. Later, Debbie and Franny accompany Heidi as she looks for her car, eventually realizing she's trying to steal a car instead. Debbie watches her, saying she's in love. Heidi then tells Debbie that she's planning on fleeing to Texas, and so she invites Debbie and Franny to come along, and Debbie accepts. Kevin and Veronica let Ian and Mickey go through their stuff and take anything they need for their new apartment, during which Ian decides to take their old crib, hinting that he wants to have a kid later on. Mickey is scared by this, believing he'll just be like his dad, but Ian assures him that he won't and hugs him. Frank ends up wandering around the city, visiting various locations like the diner Fiona worked at and the church she and Sean were going to get married in. At the church, Frank thinks he's an altar boy and starts lighting candles. The priest sees Frank and immediately realizes he isn't well, so he plays along with him, but then he has an assistant call an ambulance.
Francis, we're going to be at the hospital very soon, okay?
At the hospital, Frank's condition worsens, as the doctors tell him he's dying of COVID, and he begins seeing his life and family flash before his eyes. While Frank is dying, Mickey surprises Ian by celebrating their 1-year anniversary at the Alibi along with all their friends and family. Arthur is there with Carl, and after hearing Kevin and Veronica are selling the Alibi, Arthur suggests that he and Carl turn the bar into a cop bar. Carl considers it. Lip congratulates Ian on surviving 1 year with Mickey and informs him that he eventually did find someone to buy the house, but only for $75,000. He offers to split it evenly with everyone, but Ian tells Lip to keep his share. Lip scoffs at all the decisions he's had to make in these past few days, and Ian tells him it's because he's the closest thing they've had to a dad. As Frank dies in the hospital, he has an out-of-body experience where he's in the Alibi room with everyone celebrating, and watches his family and friends be happy one last time. Suddenly, someone enters informing them about a burning Tesla, and everyone rushes outside to watch. Liam turns around before leaving as if he sensed Frank's presence, and he smiles as he sees Frank's regular bar stool. As everyone gathers around the burning car, mirroring the opening scene from the show's first episode, Frank begins lifting off the ground, quickly grabbing his beer, as back in the hospital he is declared dead. As Frank ascends into the great beyond, he stares down at everyone having a blast the Gallagher way, and narrates his suicide letter that no one read. He gives his family one final piece of Gallagher wisdom, and just like the opening montage from the first episode, he describes each of his kids and what he hopes for each of them in the years to come. He then turns to the camera, tells everyone to not waste their life, and raises his glass, giving one final goodbye. And that, my friends, is how the story ends. A little unresolved, but at least Frank got to live his life to the fullest. Feel free to click on the video on the screen to watch another one of my videos. Please like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.